Chapter 6:15. With Xiao Chen's current combat prowess, a regular inferior-grade martial monarch would not be a match for him if he did not burn his quintessence. If Xiao Chen encountered an inferior-grade martial monarch like the blue-robed old man who could use the extreme Yin flame to burn his quintessence, there would be a gap. If Xiao Chen could advance to martial monarch and refine his essence into quintessence, the blue-robed old man would not last more than 10 moves against him, even if he burned his quintessence. Compared to Xiao Chen, aside from having an advantage in quintessence, the blue-robed old man's martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and combat techniques were inferior. If Xiao Chen used the purple thunder true fire to burn his quintessence, the blue-robed old man would not even be able to last 3 moves. A fervent look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he looked around. Then, he said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Where is Ao Jiao's spirit vein's origin? I can't wait to see it. Head northeast. Walk 10 kilometers. You should be able to see a small hill. There is a restriction that the Thunder King left there. I'll help you open it." 10 kilometers was not too far. Xiao Chen looked around. Although he felt a strong urge to rush over, he was not that rash. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the ground again and continued to treat his injuries. He ensured that he would not sustain any injuries and rushed over in his best state. After 1 hour, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He felt energized. He pushed off the ground and turned into a flood dragon rushing over. However, before Xiao Chen got far, he ran into some trouble. 10 odd ferocious fire spirits blocked his way. Xiao Chen had seen fire spirits in the Scarlet Blood prison, so he did not panic. He knew how to deal with these Yin-attributed fire spirits that did not feel pain. A clump of purple thunder true fire appeared with Xiao Chen's right hand. A purple light flickered in his eyes, and the flame on his palm glowed with a dazzling light. Xiao Chen had taken out his origin flame. The might of the purple thunder true fire, which contained the origin flame, was completely different from before. When Xiao Chen saw the fire spirits flying over, he shouted, "Life bestowal spell." The flames immediately took shape and eventually turned into 10 sharp short swords. Xiao Chen swung his right hand, and the short swords shot out. Bang! Bang! Bang, bang, bang! The purple flame short swords of extreme yang stabbed into the hearts of these fire spirits and immediately exploded. The 10 troublesome fire spirits were instantly blown into countless sparks. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and a purple light flickered in his right eye. The short swords in the air turned into 10 beams of light and returned to his right eye. Relying on the short sword formed by the purple thunder true fire, Xiao Chen swept his way forward. After 15 minutes, he arrived at the hill that Ao Jiao mentioned. The hill was not large, not more than 200 meters tall and stretching for 300 meters. It was black in color and looked extremely ordinary. There were countless similar hills in this underground world. The source of the spiritual vein is below here? Xiao Chen walked around the hill and did not feel anything special about the spirit qi here. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary hill. Ao Jiao nodded and said, "This spiritual vein's origin isn't suppressed by a spiritual gathering array, so the spiritual energy is leaking all year round. The Thunder King took half of it back then. He was afraid that someone would discover this place, so he casually laid down a restriction. Wait for me for a while." Xiao. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Ao Jiao flew out of the lunar shadow saber. The glow of the saber immediately dimmed significantly. It had been a long time since Xiao Chen had seen Ao Jiao in person. He sized her up carefully and discovered that she had not changed at all. She was a head shorter than Xiao Chen. She looked like a little girl, and her sexy figure was the same as before. Looking at the mound in front of her, Ao Jiao revealed a nostalgic expression. She sighed and quickly formed hand seals with her hands. When she was done, she pointed with her dainty right hand and said, "Open." Before Xiao Chen's astonished gaze, the solid hill split in half. A surging spiritual energy surged out. "Don't just stand there. Quickly go in." If the 2 people from the Holy Fire Manor sensed this spiritual energy, we will be in big trouble. Xiao Chen understood this principle. His figure flashed, and he turned into a purple light. Then, he instantly entered the tunnel at the foot of the hill. Ao Jiao entered after him. She formed hand seals again, and the hill closed up, returning to its ordinary state. The blue-robed old man and the gray-robed old man, who were heading for the netherworld flame seed in the distance, frowned at the same time. After advancing to martial monarch, cultivators would start cultivating mental energy. They were extremely sensitive to the changes in spiritual energy. At that moment, both of them sensed an abnormally powerful spirit qi gushing out abruptly. The gray-robed old man said, "Big brother, should we go and take a look? The Heavenly Extermination Lake is where the Tianwu dynasty's imperial capital used to be. A strange treasure might have appeared there. I'll go and take a look. Later, you can deal with the netherworld fire spirit," the blue-robed old man said after some thought. The tunnel was dark and gloomy. A dense spiritual fog lingered in the surroundings. The walls were covered in dew formed from spiritual energy. It looked like they had not dissipated even after thousands of years. There was no need to cultivate here. All one had to do was open their mouth and inhale, and their cultivation would increase instantly. However, Xiao Chen did not dare to inhale. The spiritual fog contained many impurities. The cave was not ventilated all year round. These impurities would cause significant harm to the physical body. Xiao Chen could only watch helplessly. As Xiao Chen walked forward, the spiritual fog dissipated at the end of the tunnel. An underground river appeared before his eyes. The water gushed, and a fragrant spiritual energy assaulted his nose. The entire river was actually made of spiritual liquid. Xiao Chen sighed and said, "This is really an extraordinary waste. How much spiritual energy has been wasted after 5,000 years, allowing a spirit river to flow continuously?" Ao Jiao, who was following behind Xiao Chen, smiled slightly. She said, "How ignorant. It is just the lowest grade spirit vein. You will know when you go to the Kunlun realm. When you see the heavenly spring ancient river, you will know what a true spirit river is." After being looked down upon by Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly. He could not refute her. He knew that spirit veins were divided into different grades. However, he was not clear on how they were divided. The end of the spirit river was where the spirit vein's origin was. The two of them walked forward. Along the way, Ao Jiao explained the different grades of spirit veins to Xiao Chen. Spirit veins were divided into 5 ranks, from lowest to highest. Rank 1 spirit veins were the most ordinary. There would not even be any spirit stone mines around them. Only rank 2 spirit veins would have spirit stones. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a rank 2 spirit vein. However, the spirit stones that a rank 2 spirit vein produced were mostly inferior grade spirit stones. Medial grade spirit stones were rare. Only rank 4 spirit veins could produce large amounts of superior grade spirit stones. Rank 4 spirit veins were also known as peak spirit veins. There were less than 5 peak spirit veins in the Tianwu continent. Furthermore, they were in a state of near exhaustion. They could no longer produce large amounts of superior grade spirit stones. Rank 5 spirit veins were known as holy spirit veins. There was not a single one in the Tianwu continent. Even in the Kunlun realm, they were extremely precious. As they spoke, the two of them reached the end of the spirit river. When Xiao Chen saw the spirit vein's origin floating in the air, he frowned slightly. As they spoke, the two of them reached the end of the spirit river. When Xiao Chen saw the spirit vein's origin floating in the air, he frowned slightly. Spiritual rain fell continuously in the spiritual fog, providing a sufficient source of water for the spirit river on the ground. In the middle of the spiritual fog, there was an azure ball of light floating quietly. Layers of comprehension spread out from the ball of light. An azure ball of light floated quietly in the center of the spiritual fog. Layers of comprehension spread out from the ball of light. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid we made a wasted trip this time. My impression of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's spirit vein's origin is boundless, like I'm in the middle of a vast sea. However, Ao Jiao smiled happily and said, "Hee hee. Idiot master, you picked up a treasure, and you still don't know anything? You are even stupider than Master Blockhead." Xiaochen felt suspicious and asked, "What do you mean?" "With one look, I can tell that you have not seen the Heavenly Saber Pavilion Spirit Vein's origin. Even the peak Spirit Vein's origin is only 10 meters wide. How can it be boundless?" After thinking back, Xiaochen remembered that he had indeed not seen the Heavenly Saber Pavilion Spirit Vein's origin. Back then, he had only sat on the prayer mat for an instant. The boundless feeling was a scene that appeared in his mind. Ao Jiao continued, "No matter how well a spirit vein is maintained, as time passes, it will slowly weaken. I estimate the Heavenly Saber Pavilion Spirit Vein's origin is only 10 times larger than this Spirit Vein's origin. You came at the right time. The Spirit Vein's origin here is the limit of what your body can endure. This way, the risk of your body exploding is greatly reduced." Xiaochen looked at the Spirit Vein's origin with a fiery gaze. He could not help but feel excited. After advancing to Martial Monarch, he had refined his essence into quintessence. Another door on the path of cultivation was about to open to him. Ao Jiao stretched out her hand and asked Xiaochen for some superior grade spirit stones. She said with a calm expression, "Although the risk has been greatly reduced, it is not without risk. Remember this, don't be greedy. Don't let power cloud your rationality. When I am done laying the spirit's sealing formation, you can go and swallow the spirit vein's origin. Remember what I said, don't ever forget it." Xiaochen nodded and said, "Go ahead and lay the formation." Ao Jiao waved her right hand and a strong wind blew, clearing away the dense spiritual fog. Only the beautiful azure spirit vein's origin could be seen floating quietly in the air. Xiao! Xiao! Spirit stones flew out from Ao Jiao's hands. After she tossed out a total of 108 superior grade spirit stones, she started to form hand seals. Finally, she pointed at the spirit stones one by one. The spirit stones immediately gave off a faint glow. Lines shot out from them and linked all the spirit stones together. An extremely complicated formation immediately appeared above the spirit vein's origin. Each of the 18 corners of the formation shone with a dazzling brilliance, sealing a part of the world inside. Ao Jiao said softly, "The spirit sealing formation is already laid. The spiritual energy in the spirit vein's origin will not leak out. Go ahead." Success or failure depended on this. Xiaochen took a deep breath and floated up. He flew to the center of the formation and sat down cross-legged. The spirit's sealing formation formed a formless plane in the air. Xiaochen did not need to move it, he could make it float. That palm-sized rank 1 spirit vein's origin floated quietly above Xiaochen's head. Boom! The instant he sat down, a surging river appeared in Xiaochen's mind. The river was vast and mighty, as though it could destroy everything in the world. Xiaochen's heart sank. He finally understood that what Ao Jiao said was true. The spiritual energy contained in this palm-sized spirit vein was at least a tenth of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion spirit veins. Chapter 6:16. Maintaining his calm, Xiaochen circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer calmly. He slowly absorbed the surging spiritual energy from the spirit origin. As the river flowed, the crystalline qi whirlpool above his dantian quickly filled up. A strong energy spread throughout his body. In the time it took to breathe, Xiaochen's cultivation soared rapidly. Normally, cultivating for 10 days to half a month would not even compare to one breath of time. This kind of instant increase in strength caused all the muscles in Xiaochen's body to swell and his blood to surge. As his strength swelled, it put a lot of pressure on Xiaochen's flesh and bones. The benefits of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer manifested itself. Xiaochen's muscles swelled and his blood vessels surged. However, it was still within his control. His skin did not burst from the swelling blood vessels. Cultivators had an innate desire for strength. When their strength increased, they would unconsciously feel an intense sense of excitement and satisfaction. As long as one was human, they would not be able to avoid it. Having excitement and satisfaction was not a bad thing. It could motivate cultivators to work harder. However, there was a limit to everything. Once there was too much, it would become a bad thing. At this moment, this excitement and satisfaction surged into Xiao Chen's mind 100-fold, 1,000-fold. It made him feel like his entire body was filled with energy, like it could increase endlessly. Faster. 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 Xiao Chen's heart roared loudly. His face flushed red, clearly excited. Ka-xie. When Xiao Chen's spirit origin was drained by 2/3, the purple crystalline qi whirlpool in his body doubled in size. The bottleneck he had been waiting for finally arrived. However, that boundless energy continued to pour in endlessly. That sense of excitement filled Xiao Chen's mind. It seemed like he could still increase it slightly. It would be a pity to waste so much spiritual energy. Don't be greedy. Don't let power cloud your rationality. Just as this thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, Ao Jiao's words rang out in his mind. He immediately came to his senses and stopped circulating the purple thunder divine incantation. The spirit ceiling formation was filled with spiritual energy. The mist was extremely dense, but it was locked by the light curtain around the base of the formation. Not a single bit of it leaked out. Ao Jiao's gaze pierced through the light screen. When she saw the remaining spirit veins origin above Xiao Chen's head, she heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "Since you managed to overcome the stage of desire in the ancient desolate tower, I knew that my stupid master would not be blinded by strength." The situation just now was extremely thrilling. If Xiao Chen didn't stop, his body would have been instantly burst by the skyrocketing spiritual energy, and he would have died without any chance of survival. The crystalline cyclone above his dantian had already swelled to its limit. Its spinning speed gradually slowed down, and in the end, it completely stopped moving. Xiao! The instant the crystal cyclone came to a stop, the mental power within his sea of wisdom abruptly surged. It flowed through the Tianmen acupoint on the top of his head to the main meridian in his dantian, and a powerful mental power flowed forth like a waterfall. The mental power started to refine the essence into quintessence. This was a very difficult stage for ordinary people. However, it was very easy for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. His vast mental power was much stronger than his essence. Refining quintessence was very easy. As the mental power entered the crystal cyclone, it slowly melted. Dee-da. Dee-da. A melodious sound rang out in Xiao Chen's body. A purple liquid that was purer and stronger than the solidified essence appeared above Xiao Chen's dantian drop by drop. After that, it flowed through all the meridians in Xiao Chen's body. When Xiao Chen felt the purer and denser energy, he rejoiced. He muttered to himself, "Is this quintessence?" Originally, with Xiao Chen's vast essence, the process of refining quintessence would take at least 2 months. However, his mental power was more than 100 times stronger than others. This time was greatly reduced. After 1 hour, all the essence had been refined into quintessence. The purple quintessence circulated in the main meridians and minor meridians for a great cycle before returning to the dantian and forming 99 drops of purple liquid. Bang! Xiao Chen opened his eyes. The instant he stopped, the strong energy in his body spread out uncontrollably. The entire ground started to tremble. The blue-robed old man on the ground searched for a long time but could not find the source of the strange spiritual energy. Just as he was about to leave, the mound behind him suddenly trembled. The blue-robed old man soared into the air and cautiously sized up the unremarkable mound. Strong self-confidence flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. He circulated a drop of purple quintessence and casually sent out a strand of saber qi formed from quintessence. In that instant, a long, pitch-black crack appeared in space. Sensing that the drop of quintessence was far from exhausted, Xiao Chen's right hand did not stop moving. He sent out 130 strands of saber qi in succession. The space in front of him was like a piece of cloth, shattering into pieces. Quintessence was quintessence. In the past, Shao Chen had to use the Thunder Shadow Chop to shatter space. Now, he could tear space with a casual strike. I finally advanced to Martial Monarch. Unable to contain the excitement in his heart, Shao Chen landed beside Ao Jiao with a "so" sound. He smiled and said, "Ao Jiao, I advanced to Martial Monarch." Ao Jiao was happy for Shao Chen in her heart. However, she maintained a calm expression and said, "Go back first and stabilize your cultivation. You still cannot control your quintessence perfectly." The two of them returned the way they came. When the mound above them opened up again, a ferocious palm wind pressed down. "After waiting for so long, it turns out that it is you, little bastard, who caused this commotion. Quickly take out the treasures that you obtained." The blue-robed old man had a ferocious expression. Quintessence covered his palm as he sent a ferocious palm wind at Shao Chen's head. When faced with the sudden appearance of the blue-robed old man, Shao Chen was startled at first. After all, anyone who was not mentally prepared would be shocked when suddenly attacked. After a while, Shao Chen smiled gently. He had just advanced to Martial Monarch and had not had the time to test out his strength. The blue-robed old man had arrived at the right time. With a thought, the 3 drops of purple liquid in his dantian instantly poured into his meridians and turned into surging quintessence. Then, Shao Chen sent out a punch. Bang! When the fist and palm met, a strong shockwave exploded out. In that instant, the 2 halves of the mound were shattered by the quintessence from the 2, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! The energy from Shao Chen's fist was boundless and shockingly pure. The blue-robed old man was knocked back several dozen steps in the air before he could stabilize himself. When the blue-robed old man saw the light flickering on Shao Chen's fist, he said in astonishment, "This is quintessence. How did you advance to Martial Monarch in just half a day?" The blue-robed old man could not be blamed for being astonished. When a regular cultivator reached the bottleneck of half-step Martial Monarch, they would open their sea of consciousness. Then, they would cultivate their mental energy and refine their essence. Only when they finished refining their essence would they be considered martial monarchs. Cultivators with strong talent for mental energy would need at least 3 months to do this. Those with weak talent for mental energy would need at least 2 or 3 years. Very few people could be like Shao Chen. From the very start, his cultivation technique tempered his mental energy. Furthermore, he managed to open his sea of consciousness when he was a martial king. Mental energy was much stronger than essence. Even though Shao Chen had reached the bottleneck of half-step martial monarch, his mental energy was still stronger than his essence. Hence, the speed at which he refined quintessence was astonishingly fast. Shao Chen said calmly, "There is no need for a person who is about to die to know so much. Earlier, you gave me a palm strike. Now, I will return the favor with a fist strike." However, the blue-robed old man laughed loudly. "So what if you advance to martial monarch? I became a martial monarch 10 years ago. My control of quintessence is incomparable to yours. This place is where the imperial capital of the Tianwu dynasty used to be. You must have obtained some miraculous medicinal pill. Otherwise, you would not have advanced to martial monarch so quickly. You just consumed the medicinal pill. Your body will not be able to digest it completely. After I capture you, I will extract your blood, skin you, and refine you again. My cultivation will definitely reach peak inferior grade martial monarch. Qi. Qi." Right after the blue-robed old man spoke, a faint blue quintessence appeared on his body. As the extreme Yin flame burned, the quintessence turned into a pale white halo that surrounded him. His aura soared as he prepared to take down Shao Chen in one move. Mountain pushing palm. After the blue-robed old man burned his quintessence, he sent out a palm strike. The air flowed in reverse. The force of his palm strike seemed to push the entire space. A strong pressure pressed down on Shao Chen. Shao Chen felt a slight pain in his bones, flesh, and skin. A regular cultivator would have been crushed into a meat patty before the palm strike arrived. Shao Chen circulated his vital qi and his strong physical body immediately became as hard as frost iron. He stood there like a mountain, allowing the wind to press down on him without moving. When the other party's palm strike was about 100 meters away, Xiao Chen circulated all 99 drops of purple liquid in his body. He finally made his move. He instantly drew the lunar shadow saber, giving off a dazzling light. Thunder shadow chop. Xiao Chen's aura flourished as he took 7 steps forward. With each step, he swung his saber. The quintessence on the saber surged, and every saber strike easily tore a tear in space. When he finished taking 7 steps, his aura reached its peak. The 7 afterimages merged and Xiao Chen swung his saber. The immortal state of thunder made the electric light on the saber eternal and inextinguishable. Furthermore, it worked with his 60% comprehended saber intent. The might of this saber strike was unimaginably great. The electric light exploded and broke through the blue-robed old man's palm strike. Xiao Chen searched for an opening and pressed his saber forward. The other party's protective quintessence blocked for a while before it broke. Pu Ci. The quintessence contained in the saber light knocked the blue-robed old man back a kilometer. It left a bloody wound on his chest. It was so deep that bones could be seen. The purple quintessence was like a berserk bolt of lightning as it surged through the old man's body. It shattered the quintessence coming out of the other party's dantian. It was simply unblockable. The blue-robed old man vomited a mouthful of blood. He paled as he looked at Xiao Chen in horror. He muttered, "That's impossible. You just advanced to martial monarch. How is it that even after I burned my quintessence, I still cannot block your quintessence?" A heaven-ranked cultivation technique. He must be cultivating a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Otherwise, he would not have such strong quintessence after advancing. When the blue-robed old man thought of this possibility, he no longer hesitated. He turned around and fled. The other party possessed a heaven-ranked cultivation technique and was an absolute genius. After he advanced to martial monarch, even inferior-grade martial monarchs would not be a match for him. The first rank of the true dragon ranking could not be judged with common sense. Xiao Chen continued flying. As Xiao Chen watched the blue-robed old man flee, he sheathed his saber and stood still. He was not in a rush to give chase. The quintessence in his body surged, and dragon roars came from his abdomen. A strong wind howled and boundless shock waves spread out. Chapter 617. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Chen shouted, and an ancient blue dragon appeared under his feet. The blue dragon tail swung gently, and an overwhelming force surged out. The blue dragon tail whip sent Xiao Chen's body flying in a long arc in the air, disappearing in an instant. Xiao Chen had cultivated the blue dragon cloud soaring art to small perfection long ago. However, he had always been limited by his cultivation, unable to bring out the true might of this heaven-ranked movement technique. Now that Xiao Chen had advanced to martial monarch, his quintessence surged. When the blue dragon tail whip was executed, its aura was extremely horrifying. A strong wind blew, and it arrived at the blue-robed old man's side. Spring Thunder Chop, Die. Accompanying the strong wind was the first move of Xiao Chen's four-season saber technique. Spring thunder roared in the sky. Xiao Chen used his quintessence to drive the cycle of seasons. When the saber chopped down, it gave off an unparalleled sharpness. The blue-robed old man felt a chill in his heart. Extreme flame, explode. The blue-robed old man knew he was no match for this unparalleled saber light. A pale white flame appeared in his palm. A white light as resplendent and dazzling as a star appeared in the center of the flame. This was the origin flame that the blue-robed old man had refined for decades. At the moment of life and death, he planned to explode this origin flame to buy time to escape. Who? The star-like origin flame flickered with light continuously. A horrifying energy spread out from it. Xiao Chen's face sank. That origin heart was already the size of a chicken egg. If it exploded, the power it would create would be terrifying. At such a close distance, Xiao Chen would definitely be injured. However, if he retreated, it would be difficult for him to catch up to the blue-robed old man. This person was a martial monarch. Furthermore, he was certain that Xiao Chen killed his son. Even if Xiao Chen was not afraid, he would still hurt his friends and family. If the other party became ruthless and hurt his friends and family, then it would be too late for regrets. This person must not be allowed to live. He had to stabilize this extreme flame first. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen quickly sheathed his saber and dissipated the force of this spring thunder chop. However, because he had just advanced to martial monarch, he had not reached the level where he could control his quintessence as he pleased. Some of his quintessence leaked out unavoidably, digging deep holes in the ground. Extreme flames, go! He casually tore off the blue strip of cloth in front of his forehead, and an even paler flame floated out from between his eyebrows. In the center of the flame, there was also a speck of white light that was as bright as a star. It was the lunar flame's origin core. It was only the size of a grain of rice, but when it flew out and collided with the egg-sized origin core, the extreme flame, which had been extremely restless and violent and was about to explode at any moment, instantly calmed down. The rice grain-sized origin flame ignored the origin flame, which was countless times larger than it, and climbed up to devour it greedily. The lunar flame was the flame of the highest grade among the attributed flames. No matter how much the extreme flame resisted, it would only be swallowed up. Xiao Chen didn't even look at them. He leaped over the two tangled flames and continued chasing after the blue-robed old man. Damn it! How did he catch up to us again? The blue-robed old man's face was ashen and he sped up once more. Blue dragon tail whip. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to escape from Xiao Chen, who had unleashed the true might of the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Spring thunder chop. Burning to desolation. Xiao Chen caught up to the blue-robed old man. This time, he did not give the blue-robed old man a chance to use his trump card. He executed both the spring and summer sabers consecutively. He used his quintessence to drive the power of the cycle of seasons. Heaven and earth trembled violently. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. With these two sabers, the blue-robed old man's body turned into a pool of blood, his bones shattered. Amid the blood rain, a spatial ring flickering with a dim light appeared. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the spatial ring flew over. Then, he tossed it into his universe ring and ignored it. Xiao Chen looked around and saw saber chi made of purple quintessence filling the air. They pierced thousands of holes in space, leaving pitch-black holes in it. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, I just advanced to inferior grade martial monarch. I need to spend more time to control my quintessence. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to fight a medial grade martial monarch like this. Xiao Chen calmly summarized the earlier battle. He did not feel any pride from defeating an inferior grade martial monarch. He was a king grade true dragon. He would not be inferior to anyone of the same cultivation. After cultivating a heaven-ranked cultivation technique and advancing to martial monarch by swallowing a spirit vein's origin, it would be strange if he could not deal with an ordinary inferior grade martial monarch. Boom! 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 At the same time, an intense battle took place in the lava in the distance. All sorts of explosions resounded without end. The lava did not have surging heat waves or boundless smoke. On the contrary, it was dark and gloomy, filled with a cold chi. It was incredibly gloomy, looking very strange. A green flower bloomed in the center of the lava. Its petals were jade green and crystalline. A gloomy green flame in the center of the flower gave off a dazzling light and a boundless chill. Needless to say, this green flame was the netherworld flame seed. There were two 10-meter-tall black fire spirits in front of the petals. The black fire spirits were different from regular fire spirits. They already had eyes, a mouth, and a nose on their faces. Their eyes flickered with light, clearly, they had some intelligence. There was also a layer of black cuticle on the surface of their bodies, looking like solid, natural armor. The people of the Holy Fire Manor fought the two netherworld fire spirits intensely. The gray-robed old man faced one netherworld fire spirit alone. The remaining half-step martial monarchs and peak martial kings of the Holy Fire Manor worked together to deal with the other. Based on the situation of the two sides, one could easily see the huge difference between a half-step martial monarch and a martial monarch. The gray-robed old man faced the netherworld fire spirit alone. Not only did he not lose, but he even held the upper hand. After another few hundred moves, the netherworld fire spirit would definitely lose. On the other hand, the group of 100 people, with 10 half-step martial monarchs, could only barely block the attacks of the netherworld fire spirit. They could only wait for the gray-robed old man to finish and come over to help. I wonder how long Big Brother will be gone for. If he were here, we would have been able to take away the netherworld flame's seed long ago, the gray-robed old man thought to himself. However, he was not worried about the blue-robed old man's safety. Given his understanding of the blue-robed old man's strength, even if the blue-robed old man met a troublesome demonic beast, he should be able to escape easily. After Shao Chen dealt with his opponent, he returned to where the extreme Yin flame and the lunar true flame were fighting. As the lunar true flame swallowed the extreme Yin flame's origin flame, it had shrunk significantly. However, it continued to resist tenaciously. The lunar true flame's origin flame was still too weak. If the blue-robed old man were still here, the extreme Yin flame might have been able to devour the lunar true flame under his control. However, the blue-robed old man was already dead, and Shao Chen had rushed back. No matter how the extreme Yin flame resisted, it could not avoid its fate of being devoured. Shao Chen's gaze sank slightly. He extended out his spiritual sense and took the initiative to control the lunar true flame. Chi. One had a master and the other had no master. The lunar true flame swallowed the lunar true flame at a much faster rate. Time slowly went by. After 1 hour, the last strand of light of the extreme Yin flame faded away. Shao Chen's lunar true flame finally swallowed it all. Heaving a sigh of relief, Shao Chen said softly, actively swallowing it like this really exhausted a lot of mental energy. However, the result is still satisfactory. The lunar true flame's origin flame in the air in front of Shao Chen had already expanded from its original size of a grain of rice to the size of a pearl. Shao Chen pointed casually, and the palm-sized lunar true flame crashed into a stone pillar. Poo-ci. The stone pillar silently burned into a pile of rubble. The destructive power of the lunar true flame was a stark contrast to the berserk purple thunder true fire. Shao Chen entered deep thought. Now that the lunar true flame already possessed some combat prowess, it would be very inconvenient to fight with it in the sea of consciousness. I already have the purple thunder true fire in my right eye. I'll put this lunar true flame in my left eye, then. Xiao. A light flashed, and the lunar true flame, together with the lunar true flame's origin flame, entered his left eye. Shao Chen closed his eyes and familiarized himself with the lunar true flame in his left eye. After a while, Shao Chen opened his eyes. A purple light spread out from his right eye, and a fierce flame burned endlessly. His left eye flickered with a white light, and a cold chi spread out. It looked much weaker than his right eye. With a thought, the mysterious phenomenon in his eyes disappeared. Shao Chen muttered, if I want to execute the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram in the stage of desire, I need to achieve a balance between yin and yang. The lunar true flame is still too weak. Even if the might of the purple thunder true fire is reduced by half, it will not achieve a balance between yin and yang. Boom! At this moment, a muffled explosion resounded at the end of their line of sight. At the end of their line of sight, a cold flame soared into the sky, illuminating the dark underground space with a deathly white light. It should be another martial monarch of the Holy Fire Manor preparing to retrieve the netherworld flame seed. Let's go and take a look. Circulating the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Shao Chen immediately soared into the air. Quintessence circulated in his body, and dragon roars came from his body. An indistinct blue dragon appeared under Shao Chen's feet. Carrying Shao Chen's feet did not touch the ground as he moved up and down. His speed reached Mach 5. Shao Chen's body tore through space, creating a long shock wave behind him. It was like two formless waves moving up and down. In less than 10 minutes, Shao Chen arrived at the scene of the commotion. A vast expanse of lava filled his vision. Under the gray-robed old man's lead, the Holy Fire Manor's people attacked the final Netherworld fire spirit in an orderly fashion. Under the grey-robed old man's strong attacks, the Netherworld fire spirit was forced back. The morale of the Holy Fire Manor's people soared, and they were filled with vigor. On a mound, Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as he looked at everything in front of him. Looking up, Xiao Chen saw the green flower petals behind the Netherworld fire spirit. There was a clump of green flame in the flower petals, giving off a boundless cold light. That is the Netherworld flower. However, the Netherworld flame seed does not seem to have matured yet. The Holy Fire Manor's people were too anxious. Back then, the mature flame seed that the Thunder King took away was orange, Ao Jiao said softly from the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed. An immature flame seed was like an unripe fruit. No matter how precious it was, its value would be greatly reduced. Let's go. There is no need to remain here. The flame seed had not matured yet, so Xiao Chen lost interest in fighting for it. He gave the blooming Netherworld flower one last glance before turning to leave. Wait a moment. If the immature flame seed is taken away, the Netherworld flower will immediately wither. From then on, there will no longer be a Netherworld flame. Rather than letting these people waste it, you might as well uproot the Netherworld flower and preserve the flame seed temporarily. Chapter 618. Xiao Chen stopped and muttered, however, without the nourishment of Yin energy, even if I uproot it, this Netherworld flower will wither soon. Ao Jiao smiled and said, it's fine. Just store all the land in the universe ring. This Netherworld flower should be able to survive for about a year. When you go to the Kunlun realm, there is an immortal spirit ring for storing natural treasures. If you place this Netherworld flower in there, it will continue to grow. Furthermore, it looks like the Netherworld flower will mature soon. The Holy Fire Manor's people probably do not know much about the Netherworld flower. That's why they were so rash. Xiao Chen had always done things in a straightforward manner, swift and decisive. If there was no value, he would leave immediately. If there was value in preserving it, the moment Ao Jiao spoke, he took action. A dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's body, and an indistinct blue dragon appeared under his feet. In that instant, he leaped over everyone's heads and landed beside the Netherworld flower. Boom! When the Holy Fire Manor's people, who had just defeated the last Netherworld fire spirit, saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear, they were all startled. Their faces filled with rage. The grey-robed old man looked at Xiao Chen, who had his back to them. His heart immediately sank as he stared at Xiao Chen. The quintessence in his body surged, causing the grey-robed old man's clothes to flutter. The surrounding people all felt a significant pressure. Who are you? Why are you snatching my Holy Fire Manor's Netherworld flame seed? The grey-robed old man's aura pressed down on Xiao Chen like a strong wind. His pupils constricted, and a murderous intent spread out. He clenched his right fist tightly, preparing to attack at any moment. Xiao Chen's back faced the crowd. Under the pressure of the grey-robed old man's aura, he remained calm and collected. He said softly, the Netherworld flower is nurtured by nature. How can it be your Holy Fire Manors? I want the flame seed. You all can go. Haha. What a nurtured by nature. What my Holy Fire Manor saw naturally belongs to my Holy Fire Manor. How is it your Holy Fire Manor's turn to speak? You can stay as well. The grey-robed old man sneered. The aura that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly erupted, and the shockwave caused dust to fill the sky. Stomping heavily on the ground, the grey-robed old man soared into the sky like a ferocious tiger, throwing a punch at Xiao Chen. The wind howled, and quintessence covered his fist, giving off a faint glow. Hearing the sound of the wind, Xiao Chen turned around and faced the ferocious punch. Unfazed, Zhang Xian clenched his fist and drove half of the Jinqi in his body before sending a punch of his own. Bang! When the two fists collided, Xiao Chen did not move at all. On the other hand, the grey-robed old man, who rushed over like a ferocious tiger, flew back. The aura in his body turned chaotic, and he felt his arm go slightly numb. He looked at Xiao Chen with a strange expression. He clearly felt that Xiao Chen had just advanced to martial monarch. However, the surging quintessence far surpassed his. "It's you. White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. I have seen the true dragon rankings name list before. It really is him, the first rank of this true dragon ranking. Furthermore, he is a king-grade true dragon genius. Even the geniuses of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans lost to him. Isn't he only a half-step martial monarch? How did he advance to martial monarch in less than a month?" When the grey-robed old man saw Xiao Chen's appearance, his expression changed drastically. The Holy Fire Manor's people behind him also started discussing this matter. The grey-robed old man's expression sank completely. He said, "I only used 60% of my strength earlier. If you think you can defeat me with that, you are too naive." The grey-robed old man shouted and circulated all the quintessence in his body. Then, he instantly burned it with an extreme flame. A blazing quintessence flame appeared on his body. The grey-robed old man's aura rose to peak inferior grade martial monarch, forcing the surrounding cultivators to take a few steps back. That oppressive aura was not something they could endure. Tiger roaring mountains and rivers. A huge ferocious tiger image materialized behind the grey-robed old man as he charged over again. He circulated all 99 drops of quintessence in his body and circulated his vital qi as well. Quintessence and vital qi merged as Xiao Chen executed the first move of the Dragon Claw Fist, Berserk Dragon. A realistic dragon head appeared on Xiao Chen's fist. The Berserk Dragon roared ferociously as it punched. Boom! The tiger and dragon clashed, roaring continuously. The instant the fists clashed, the tiger image behind the grey-robed old man crumbled. He vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. "I never said that I would use my full power." Xiao Chen leaped forward and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. A blue dragon image flickered under his feet. In a breath, he caught up to the grey-robed old man. Berserk Dragon Claw. Xiao Chen formed his left hand into a claw and swung it back. 5 azure-colored claw marks appeared and knocked the grey-robed old man back again. A dragon roar resounded in Xiao Chen's chest. He brought out his small perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. Xiao Chen stood on the blue dragon image and moved up and down in midair, alternating between punches and claws. Bang! 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 At first, the grey-robed old man could still keep up with Xiao Chen's rhythm. After exchanging a few moves, he slowly fell into a passive state, getting beaten up. Quintessence exploded on the grey-robed old man's body. The sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. The fists and claws did not stop. In midair, Xiao Chen sent the old man flying like a sandbag. He only stopped after flying for 1,000 meters. The group of Holy Fire Manor's elders and elite members were all dumbfounded. They could not believe what they saw. Normally, the second Manor Lord was an undefeatable existence in their eyes. Unexpectedly, he was beaten up by a youth to the point where he could not retaliate. It was extremely tragic. A king-grade true dragon genius is not something we can imagine. He is already so powerful when he just advanced to martial monarch. Indeed, the second Manor Lord has already advanced to martial monarch for almost 5 years. However, he could not retaliate at all. This operation is probably going to fail. Even if the first Manor Lord comes, he will not be a match for him. Berserk Dragon Break. Xiao Chen roared ferociously. The azure dragon head on his right hand and the dragon claw on his left merged, forming a complete blue dragon. Then, it soared towards the grey-robed old man. Bang! The grey-robed old man, who had just gotten up, vomited a large mouthful of blood. He could no longer get up. The surrounding Holy Fire Manor cultivators were all frightened. No one dared to make a sound. No one dared to go over and help. The strength that Xiao Chen displayed was not something that people of their level could interfere with. The grey-robed old man was severely injured. When he saw Xiao Chen walking over, he said hatefully, "The first Manor Lord will be rushing over soon. White-robed brat, you will not be able to escape death in the end." Xiao Chen said softly, "Sorry to disappoint you. He will never be coming." "You killed him." The gray-robed old man exclaimed in extreme shock, his final hope dashed. Xiao. Xiao Chen did not answer the gray-robed old man's question. He casually flicked a strand of purple flame through the gray-robed old man's forehead and took away his spatial ring. Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, he discovered a pale white flame coming out of the gray-robed old man's corpse. There was an origin flame the size of half a chicken egg in the flame. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He said, "This is a pleasant surprise." The lunar true flame surged out from Xiao Chen's left eye. After it swallowed up the origin flame, the lunar true flame's origin flame expanded once again. The lunar flame, which had been extremely weak all this while, finally had some killing power. After Xiao Chen finished doing all this, he turned around and discovered that the other elders of the Holy Fire Manor and the many martial king elites had all scattered, disappearing without a trace. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with you. He gently waved his right hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his grasp. Then, he slowly floated above the netherworld flower. Xiao Chen lowered his head and looked at the lava below. Then, he looked around and felt confident. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber and swung it at the ground 4 times. 4 strands of purple saber chi shot out from the saber's edge. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! 4 cracks connected to each other appeared on the ground. It was like a piece of tofu. Xiao Chen's saber chi carved out a perfect square. The netherworld flower bloomed quietly in the center. Rise! Xiao Chen leaped down and smacked the ground heavily with his palm. The ground trembled violently. The square piece of land separated by the crack slowly rose up under the force of this palm. After it rose to a height of 100 meters, Xiao Chen circulated all the quintessence in his body and chopped it in half. Xiao Chen separated the huge piece of lava, which contained the netherworld flower, just like that. A dim light flashed in the universe ring. Xiao Chen moved the piece of lava into the universe ring. "I'll leave from above. I just advanced to Martial Monarch. I have to find a place to familiarize myself with my current strength." After Xiao Chen did all this, he looked up at the rock a kilometer above him. He could feel that the rock was not particularly hard. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and leaped up. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched upwards. A hole immediately appeared in the rock. Boom! After an unknown period of time, Xiao Chen punched a hole in the mountain range at the bottom of the lake. Then, he reappeared in the lake. After a while, he was like a flood dragon coming out of the water. He kicked up huge waves and the fresh air that he had not experienced in a long time blew over. After flying around, Xiao Chen found an uninhabited island. He immediately landed and took out the spatial rings of the 2 martial monarchs. There was some anticipation in his eyes as he smiled faintly. The spatial rings of martial monarchs should not be too poor. I hope there will be some gains. First, Xiao Chen opened the spatial ring of the gray-robed old man. Then, he looked around and immediately discovered more than 5,000 superior-grade spirit stones filled with spiritual energy. What Xiao Chen lacked now were superior-grade spirit stones. Naturally, he accepted them without standing on ceremony. There were very few superior-grade spirit stones. However, there were a frightening number of medial-grade spirit stones, a total of 3 million. However, when Xiao Chen thought about it, it made sense. There were only a few rank 4 spirit veins that could produce superior-grade spirit stones in the Tianwu continent. It was easy to imagine how many superior-grade spirit stones they produced every year. On the other hand, there were many rank 3 spirit veins that produced medial-grade spirit stones in the Tianwu continent. Given the gray-robed old man's status, it was not strange for him to obtain such a large number of medial-grade spirit stones. As for the miscellaneous items, such as a few inferior-grade secret treasures and some earth-ranked spirit weapons, Xiao Chen did not have much interest in them. He casually tossed them aside. After that, Xiao Chen opened the spatial ring of the blue-robed old man. As the first manor lord of the Holy Fire Manor, he should have more wealth than the gray-robed old man. Indeed, after Xiao Chen opened the spatial ring, he counted the number of superior-grade spirit stones. There were more than 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones. There were even more medial-grade spirit stones, a total of 5 million. In total, Xiao Chen had a total of 8 million medial-grade spirit stones. Chapter 619. Unfortunately, now that Xiao Chen had advanced to martial monarch, he could only use so many medial-grade spirit stones as currency. They were of no use to him. Martial monarchs could only cultivate with superior-grade spirit stones. The effects of medial-grade spirit stones were almost negligible. Everyone knew this principle. However, there were very few martial monarchs in the Tianwu continent who could use superior-grade spirit stones to cultivate every day. This was because superior-grade spirit stones were too rare in the Sky Dome realm. Regular martial monarchs could only use superior-grade spirit stones once in a while. They could only use medial-grade spirit stones to cultivate. This was the case for the gray-robed old man and the blue-robed old man. Otherwise, they would have exhausted all the superior-grade spirit stones in their rings long ago. Xiao Chen gained a deeper understanding of what old Feng said about the Tianwu continent not being able to support so many geniuses. At this moment, Xiao Chen understood that if he wanted to maintain his previous cultivation speed, he had to go to the Kunlun realm. Remaining in the Sky Dome realm would only be a waste of his talent. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen shifted his gaze to the netherworld flower in the universe ring. This was his greatest gain on this trip. If the lunar true flame consumed the netherworld flame seed after it matured, the lunar true flame's origin flame would definitely improve rapidly. The pile of lava in the universe ring occupied half the space. He could see the netherworld flower's core withering at an extremely slow pace. If I cannot find an immortal spirit ring in 1 year, this netherworld flower will probably die, Xiao Chen muttered as he withdrew his gaze. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Although an immortal spirit ring is precious, unless it is a peak immortal spirit ring, you will definitely be able to handle it." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not bother with this matter. He looked around and found a suitable empty space to start cultivating in. There was a huge difference between quintessence and essence. The former was more than 100 times stronger. This was the first time Xiao Chen grasped such a strong force. He needed to cultivate for a while before he could control it perfectly. Otherwise, when he fought, his quintessence would leak out uncontrollably, and he would not be able to control it properly. There were also some martial techniques that he could bring out after advancing to martial monarch, such as the blue dragon cloud soaring art, the dragon subduing slash, and the battle sage's origin strength character formula. He needed to comprehend these properly before he could execute them as he wished. The sun rose and set, one day at a time. Xiao Chen cultivated alone on the desolate island. Xiao Chen slowly familiarized himself with his control of quintessence. The might of the small perfection azure dragon cloud soaring art reached perfection. He could already use the first move of the dragon subduing slash. His quintessence to himself. And King Chen's much more. Chen's sovereign Chen's SS, Tian. The Chen's many Chen could to. To the King now, that the much to spirit King. Chen's many to Chen that. He, King many, spirit, he that he, spirit that Chen's Chen to spirit had now. Many with kings. The sequelae of the dragon subduing slash's 4-season saber technique were much better than before. When Xiao Chen used his quintessence, his might was several times stronger than before. When Xiao Chen used his quintessence, the peak Earth-ranked 4-season saber technique's 4-season saber technique increased the various mysterious phenomena of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The most powerful was the battle sage's origin strength character formula. Once he used it, it could increase the combat prowess of any martial technique by 33 times. However, the quintessence that it exhausted was too heaven-defying. Even the vast 99 drops of quintessence in Xiao Chen's body were insufficient. Xiao Chen used it once, and it even overdrew on his body. Furthermore, this was only for an ordinary martial technique. If he used it on the dragon subduing slash, it would suck out all his flesh. No wonder Ao Jiao said that no one under martial monarch would be able to execute the strength character formula. The quintessence required was simply too horrifying. It could only be used as a trump card. After Xiao Chen advanced to martial monarch, all the accumulations that he had accumulated before becoming a martial monarch erupted out tenfold or even 100-fold. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he could truly be called a king-grade true dragon genius. He was unrivaled within the same cultivation realm, a king among martial monarchs. Xiao Chen could casually squish a regular inferior-grade martial monarch to death. He would need to put in some effort to deal with a medial-grade martial monarch. If he ran into a peak medial-grade martial monarch, his chances of victory were at least 70%. He might even be able to hold his own against a superior-grade martial monarch. Of course, this only referred to the martial monarchs of the Tianwu continent. As for the situation in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen did not know, so he could not comment on it. When facing the geniuses of the other 3,000 great realms, the situation might be different. Their accumulations and talent might not be weaker than his. Furthermore, the situation would be unpredictable for the native geniuses of the Kunlun realm. Hence, Xiao Chen did not feel arrogant or complacent about his current strength. He still had a long way to go. This was just the beginning. On this particular day, Xiao Chen woke up from his cultivation. He casually tossed aside the 2 exhausted superior-grade spirit stones and opened his eyes. A purple flame burned in his right eye, burning endlessly. A white light flickered in his left eye, giving off an overwhelming cold chi. In the depths of his eyes, there was a speck of purple light and a speck of white light. They gave off a light that was even more dazzling than the stars. For the past few days, Xiao Chen had been trying to recall how he executed the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in the space of desire. Now, he finally had some ideas. So, he decided to execute it and test it out. Xiao! The purple origin flame in his right eye flew out first. For the sake of maintaining balance, Xiao Chen only drew out a portion of the purple thunder true fire's origin flame. After that, the lunar true fire's origin flame also flew out. It stood side by side with the purple origin flame in the air, separated by about 1 centimeter. Even though only half of the lunar true fire's origin flame was gone, it was still larger than the lunar true fire's. However, the lunar true fire's grade was higher than the purple thunder true fire's. If it could reach the size of the purple thunder true fire's origin flame, its might would definitely surpass the lunar true fire's. The extreme of Yin was the lunar true fire, and the extreme of Yang was the solar true fire. Only the solar true fire could match the lunar true fire. Although the purple thunder true fire was the purest of Yang, it was still inferior in grade. The solar true fire was too far away. It was not something that Xiao Chen could think about for now. So, he looked at the 2 clumps of origin flame in front. Xiao Chen started to carefully test the might of the 2. He had to achieve an absolute balance. Yin and Yang intersected. Neither was stronger than the other. They could not reach a state where Yin and Yang could not coexist. Bang! 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 The purple flame and white flame crashed into the ground repeatedly. Xiao Chen patiently checked the destructive power of the 2. Repeating this, Xiao Chen increased and decreased the purple origin flame's power. After thousands of tests, he finally confirmed that the 2 reached the absolute balance that he wanted. At this moment, the sky had already turned dark. The night sky was dark, and the sun could not be seen. Only 2 clumps of light could be seen in the pitch-black night sky. Yin and Yang, move! Xiao Chen shouted. His spiritual sense controlled the 2 clumps of origin flame, and they moved quickly between the 2 clumps of light. 1 purple and 1 white, the 2 clumps of light chased each other like fishes. However, there seemed to be an invisible curve between the 2, separating them. Even if they chased each other for 10,000 years, neither would catch up to the other. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. Slowly, he found a feeling. Everything that he experienced in the space of desire appeared in his mind, guiding him on what to do next. Yin and Yang merge. Xiao Chen shouted again, and a ring appeared around the two chasing fishes, tightly encircling them. Finally, a taiji diagram appeared. Xiaochen smiled faintly and felt even more at ease. His sea of consciousness surged as he infused even more mental energy into it. Boom! Yin-yang, the 4 divisions, and the 8 trigrams appeared around the ring. 2 gentle tornadoes appeared around Xiaochen, chasing each other and rushing into the clouds. Yin and yang break. The taiji yin-yang flame diagram finally took shape. Xiaochen shouted and pointed at the mountain in front. The taiji yin-yang flame diagram flew over. The taiji diagram moved quickly and pressed down on the mountain. Bang! 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 The mountain exploded from top to bottom. When the entire taiji yin-yang flame diagram landed on the ground, it completely flattened the mountain. Boundless dust quickly scattered in all directions. Joy flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. The might of the taiji yin-yang flame diagram far surpassed his expectations. Although it could not achieve the effect of severely injuring a peak martial monarch in the space of desire, the current taiji yin-yang flame diagram still had a lot of room for improvement. If the purple thunder true fire and lunar true flame improved further one day, killing a peak martial monarch might not be a dream. Withdraw. Xiaochen gently waved his right hand, and the taiji yin-yang flame diagram on the ground returned to Xiaochen with a xiao sound. The purple and white origin flames swam around happily. The 8 trigrams and 4 divisions appeared around the taiji yin-yang flame diagram. As the light circulated, the mental energy in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness drained quickly. Aside from the energy of the 2 flames, the taiji yin-yang flame diagram drained mental energy as well. However, it was still within Xiaochen's limits. With his surging mental energy, he should be able to execute this taiji yin-yang flame diagram 10 times in one day with ease. Xiaochen, why does your taiji yin-yang flame diagram have the shadow of an immortal technique in it? Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, asked doubtfully. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and asked, why do you say so? Ao Jiao replied, disregarding the martial techniques of the few body tempering cultivators, the creation of any martial technique uses quintessence as a foundation. Only immortal techniques use mental energy as a foundation. Of course, the mental energy of immortal cultivators is refined. They call it magic energy. A thought occurred to Xiaochen. He recalled what Leng Yu had said about immortal techniques. He asked, Ao Jiao, are there people in the Kunlun realm who cultivate immortal techniques? There are, but there are very few of them. Immortal techniques are a cultivation system from the previous epoch. After the destruction of the previous epoch, the laws of heaven and earth changed. It is no longer suitable for cultivating immortal techniques. The complete cultivation system for immortal techniques has already lost its inheritance long ago. Now, the cultivation system reigns supreme over the martial Tao. Furthermore, immortal techniques are not something that just anyone can cultivate. They are very profound and depend on one's immortal affinity. Since Xiaochen asked, Ao Jiao told him what she knew. However, what she knew was limited, and Xiaochen did not learn anything useful. However, there are many immortal sect remnants in the Kunlun realm. I think you are someone with an immortal affinity. You might be able to gain something if you go there. Xiaochen smiled embarrassedly and avoided this topic. He said, Ao Jiao, come out and help me test the defense of this taiji yin-yang flame diagram. See how strong it is. Compared to the offensive capabilities of the taiji yin-yang flame diagram, Xiaochen valued its defense more. Although his physical body was strong, he lacked a strong defensive martial technique. Chapter 620. Ao Jiao flew out of the lunar shadow saber and looked at the taiji yin-yang flame diagram in front of Xiaochen. She said interestedly, I am now as strong as a peak martial monarch. How much of my strength are you going to use? Xiaochen muttered, use half first. A peak martial monarch, that kind of person had refined their quintessence to the limit. Xiaochen could not underestimate them, nor did he dare to be careless. Right after Xiaochen spoke, Ao Jiao charged over. Her petite figure flickered in the air and punched the taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Bang! The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram gave off a bright light. Shock waves surged out, kicking up a strong wind in all directions. Amid the light, Ao Jiao somersaulted 3 times in the air before she managed to dissipate the force of the rebound. When Xiao Qin saw the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram glowing brightly with the 8 trigrams and 4 divisions, a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Her playful attitude from earlier diminished significantly. Xiao Qin felt somewhat dizzy. After enduring half of Ao Jiao's strength, only half of the mental energy in his sea of consciousness remained. Use your full power, Xiao Qin said with a grave expression as he clenched his teeth. Ao Jiao nodded, and her aura soared for some reason. She was clearly petite and cute, but she gave off a vast and majestic aura. This time, Xiao Qin's eyes did not capture Ao Jiao's figure. Her attack landed on the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Boom! The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram exploded with light. The 8 trigrams and 4 divisions shattered one after another. Blood leaked out of the corner of Xiao Qin's mouth. The shockwave from the fist force knocked him back 8 steps before he could stabilize himself. Xiao Qin's qi and blood surged, and his internal organs trembled. However, he revealed a joyful smile. I succeeded. Peak martial monarch, only half a step away from martial sage. This was the cultivation of the heavenly saber pavilion's Shinmanjun. A newly advanced martial monarch was able to block the full power strike of a peak martial monarch and suffer only minor injuries. No one would believe this. Ao Jiao, who was in the air, had an unsightly expression. The instant the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram exploded, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram exploded. The force of the rebound was doubled, which was equivalent to her taking on twice the force of the punch alone. Xiao Qin hurried over and asked, "Are you all right?" Ao Jiao regulated her breathing for a while and smiled. She said, "It's fine. If you had endured an attack twice as strong, you would have died for sure. The endurance of a peak martial monarch is greater than you think. So, if you meet a peak martial monarch, even if the other party is severely injured, do not let your guard down." The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram could attack and defend, advance and retreat. Xiao Qin finally had a trump card that belonged to him. It did not originate from the Blue Dragon martial technique, nor did it originate from the Bai clan's 4-season saber technique, nor did it originate from the various secret techniques of the battle sage origins. In the 3,000 great realms, only Xiao Qin knew the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. In the future, if he could collect both the silver titanium flame and the sun flame, this move would definitely become famous in the Kunlun realm. After resting on the small island for a few more days, Xiao Qin started his journey back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. On the way here, he still needed to use the Scarlet Throne. On the way back, Xiao Qin directly used Quintessence to travel. His speed was even faster than the Scarlet Throne. However, it exhausted Quintessence. The Scarlet Throne did not exhaust much, so it could be used in many situations. 5 days later, the undulating Lingyun mountain range appeared in Xiao Qin's vision. The moment Xiao Qin landed at the foot of the mountain, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples on guard immediately recognized him. "Senior brother Xiao Qin, you finally returned. The First Elder is looking for you everywhere," 2 disciples said respectfully when they saw Xiao Qin. By now, Xiao Qin was already a legendary figure in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. As word of mouth spread, he became someone who surpassed the Thunder King. Previously, Xiao Qin wanted to explain himself. However, the more he said it, the more ridiculous it became. He could only smile bitterly and accept it helplessly. Why is the First Elder looking for me? Under normal circumstances, the First Elder would not be in such a rush to look for him. The 2 disciples shook their heads and said, "I'm not sure. Go directly to the main hall of the heaven viewing platform. I heard that an incredible person is coming." Xiao Qin nodded gently. He no longer hesitated and flew to the heaven viewing platform. Xiao Qin stood on a blue dragon image and moved up and down in the air. Then, he disappeared from the eyes of the 2 disciples on guard. As the 2 disciples watched Xiao Qin leave, an envious look flashed in their eyes. Senior brother Xiao Chen is becoming more and more powerful. I feel like his aura is no different from those supreme elders. There is nothing to be envious about. When we cultivate in the heavenly saber pavilion, senior brother Xiao Chen's king's luck will more or less be affected. In the future, while we might not reach senior brother's level, there is no doubt that we will surpass the others. That's right. King grade true dragon luck. Right now, there are many people fighting to enter our heavenly saber pavilion. After a few breaths, Xiao Chen landed outside the main hall and walked in. When he looked around, Xiao Chen discovered that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the main hall. All the supreme elders who were martial monarchs of the heavenly saber pavilion were gathered here. Shen Manjun, who normally did not care about worldly matters, was also seated on a wooden chair. Everyone had a cautious expression on their faces. They all focused their gazes on a middle-aged man in purple robes in the main hall. That purple-robed man's aura was unfathomable. His aura was even stronger than Shen Manjuan's. He was a martial sage expert. Xiao Chen, you are back. When Jiang Qi saw Xiao Chen, he quickly stood up to welcome him. He could feel Xiao Chen's aura. When he felt Xiao Chen's aura, Jiang Qi revealed an extremely joyful smile. The other supreme elders all revealed faint smiles as well. However, there was still worry lingering on their faces. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "First elder, why are you in such a rush to find me?" Jiang Qi looked carefully at the purple-robed man and said, "That is the great Jin nation Sima clan's clan head, Sima Hong. He has brought a challenge letter, challenging you on behalf of Sima Lingxian." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "I will accept the challenge letter. Just come." Sima Hong stood up and looked at Xiao Chen. An oppressive aura pressed down on him like a mountain. He smiled faintly and said, "Not only do you have to accept this challenge letter, but I also want you to lose to Lingxian. Remember, you must lose. Otherwise, the heavenly saber pavilion will be destroyed because of your decision, suffering the rage of a martial sage." The aura of a martial sage pressed down on Xiao Chen. It was like a mountain pressing down on his back, forcing him to bend his back and lower his head. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and remained silent. He stored up the aura of a king-grade true dragon genius to resist the aura of a martial sage. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the floor under Xiao Chen's feet and spread out in all directions. Bang! 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 The martial sage had already misunderstood the power of the world. The pressure of his aura was already a formless attack. The floor of the hall cracked with a rumble. Broken rocks soared into the air and crashed into the ceiling. A surging shock wave spread out. Aside from Shen Manjun, all the martial monarch's supreme elders of the heavenly saber pavilion were forced back a few steps. "Don't yield, don't bend." Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. He refused to bend his back as he stared at Sima Hong. At this moment, the satisfaction he felt from advancing to martial monarch vanished. It turned out that a so-called martial monarch was so weak before a martial sage. Even though the other party was just an inferior grade martial sage, just his aura alone was not something Xiao Chen could resist. "Xiao Chen, you absolutely cannot agree to this old thing. He is so shameless. Your king-grade true dragon luck will vanish if you lose to someone of the same generation. It will become an ordinary true dragon luck." Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, said angrily, "At worst, I will fight it out with him. He is just an inferior grade martial sage. Don't be rash." "I have a way to deal with him," Xiao Chen said calmly to himself as he stopped Ao Jiao. "Not bad. Under my pressure, you can still last for a long time." Sima Hong laughed loudly and withdrew his aura. "You better think it through. Do you agree or not?" The strength that Sima Hong displayed horrified the surrounding elders of the heavenly saber pavilion. Even if all the martial monarchs in the hall worked together, they would not be a match for him. It would even be difficult for them to injure him. The pressure on Xiao Chen lessened significantly. However, he did not relax. He said sullenly, "I will accept the challenge. However, I cannot lose without fighting. Sima Hong smiled coldly and tossed out a spatial ring. He said, Sima Lingxian will be here 10 days from now. There are 10,000 superior grade spirit stones in here. I will not let you lose for nothing. It is just a show. Not only will you not suffer any losses, but you will also gain a large sum of superior grade spirit stones for nothing. I believe you will change your mind. After saying that, Sima Hong laughed and strode out of the palace with his head held high. Shen Manjun walked over and said, Xiao Chen, don't worry. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not make things difficult for you. One martial sage is not enough to scare us. Currently, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not have any martial sages. If Xiao Chen really offended Sima Hong, he would not be exaggerating. Actually, Shen Manjun was not very confident in her words. Xiao Chen wiped away the blood on his lips and said softly, Senior, there is no need to say that. Xiao Chen is in Qingyun Peak. Naturally, I will not sit back and watch as the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is threatened. I will write a letter to the Haotian sect. In at most 7 days, they will definitely send out a martial sage to hold the fort. At that time, this Sima Hong will not be able to do anything. Because the noble clans had produced martial emperors before, the quality of their bloodline geniuses was higher than that of the 10 great sections. However, in terms of overall strength, they could not compare to the 10 great sections. Furthermore, the Haotian sect had an even stronger main sect in the Kunlun realm. With the Haotian sect supporting them, the Sima clan would not dare to act recklessly. When the other supreme elders in the hall heard what Xiao Chen said, they all heaved a sigh of relief. The worry on their faces disappeared. When Xiao Chen saw this, he did not say anything. Sima Hong's strength was clear for all to see. It would be too much to ask them to help him. The strong reigned supreme. Since ancient times, this had been the only rule in the Tianwu continent. Xiao Chen was already very satisfied that these supreme elders did not make things difficult for him under Sima Hong's pressure. Qingyun Peak, Lu Ryue's courtyard. Smoke spread everywhere. Xiao Chen and Lu Ryue sat at a tea table, drinking tea and chatting. As the peak master of Qingyun Peak, Lu Ryue already knew everything that happened in the hall. Worry appeared on her face. Chapter 621. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he smiled faintly and grabbed the other party's hand. He said, Don't worry. Sima Lingxian is definitely not a match for me now. The martial sages of the Haotian sect should arrive in 7 days. That's right. Xiao Chen thought of something and took out 10 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls from the universe ring. He handed them to Lu Ryue and said, You are now a half-step martial monarch. When you break through to martial monarch, you can use these spirit gathering pearls. When Lu Ryue saw Xiao Chen's strong confidence in his words, she did not say anything more. As for the spirit gathering pearls, she did not take them. Lu Ryue revealed a smile on her charming face. She said, There's no need. It will not be difficult for me to break through to martial monarch. It is just a matter of time. The spirit gathering pearls will probably be precious even in the Kunlun realm. You should keep them. When Xiao Chen mentioned the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen revealed a sad expression. He had to go to the Kunlun realm. However, once he went, if he could not become Emperor Wu, it would be very difficult for him to return. After parting like this, he did not know how many years it would be before he could see Lu Ryue again. Lu Ryue was in her prime. She was very pretty and in the prime of her youth. This was the best time of a girl's life. She placed all her love on him, whom she might never see again. The bitterness was hard to describe with words. Lu Ryue could tell what Xiao Chen was thinking. She smiled sweetly, like 100 flowers blooming. She gently grasped Xiao Chen's right hand and said softly, Don't overthink for me. When I first saw you many years ago, I knew that this insignificant Qingyun Peak would not be able to hold you back. You're lying dormant here just to fly higher. To me, the further you can go, the happier I'll be. Just don't forget about Qingyun Peak. There is Lu Ryue waiting for you. A tender feeling appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He enunciated every word clearly, I will never forget in this life. I will definitely become a martial emperor in the Kunlun realm and return." The two of them stared at each other, speechless. In the remaining days, Xiaoqun did not immediately enter bitter cultivation. Sima Lingxian was no match for him. If they fought again now, even if the other party had reached the martial monarch realm, he would only be humiliating himself. He was collecting some ingredients for alchemy. In the compendium of cultivation, there was an alchemy recipe called the beauty-retaining pill. It could ensure that a woman's appearance would not change for 1,000 years. The ingredients required for the pill recipe were extremely complicated. Xiaoqun planned to use the remaining half a year to refine this pill and give it to Lu Riyue. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. On this day, as Xiaoqun was taking inventory of the countenance-halting pill ingredients, he suddenly felt a strong aura flying towards the heavenly saber pavilion without any fear. "Xiaoqun, come out and fight." A loud shout resounded, spreading throughout the entire Lingyun mountain range. It startled all the disciples in the heavenly saber pavilion. Due to the other party's intentional support, sound waves spread out. The sound traveled further and further. All the cultivators within a radius of 250 kilometers heard this shout. Who was Xiaoqun? He was the champion of this 5-nation youth competition, someone who stood at the top of the younger generation. He was a king-grade true dragon genius. Unexpectedly, someone took the initiative to challenge him at this moment. All sorts of busybodies immediately became interested. Many figures flew towards the heavenly saber pavilion. When the elders of the heavenly saber pavilion heard Sima Hong's voice, their expressions turned unsightly. The martial sages of the Haotian sect would arrive tomorrow at the earliest. Who would have thought that Sima Hong would arrive at the heavenly saber pavilion 5 days in advance? He was not mentally prepared at all. Bang! 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 Sima Hong casually broke the restrictions in front of the gates. He brought the finely dressed Sima Lingxian and arrived before the heaven viewing platform in the blink of an eye. Xiaoqun put away the ingredients and leaped out of the window. He stood on a blue dragon image and arrived a kilometer in front of the two. Xiaoqun looked forward. Indeed, Sima Lingxian had already advanced to martial monarch. His aura was as strong as a peak inferior grade martial monarch's. "Xiaoqun, there is no need for me to tell you what to do, right? If you do not lose, the heavenly saber pavilion will be destroyed because of you," Sima Hong said coldly to Xiaoqun using his voice. Xiaoqun ignored him. He looked at Sima Lingxian and said, "There are many people here. Come with me to the heaven ascending platform to fight." Sima Hong looked at Xiaoqun's departing figure and smiled coldly to himself. "I hope you are more tactful. After destroying the luck of my Sima clan for 500 years, I do not mind taking the heavenly saber pavilion down with me." "Father, I'm going," Sima Lingxian said to Sima Hong after taking a deep breath. Recollecting his thoughts, Sima Hong smiled faintly and said, "Go in peace. You have already advanced to martial monarch. The accumulations of a martial king will allow you to burst out with tenfold combat prowess. You will definitely win this battle and reclaim the king-grade true dragon's luck. Then, you will enter the Kunlun realm in your most perfect state. The Sima clan will not fall because of you." Sima Lingxuan's eyes flickered with heavy confidence. He nodded gravely and said, "Wait for my good news." Sima Lingxuan's figure flickered continuously in the air as he chased after Xiaoqun. Eventually, he arrived at the huge drill grounds of the heaven ascending platform. Xiao! Xiao! The two landed on the drill grounds, one in front and one behind. Then, they each stood in a corner, facing the wind. The taller buildings of the heaven ascending platform were already filled with heavenly saber pavilion disciples. They had never seen Xiaoqun make a move before. They also did not know that Sima Hong had pressured Xiaoqun. Their gazes were filled with excitement. They were filled with anticipation for Xiaoqun to display his might and defeat the great Jin nation's genius swordsman once again. "Senior brother Xiaoqun, do your best." His father was rude. Teach his son a lesson and beat him up until he scrammed back. "Right, that's right," scrammed back. Scrammed back. Scrammed back. Instantly, the entire mountain was filled with chants of scrammed back. The voices merged together, causing the air to tremble. As of now, Shao Chen was like the sun in the sky in the heavenly saber pavilion. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the idol of all the disciples. However, the moment that Sima Hong arrived, he chased Shao Chen out. There was no lack of hot-blooded youths among the mountain disciples. Who cared if you were a martial sage or not? This was the heavenly saber pavilion, the great Qin nation's heavenly saber pavilion. This was Shao Chen's home ground. If they did not help Shao Chen regain his dignity, who would? Sima Lingxuan's expression turned sullen. Even though he was only ranked third on the True Dragon ranking, no one in the great Jin nation dared to speak to him like that. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Boom! After Sima Lingxian advanced to martial monarch, his strong aura erupted together with the rage in his heart. A strong wind blew, and the clouds churned. The sword in Sima Lingxuan's hand hummed and infused with quintessence. He pointed it at Shao Chen, and the sword qi made of quintessence shot out, tearing thin cracks in the air. Before Sima Lingxian made a move, he had already displayed his strength. When some of the supreme elders of the heavenly saber pavilion saw this, they felt fear in their hearts. Just based on the strength that Sima Lingxian had displayed, some of the inferior grade martial monarchs among them would not be a match for him. Some of the medial grade martial monarchs would not have more than a 60% chance of defeating him. No one had seen Shao Chen make a move after he advanced to martial monarch. They could not help but feel worried for Shao Chen. Sima Lingxian said in a cold voice, "Shao Chen, the accumulation of my cultivation as a martial king is beyond your imagination. Back then, you defeated me in 10 moves. Today, I only need 1 move to defeat you." Shao Chen smiled faintly and said unconcernedly, "You are wrong about one thing. It is not that you forced me to defeat you in 10 moves. Rather, it is that I am willing to defeat you in 10 moves. If I really wanted to defeat you, why would I need 10 moves? Let's see what ability you have to boast. The mandate of heaven is with me, the ruler of the world, the sword of kings." Sima Lingxian soared into the air. Winds blew behind him, and the sky changed color. It materialized a scene of all living things killing each other, 100 armies fighting, and a chaotic war between dynasties. Sima Lingxian was the one who would end this chaotic world. He had come with the mandate of heaven, using the sword of kings to command the world. He used the power of a dynasty to transform the state on his sword to resist Shao Chen. Shao Chen felt excited. No wonder Sima Lingxian was so confident this time. His state of kingship had improved by another level. Not only did it not stop because of his previous defeat, but it even improved further. However, this was still not enough. A dynasty would eventually fall. A true king would not use the power of a dynasty to fight an enemy. This was because he himself was an unrivaled king. There was no need for external help. If it were any other time, Shao Chen would be interested in exchanging 100 moves with Sima Lingxian. After all, Sima Lingxian had his own unique side. If Shao Chen fought with Sima Lingxian, he would definitely gain something. However, it was different now. There was an even more horrifying Sima Hong standing behind Sima Lingxian. As for losing without a fight, Shao Chen had never thought about it. How could a king-grade true dragon lower its head and bend over in fear? If Sima Hong wanted to bury the heavenly saber pavilion with him, then even if Shao Chen had to risk his life, he would make Sima Lingxian suffer a few layers of skin. He would let Sima Lingxian know what regret was. After Shao Chen made up his mind, 2 resplendent star-like flames, 1 purple and 1 white, flashed in his eyes. Xiao! 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 The purple lightning origin flame and the lunar origin flame flew out and turned into 2 Yu-Yin chasing each other in the air. The mental energy in Shao Chen's sea of consciousness drained continuously. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. When the Taiji diagram formed, Shao Chen shouted ferociously and pushed his right hand forward. The Yin and Yang flames formed a beautiful Taiji diagram. They intertwined and merged, turning into an unparalleled energy of primal chaos. Who cares about the mandate of heaven, materializing the power of the dynasty, or the everlasting yin and yang? I will break it with force. The yin and yang flames actually merged. How did he think of this? How did he do it? Jiang Qi and the other elders exclaimed in shock. What exactly is that diagram? How come I have never seen it before? Unexpectedly, the two extreme energies of yin and yang can merge in such a strange manner. The people of the Tianwu continent had never seen the Taiji diagram before. This was an eye-opener for Shen Manjun and the others, finding it incredible. Bang! 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 The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram moved very quickly. It used absolute force to break the quintessence mysterious phenomenon of Sima Lingxuan's sword strike. The new dynasty formed by the state of kingship behind Sima Lingxian fell back into the flames of war. Miserable cries resounded everywhere as the state of kingship completely crumbled. Pu Ci. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram crashed into Sima Lingxuan's body, and a surging energy erupted. Sima Lingxian vomited a large mouthful of blood as his body flew back uncontrollably. The energy far surpassed everyone's expectations. When it exploded, shock waves surged and clouds appeared. The horrifying energy knocked Sima Lingxian off the heaven-ascending platform. Chapter 622. Sima Lingxian tumbled down the slope. His entire body was pierced by the strange rocks and shrubs. It was a tragic sight. Sima Lingxuan's internal injuries were worse than his external injuries. The purple thunder true fire and the lunar true flame burned his internal organs. The quintessence from his dantian could not protect his internal organs at all when the two flames spewed out. When the heavenly saber pavilion disciples on the various buildings on the heaven-ascending platform saw this scene, they could not react. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. What was more, they did not expect the casual words they shouted at the start to turn into reality. Sima Lingxian really rolled back in a sorry state. He won. Senior brother Xiaochen really won. He used only one move to send Sima Lingxian rolling back. How powerful. I did not dare to imagine it. Ha ha ha. Serves them right. How delightful. Let's see if they still dare to show off their might in our heavenly saber pavilion. After a long time, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, resounding endlessly. Their gazes toward Xiao Chen became even more respectful. Such an outstanding talent was a disciple of their heavenly saber pavilion. This made them feel a sense of pride that was hard to swallow. In the future, when they went out, they could say that Xiao Chen was their senior brother and that they had personally seen him fight. The disciples of the other sects in the great Qin nation would probably die of envy. Xiao Chen, you actually dared to make a move. No words could describe the rage in Sima Hong's heart. He had not expected Xiao Chen to really dare to defeat Sima Lingxian in front of him. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had defeated Sima Lingxian in one move. Even when Sima Hong wanted to save Sima Lingxian, he discovered that there was no chance. Sima Hong was a bona fide martial sage, one of the people at the top of the pyramid of the Tianwu continent. To him, Xiao Chen was like an ant, he could crush him easily. However, today, he was slapped in the face by this ant. Furthermore, it was such a heavy slap. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. If he did not kill Xiao Chen, he would not be able to vent his anger. A sword appeared in Sima Hong's hand. It flashed in the air as though he teleported. Then, he sent a quintessence sword chi containing the power of the world at Xiao Chen. It's over. Sima Hong actually disregarded his status and made a move against a junior. All the elders of the heavenly saber pavilion paled. They thought to themselves in a panic, how could Xiao Chen, an inferior grade martial cultivator, survive the sword strike of the martial sage? The sword energy that Sima Hong released looked ordinary and without any fancy moves. Even a medial grade martial monarch could casually send out a sword chi that could pierce space and shine with sharpness. However, this strand of sword chi, the sword chi of a martial sage, did not pierce through space. Not even a tiny crack appeared in space, giving off an inconceivable feeling. The sword chi was long and narrow, dazzling. It seemed to glide along a unique trajectory between heaven and earth. As it approached, the light on the sword chi became more and more condensed. With the support of the power of the world, the sword light was traceless. The might of the sword chi increased with every passing second. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He did not dare to be slow. He quickly raised his left hand, and the lunar yin-yang flame diagram on the ground appeared in front of him with a xiao sound. A vast and surging mental energy poured into the Taiji diagram in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. The beautiful Taiji diagram instantly gave off a dazzling golden light. The 8 trigrams, yin-yang, and 4 divisions appeared as the Taiji diagram circulated. When Xiao Chen stood on the ground, he seemed to be one with the world. Bang! The sword chi that Sima Hong sent out in rage crashed into the Taiji diagram. The yin-yang flame diagram instantly exploded, and a horrifying energy spread out. The huge drill ground was blasted into pieces in an instant. Countless rocks and boulders flew up from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust that was blown away by the wind. A strand of sword chi shot out from the dust cloud at an even faster speed at the chasing Sima Hong. Dang! Sima Hong's expression changed slightly. He held his sword horizontally and blocked with his quintessence. Bang! There was another sound that was even more horrifying than the previous one. The dust cloud spread out again, and a vast, deep pit appeared on the ground. It extended at a visible rate. All the other buildings on the heaven ascending platform collapsed. Using this strand of sword chi as a shield, Xiao Chen's figure flickered. He stood on the blue dragon image and soared into the air. His complexion was pale, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Xiao Chen's complexion did not look very good. Only his eyes were filled with vigor, not showing any signs of fatigue. The instant the sword chi containing the power of the world shattered the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, the shock wave struck Xiao Chen's body, instantly shattering the quintessence in his body. The sword chi was unblockable. It was of a much higher grade than Xiao Chen's quintessence. Just the shock wave inflicted severe damage to his internal organs. If not for Xiao Chen's strong physical body, this shock wave would have severed all the meridians and shattered all the internal organs of a regular cultivator, killing them on the spot. He is not dead. When the supreme elders of the heavenly saber pavilion saw Xiao Chen leaping out of the dust cloud, they all revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. Martial sages had already comprehended the power of the world. Although it was not much, as long as a trace of the power of the world was infused into their quintessence, its might would increase by several times. Unexpectedly, with Xiao Chen's cultivation realm, he was able to receive this sword strike. Furthermore, it seemed like he could still fight and was not at the brink of death. Shen Manjun's expression sank. Xiao Chen cannot fall here. The luck of the heavenly saber pavilion is already linked to his. If he dies, the heavenly saber pavilion will be destroyed. Jiang Qi, I order you to immediately gather the divine saber camp and use the full strength of the sect to fight against Sima Hong. We cannot let Xiao Chen die here. Jiang Qi did not hesitate and said, "Disciple obeys." After Shen Manjun spoke to Jiang Qi, she soared into the sky and flew away. She had a sullen expression as she shielded Xiao Chen. All the quintessence in her body surged wildly. Sima Hong, how old are you? Do you not care about your status at all? Unexpectedly, you made a move against a junior, Shen Manjun said expressionlessly. Sima Hong let out a long whistle, and a strong wind blew in all directions, dispersing the dust and revealing the dilapidated drill ground. Sima Hong stared at Shen Manjun and said coldly, "Scram. I hate people who do not want face when I give them face. I already said it 6 days ago. As long as he loses to Ling Xian, everything will be fine. Today, this brat does not know what is good for him. Don't blame me for being merciless." There were already many cultivators in the surroundings of the heaven ascending platform. When they heard this, their expressions changed. Sima Hong actually ignored his status and threatened Xiao Chen to admit defeat. This was too shameless. Shen Manjun said sullenly, have you thought of the consequences of killing someone in my heavenly saber pavilion? Sima Hong laughed loudly and said, "What is the heavenly saber pavilion? Do you think you are one of the 10 great sects? I really do not care about you. Since you are not leaving, I will kill you first." Hu Chi! Hu Chi! A sword light surged and 2 strands of sword chi intersected, forming a cross-shaped sword light as it flashed towards Shen Manjun. A slender saber appeared in Shen Manjun's hand. She brought out her 300 years of cultivation at full power. The saber light tore space apart. The cross-shaped sword light carried the might of heaven as it surged over. It broke all the saber techniques Shen Manjun executed, forcing her back 100 steps. Shen Manjun breathed out slightly. In the end, she managed to block the sword light of a martial sage. "You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Sima Hong snorted coldly and appeared before Shen Manjun, who had just blocked the sword light. He brandished his sword and a chain of sword techniques spread out. Dang! 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 The sound of sabers and swords clashing resounded in the air. With every step Sima Hong took, heaven and earth seemed to take a step forward. That boundless aura was not something Shen Manjun could block, no matter how high her cultivation was. Every time Shen Manjun blocked a sword strike, she vomited a mouthful of blood. Her complexion paled even more. Scram! After 9 sword strikes, Sima Hong shouted ferociously. His sword gave off a bright light, and its might increased. The sword light shot out and knocked Shen Manjun back. Shen Manjun's figure shot back like an arrow. She could not retaliate at all as she crashed into a mountain peak. The peak exploded and rocks fell. When Xiao Chen saw Shen Manjun's death, his eyes turned completely cold. He rushed forward and hacked down with his saber. Blue dragon goes to sea. 99 pillars of water shot out from the vast sea behind Sima Hong. The blue dragon leaped out of the water, and a 3-kilometer-long saber light flickered as it tore through the air and hacked down. Sima Hong's expression was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Xiao Chen to not flee and even dare to attack him. When the saber light arrived before him, he had no choice but to execute a screen of swords to block it. Wang! Wang! Sword chi hummed, and the power of the world surged out continuously. They intertwined and formed an indestructible screen of light. It contained the might of the world and seemed eternal and inextinguishable. Battle Sage Origins, Strength Character Formula, 33 times Combat Prowess. Xiao Chen roared wildly. He did not care about the consequences and exhausted all the quintessence in his body in that instant. The moment the might of the saber light approached Sima Hong, its might soared until it reached a frightening level. Bang! The screen of swords containing the might of the world and eternally inextinguishable shattered before this blue dragon goes to sea infused with the strength character formula. The saber light knocked Sima Hong back with a kashwa sound. Sima Hong's clothes were torn, and his flesh was mangled. There was no place on him that was unscathed. He appeared to be in a sorry state. When he fell from the air, he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Unexpectedly, he managed to knock back an inferior-grade martial sage. Furthermore, he is so injured. The onlookers who sensed this were extremely shocked. They did not dare to imagine it. Sima Hong was a martial sage. Unexpectedly, a martial monarch's killing move knocked him back. Xiao! Sima Hong only retreated 100 meters in the air before he regained his footing. The wounds on his body healed at a visible rate. An extremely sinister look flashed in Sima Hong's eyes. Earlier, Xiao Chen managed to block his sword strike. That was already embarrassing enough. Now, Xiao Chen even injured him in front of everyone. Originally, given Sima Hong's strength, even if Xiao Chen executed the strength character formula and the blue dragon goes to sea, he would not have been able to injure Sima Hong. However, Sima Hong had misjudged. He had used only half his strength to defend against the blue dragon goes to sea. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was able to increase the might of the blue dragon goes to sea by 33 times in an instant. Since Sima Hong was caught off guard, he ended up in such a sorry state. Once again, he lost to Shao Chen. Chapter 623. Unexpectedly, there is such a secret technique. It can instantly increase the might of one's martial technique by 33 times. If it were a regular peak martial monarch, they would have been killed by this attack. After Sima Hong calmed down, he thought with some fear in his heart, I have to get rid of this brat. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. If I let him mature, the Sima clan will fall. Seeing Sima Hong stand up again, Shao Chen, who was lying weakly on the ground, could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Using the strength character formula to activate the blue dragon goes to sea was already the strongest killing move that Shao Chen could execute. Once the strength character formula was activated, any fist or leg martial technique would instantly increase its might by 33 times. The first time Shao Chen executed the strength character formula, it was Lu Rui's father who activated it. At that time, he was forced to execute it and could only use it. He did not know the principles behind it. After Shao Chen advanced to martial monarch, he barely managed to learn this secret technique with Ao Jiao's help. Right now, Shao Chen was not very familiar with it. His quintessence was not surging enough. When he executed it like this, not only was his quintessence drained, but his stamina was also completely drained. Without 3 to 5 days of rest, he would not be able to recover. When Shao Chen saw Sima Hong slowly walking over like the Grim Reaper, he calmed down. Even if Shao Chen had to choose again, he would not choose to lose without a fight. He would rather die than lower his head. One only had one breath left to live. Why should one let oneself live in such a sullen manner? That kind of life was not what Shao Chen wanted. There was no point in living there. Shao Chen sheathed the lunar shadow saber and prevented Ao Jiao from appearing. He did not intend to let her fight to the death. Shao Chen had promised the Thunder King that he would not let the lunar shadow saber break again, even if he died. When a cultivator advances to martial sage, his body will be infused with spiritual energy for a long period of time. In the instant he comprehended the world, his physical body will become a sage body. He cannot look at it like a regular cultivator. A regular light injury can recover in a short time. His physical body's defense is also several times stronger than a peak martial monarch's. Although Shao Chen managed to injure his opponent, he didn't injure his foundation, so it's all in vain. Even so, he can still be proud of himself. He's probably the only one in the past thousands of years who's managed to injure a martial saint as a martial emperor. Unfortunately. Outside the heaven ascending platform, some of the cultivators who had rushed over to watch the show revealed expressions of regret as they sighed. Now, no one in the heavenly saber pavilion could stop Sima Hong. One could easily imagine Shao Chen's fate. Sima Hong crossed the distance of 1 kilometer and arrived before Shao Chen in less than 100 steps. As he looked at the weakened Shao Chen on the ground, there was no emotion in his eyes. You should be proud to die at the hands of a martial saint. With a flip of his hand, Sima Hong thrust his sword at Shao Chen's chest at lightning speed. Bang! Just as Sima Hong's sword was about to touch Shao Chen's chest, a strand of scarlet saber chi descended from the sky. It carried a boundless state of massacre as it pierced towards Sima Hong's forehead. That saber chi contained a surging energy. It was like the energy of thousands of people gathered together. There was even a trace of the power of heaven and earth in it. When Sima Hong felt a threat, he sheathed his sword and sent out a sword light to meet the saber chi. Dang! The sword and saber chi clashed, and Sima Hong took 3 steps back. When he looked up, he saw that Jiang Qi had finally arrived with the 2,000 elites of the Divine Saber Camp. These 2,000 bladesmen wore tight robes and held scarlet sabers in their hands. Their eyes were cold as they looked at Sima Hong. There was no fear in their gazes, only a boundless state of massacre. Under Jiang Qi's lead, the 2,000 people formed the blood-slaughtering formation in midair. Everyone's aura merged and formed a vast aura. That strand of saber chi earlier was the result of these 2,000 people working together. This was the first time they truly forced Sima Hong back 3 steps. Jiang Qi said sullenly, Sima Hong, leave now. The heavenly saber pavilion will pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, even if the heavenly saber pavilion fights to the death, we will make you pay a price. Sima Hong smiled coldly and said, ignorant. How can the insignificant heavenly saber pavilion make me pay a price? Today, I will show you the true strength of a martial sage. Bang! Sima Hong pushed off the ground and arrived before Jiang Qi. He brandished his sword and sword lights filled the sky. Every strike infused the power of heaven and earth into the sword technique. The 2,000 divine saber camp disciples drew their sabers at the same time. Relying on the energy of the formation, they focused all their energy on Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi did his best to block. However, when facing Sima Hong, who used his full power, he paled in comparison to the vast power of heaven and earth. Dang! 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 Sima Hong's gaze was calm as he executed all sorts of sword techniques. His speed became faster and his strength became stronger. He forced Jiang Qi to retreat in midair. Unexpectedly, the blood-slaughtering formation formed by 2,000 elites was unable to block the martial sage Sima Hong. You dare to be so impudent with such a dog's hit formation? Break! Sima Hong lost his patience. He gathered all the sword lights together and thrust his sword forward. Jiang Qi's saber technique shattered, and the saber in his hand was knocked away. The sword lights entered Jiang Qi's body and all the accumulated injuries erupted in one breath. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell weakly from the sky. The 2,000 divine saber camp bladesmen, who had been sending energy to Jiang Qi, could no longer hold on. They vomited mouthfuls of blood and fell from the sky like rain. After breaking the blood-slaughtering formation, Sima Hong landed once again. Then, he walked towards Xiao Chen with a boundless killing intent. Fight it out with him. The Supreme Elders, who originally feared Sima Hong's strength, saw Jiang Qi and the other 2,000 fall miserably from the sky. Their eyes filled with hatred as they executed their strongest moves. They released multicolored saber lights in the air and chopped at Sima Hong. Sima Hong revealed disdain as he said, no matter how many ants there are, it is useless. Dang! Dang! Sword lights flickered. Sima Hong's footsteps did not stop. Even when facing these people's attacks, he did not stop. With each step, he swung his sword. With one sword strike, Sima Hong broke the martial techniques that these supreme elders had spent their entire lives researching. He knocked back the heavenly saber pavilion's supreme elders like they were sandbags. They could not retaliate at all. Is this the strength of a martial sage? This is too horrifying. No wonder he is at the top of the pyramid of the Tianwu continent. Even the strength of a sect cannot stop him. The heavenly saber pavilion is probably going to suffer a calamity. The cultivators who rushed over to watch the excitement revealed gloating expressions. The rise of the heavenly saber pavilion was not a good thing for them. Stop him. We cannot let him kill senior brother Xiao Chen. When the heavenly saber pavilion disciples gathered around the heaven ascending platform saw Sima Hong getting closer to Xiao Chen, their blood surged. They could no longer hold themselves back and launched themselves at Sima Hong, all for the sake of stopping Sima Hong and winning a chance for Xiao Chen to survive. You are not even comparable to an ant. How dare you block my way? Sima Hong revealed an impatient expression. He could not even be bothered to swing his sword. Instead, he waved his left hand gently. Wind blew from all directions, forming a strong gust of wind. The heavenly saber pavilion disciples flying over were knocked back a kilometer by the strong wind. The sound of footsteps grew louder and louder. Sima Hong arrived before Xiao Chen once again. He looked at Xiao Chen and said in a cold voice, I never boast. Now, do you know the consequences of your wrong decision? Xiao Chen's pale face was expressionless. He only said coldly, if I don't die, I will wash the Sima clan in blood in the future. Ha ha ha. Who can save you? When Sima Hong heard this, it was like he had heard a joke. He laughed arrogantly, who dares to offend a martial sage to save you? You are still dreaming even at death's door. Go to hell and destroy my Sima clan. Arrogant. Just at this moment, a cold snort came from the horizon. the person who spoke seemed to be far away. However, the voice sounded like it was right beside Sima Hong's ear, speaking softly. These two conflicting feelings merged together. Sima Hong's expression immediately changed. He felt an extremely dangerous aura and quickly turned his head to look. However, before he could react, a wooden box seemed to have traveled through time and space. It suddenly flew over and crashed into Sima Hong. Pu Ci. The small wooden box seemed to contain an unparalleled force. Sima Hong vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. The wooden box landed in front of Xiao Chen with a xiao sound. The words, like the emperor descending personally, were written on the front. No one dared to look at them directly. Sima Hong wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips and shouted angrily, acting all mysterious. The Tianwu continent no longer has Emperor Wu. Die. After Sima Hong spoke, he launched himself at Xiao Chen in an even more ferocious manner. Ka Xie. Ka Xie. The 4 wooden boards of the wooden box fell off one by one. A simple and unadorned saber floated quietly in the air. A horrifying aura spread out from the saber like it could topple mountains and flip seas. Before this aura, Sima Hong was like a drop of water in the vast ocean, unremarkable. The aura was like the vast ocean and as heavy as a mountain. When Sima Hong crashed into this aura, he bounced back in a sorry state. He rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. Divine weapon. Sima Hong's eyes filled with horror. Then, he thought of something. Without saying anything else, he picked up Sima Lingxuan's unconscious body and flew out without looking back. Come, saber. An aged voice rang out. Everyone looked up and saw a gray-robed old man flying over. He casually waved his hand and the divine weapon came out of its scabbard. The heavenly saber pavilion's divine weapon, which had not been drawn for many years, finally saw the light of day again. While in the air, the gray-robed old man waved his hand and grasped the divine weapon, heavenly universe saber. In that instant, the world seemed insignificant under his feet. If a martial sage of the same cultivation steeled himself to run, it would be hard for the other party to stop him. At this moment, Sima Hong had already carried Sima Lingxian 10 kilometers away. In the eyes of the crowd, they were like a black dot in the distant sky. It was so hazy that they could not see the other party's movements. The old man held the divine weapon and swung it at Sima Hong. The divine weapon immediately gave off a bright light, completely covering the light of the sun. Everyone saw an unimaginable scene. Night fell quietly, and countless stars twinkled. The boundless universe seemed to have formed a scroll, and at this moment, it was unfolding. Normally, the most dazzling sun in the eyes of ordinary people was just an unremarkable star among the many stars. Compared to the vast universe, it was extremely insignificant. Chapter 624. Only the beam of light on the divine weapon remained eternal. At this moment, the gray-robed old man holding the divine weapon became the center of the sky dome realm. Xiao! A miserable shriek resounded, and the light scattered. The various mysterious phenomena vanished, replaced by the blazing sun high in the sky. However, the shocking scene just now had left an indelible mark in everyone's hearts. At the end of the horizon, everyone could see the black dot that Sima Hong had turned into. He was like a broken kite, on the verge of falling. The saber chi of the divine weapon severely injured him from 10 kilometers away. Come back. The gray-robed old man shouted ferociously. He spread open his left palm, and a huge suction force formed in the center of his palm, which contained the power of the world. A horrifying whirlpool formed in the air. Sima Hong, who was 10 kilometers away, was covered in blood as he was pulled back uncontrollably. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Sima Hong and Sima Lingxian both landed on the heaven-ascending platform. Under the vast might of the divine weapon, Sima Hong knelt on one knee. His severely injured body could not help but tremble. There was a horrifying wound on his chest from which blood flowed. When Jiang Qi and the other elders below saw the old man arrive, they became very excited. However, because of the might of the divine weapon, they could not go forward to speak with him. Ka-ca. The old man casually waved his hand, and the divine weapon returned to its scabbard. The wooden box returned to its original position and quietly stood beside Xiao Chen. Sima Hong's aura suddenly relaxed, and he fell heavily to the ground. The old man's figure flashed and landed beside Sima Hong. After injuring so many of my Heavenly Saber Pavilion's disciples, do you think that is possible? Sima Hong bowed and said in dissatisfaction, Leng Tianyun, you are just relying on the might of the divine weapon. What capabilities do you have? If you were truly capable, the position of Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master would have been yours. So, it is him, the younger brother of the previous pavilion master. Unexpectedly, he returned. 40 years ago, for the sake of vying for the position of pavilion master, he lost to his elder brother and left in a huff. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for 40 years, he actually stepped into the threshold of martial sage. Upon hearing Sima Hong's words, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They all guessed the gray-robed old man's identity. 40 years ago, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was like the sun in the sky. Furthermore, two absolute geniuses appeared at the same time. Furthermore, they were brothers. Unfortunately, one mountain could not contain two tigers. Leng Tianyun lost to his brother in one move. He had no choice but to give up his position as pavilion master and leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, the demonic calamity 20 years ago caused the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to lose all its elites. The genius pavilion master also died. Since then, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had declined. Otherwise, Sima Hong would not dare to behave atrociously here, boasting that he could destroy the Heavenly Saber Pavilion by himself. Now, at the most critical moment for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Leng Tianyun finally rushed back. Using the divine weapon, he defeated Sima Hong in one move. When Leng Tianyun heard Sima Hong's words, he snorted coldly, ignorant fool. Even if your father were here, he would not dare to say such words. Junior brother Jiang, send someone to hang him at the gates of Saber City. When the Sima clan's people come to pick him up, the Sima clan will have to compensate the Heavenly Saber Pavilion 100-fold. A bona fide martial sage, someone at the top of the pyramid of the continent, was actually going to be hung at the city gates. Just thinking about it gave everyone a headache. Sima Hong got up and leaped forward. He shouted angrily, Leng Tianyun, you dare? Why would I not dare? Leng Tianyun kicked Sima Hong back. The force in his right leg was boundless, scattering the last bit of Sima Hong's quintessence. When Jiang Qi and the other elders heard Leng Tianyun's words, they quickly ordered people to capture Sima Hong. Then, they cuffed him up and dragged him away. Leng Tianyun looked up and saw the other cultivators who had taken advantage of the chaos to sneak in. He immediately came to his senses and quickly fled. Normally, this was a forbidden land. Now that the chaos was over, if they did not leave, it would be problematic if they pursued the matter. When Leng Tianyun saw that this group of people were rather tactful, he withdrew his gaze and ignored them. Senior brother Leng, fortunately you arrived in time. Otherwise, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would have been destroyed, Jiang Qi and the others quickly said respectfully. Leng Tianyun muttered, there is no need to say anything more. Although I have left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, I will not sit back and watch as the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is destroyed. Leng Tianyun waved his hand to stop Jiang Qi and the others from continuing. Then, he turned his head and looked at Xiao Chen, who had already stood up. His eyes revealed deep interest. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, many thanks for senior's help. Leng Tianyun smiled faintly and said, you saved yourself. You were able to resist the temptation of the divine weapon and hand it over to me. Back then, you sowed the seed of today. If not for the divine weapon's warning, would not have rushed over. This is the result. If you could let go of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and go directly to the Haotian sect, Sima Hong would not have dared to play such tricks. In the end, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is a burden to you. However, this will never happen again. I will compensate you for today's matter. Based on Leng Tianyun's words, he was planning to stay in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The surrounding elders all revealed excited expressions, clearly very happy. With such a martial sage guarding the heavenly saber pavilion and able to use the divine weapon, no one in the Sky Dome realm would dare to offend the heavenly saber pavilion in the future. After that, Sima Hong and Sima Lingxian had their cultivations sealed and were hung above Saber City's walls. The commotion caused by the duel between Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian came to an end just like that. Sima Hong, who had a ferocious aura and valiant strength, lost his reputation. He did not even gain any sympathy. When dawn arrived the next day, the Haotian sect's old Feng arrived as well. When he saw Sima Hong above Saber City, he smiled faintly. However, he did not enter the mountain and just left. Actually, old Feng was not particularly worried about Xiao Chen. He was a king-grade true dragon genius with great luck. In the Sky Dome realm, it would be very difficult for him to be killed. All sorts of things would happen. It was like heaven was looking after him, allowing him to escape from death's door. The result was as old Feng expected. The hanging Sima Hong was the best proof. Who could have imagined that a martial sage who attacked a martial monarch would end up in such a state, becoming the joke of the world? But it was this unbelievable thing that really happened in front of everyone's eyes. In the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chen was the bearer of luck. He would not die so easily. Only in the Kunlun realm, where there were many geniuses with great luck, would Xiao Chen run into some fatal danger. 10 days later, the Sima clan's old clan head, who had already retired, personally came to apologize with 200,000 superior grade spirit stones. Only then did he bring back the Sima father and son. When facing Leng Tianyun, who possessed a divine weapon, and the Sima clan being in the wrong, no matter how dissatisfied and sullen he felt, he did not dare to show it. Otherwise, even if Leng Tianyun said to kill the two, the old clan head would not be able to do anything. Comparing 200,000 superior grade spirit stones to a martial sage, the old clan head could still differentiate which was more valuable. Leng Tianyun used half of the 200,000 superior grade spirit stones for the reconstruction of the heaven ascending platform and for the treatment and rewards of the many disciples. The remaining half, 100,000 superior grade spirit stones, were all given to Xiao Chen. Furthermore, Leng Tianyun also refined the inferior grade spirit gathering pearls and gave Xiao Chen 100 of them, fulfilling his promise. Compared to superior grade spirit stones, the effects of spirit gathering pearls were much better. Not only were there more of them, but they were also pure. Given this, Xiao Chen now had 200 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. It would not be enough for him to use them for cultivation every day. He would use them all in a few days. Xiao Chen intended to use the spirit gathering pearls to break through bottlenecks or use them for emergencies. For example, when he suddenly ran out of essence and needed to replenish it. If he had spirit gathering pearls, it would be much easier. In the battle with Sima Hong, Xiao Chen felt a sense of danger. He was still too weak before a martial sage. In the future, when Xiao Chen went to the Kunlun realm, his luck would not be as strong. He could not wait for others to save him at all times. He needed to have his own trump cards. The physical body of a martial sage had already become a sage body. If he did not truly injure the other party, it would be hard to deal any damage to them. Xiao Chen temporarily gave up on severely injuring a martial sage. That was not realistic. Xiao Chen's goal was to be able to leave easily when he met a martial sage. At the very least, he needed to be able to protect himself. Xiao Chen could only raise his blue dragon cloud soaring art to great perfection and see if he could snatch a chance of survival from a martial sage. If the other geniuses of the same generation knew what Xiao Chen was thinking, they would be greatly astonished. They were still thinking about how to break through to martial monarch and how to deal with a medial grade martial monarch. However, Xiao Chen's gaze was fixed on martial sage. He was much stronger than them, leaving them far behind. There was a waterfall at the back of Qingyan Peak. Below the waterfall was a lake 3 kilometers wide. In the past, when Xiao Chen was here, he had cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to consummation. The blue dragon was of the water attribute. Cultivating the blue dragon cloud soaring art in this lake would definitely be faster. While cultivating, time would pass strangely quickly. Perhaps the last time he looked up was the morning sun. In the next moment, he comprehended something, and the sun was already setting. When he looked up, the day and night changed. Loneliness flooded his heart like the tide. The surroundings were silent, only the sound of flowing water could be heard. However, no matter how lonely it was, he had to endure it. In his fight with Sima Hong, Xiaochen had suffered too much. He had nearly lost his life. If he didn't want the same thing to happen a second time, he would have to endure all of this. Roaming Dragon's 9 Transformations. Above the lake, Xiaochen shouted, and a dragon roar resounded endlessly in his chest. His figure flashed, and 9 identical clones appeared on the water. Whoosh! Whoosh! Compared to the Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, these clones did not look any different. However, if one observed carefully, one would discover that each clone had an ethereal dragon-shaped aura surrounding them. This made the clones seem more realistic. Not only were they made of flesh and blood, but they also had a physical form and spirit. Their expressions did not appear dull. Among the small tricks of the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art, the Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations was Xiao Chen's favorite. This move could be used to advance or retreat. When attacking, it could confuse the opponent. When leaving, it would be hard to distinguish the real from the fake. However, it was far from sufficient to deal with a martial sage. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly, and the 9 clones merged together. A resonant dragon roar came from behind him, causing a pillar of water to surge into the sky. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Hu Qi. A strong wind blew. Xiao Chen's body seemed to have turned into a dragon's tail, drawing a long arc on the water surface. As his figure flashed, he created a crescent moon-shaped pillar of water. Chapter 625. In a breath of time, Xiao Chen moved 5 kilometers. Everywhere the strong wind blew, waves splashed. After he stood still, the lake water fell to the ground like a pattering rain. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He muttered to himself, the explosive power of the Blue Dragon Tail Whip is already comparable to Sima Hong's speed. However, it is not enough to increase the explosive power. The most important thing is to raise my basic speed. Time flew by. Xiao Chen stayed on the small lake for 2 months. He cultivated the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art at every moment. He felt that he was not far from great perfection. Now, he circulated the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art. As he soared into the air, the blue dragon image under his feet could exist. It would not be like before, where it could only exist for a short period of time, flickering. Xiao Chen's speed increased by another 20%. However, it was still far from the result he wanted. According to the secret manual, after the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art reaches great perfection, I can materialize another 2 blue dragons to aid in flight. When cultivated to the limit, I can materialize 18 blue dragons. Xiao Chen's face sank slightly. He felt somewhat frustrated. 2 months had passed, and he was still far from his goal of shaking off an inferior grade martial sage. He had only taken a small step forward. His goal was still very far away. He stomped heavily on the surface of the water, and 18 pillars of water shot up into the sky from the calm lake. When they landed, Xiao Chen's eyes widened. When they landed, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and allowed the water to drench his clothes. He slowly calmed his frustrated emotions. Senior brother Xiao Chen, the spirit herbs you wanted are all prepared. Just at this moment, a melodious voice entered Xiao Chen's ears. Jade Maiden Peak's Chu Xinyan arrived quietly. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and circulated his quintessence. A mist rose from his body, and his clothes immediately became very dry. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and walked over to Chu Xinyan. 2 months ago, Xiao Chen had asked Chu Xinyan to look for the other ingredients for the beauty-halting pill. Jade Maiden Peak did not have many spirit herbs. Xiao Chen did not have much time, so he could only find someone to help. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen's Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art had reached a small bottleneck. He needed to go out and exercise for a while, so he decided to refine the beauty-halting pill. Chu Xinyan handed a spatial ring to Xiao Chen and said, I have already found the 99 herbs and spirit flowers that you wanted. They are all in here. Check if there are any mistakes. Xiao Chen accepted the ring and checked it. When he did not find anything wrong, he said happily, Many thanks, junior sister Chu. You have helped me a lot. Chu Xinyan smiled faintly and said with some envy, If I am not wrong, you should be refining the youth-halting pill. It can preserve your appearance for 1,000 years. Elder sister Ryue is really fortunate. Compared to men, women placed more importance on their appearance. They were afraid that time would be merciless and they would lose their youth. Being able to preserve one's appearance for 1,000 years was undoubtedly the dream of every woman. Naturally, Chu Xinyan was no exception. However, she knew that these 99 ingredients would cost a lot of spirit stones. Furthermore, it would not be easy to refine them. Wanting Xiao Chen to help her refine one was too much of an extravagant hope. I will take my leave first. I will not disturb your cultivation any longer. Chu Xinyan stopped thinking about this matter and prepared to take her leave. Xiao Chen called out to stop her, Wait a moment, this is the alchemic recipe for the youth-halting pill. If you have time in the future, you can refine it yourself. Xiao Chen could tell what the other party was thinking. However, some of the ingredients were not suitable. In a few months, Xiao Chen would be leaving. He would not be able to help her refine another one, so he gave the alchemic recipe to her. Chu Xinyan looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief. The alchemic recipe for the youth-halting pill was worth cities. It would not be an exaggeration to say that its price was astronomical. However, Xiao Chen actually gave it to her so casually. After handing the alchemic recipe to Chu Xinyan, Xiao Chen immediately returned to his residence and started to prepare to refine the youth-halting pill. 99 kinds of herbs were arranged neatly on the wooden table. After counting them, Xiao Chen finally took out the blue dragon medicine cauldron. Looking at the blue dragon medicine cauldron with overwhelming spiritual energy, Xiao Chen became somewhat distracted. The image of that otherworldly girl who liked to dress up in men's clothes appeared in his mind. I wonder how she is now. I will be leaving the Sky Dome realm soon. After I refine the youth-halting pill, I should make a trip to the imperial capital. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and muttered to himself. He still owed the other party a promise. If there was an opportunity, it would be best if he could repay it before leaving. Dong! 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 Just as Xiao Chen prepared to refine the pill, a series of knocks on the door made him stop what he was doing. Who could be knocking at this time? Before he came, Xiao Chen had instructed Lu Suifeng not to let anyone disturb him. Xiao Chen waved his long sleeves and put away the herbs on the table, as well as the blue dragon medicine cauldron. Then, he went to open the door. A fragrance wafted over, and a girl in a red dress stood at the door. She looked very pretty, capable of causing the downfall of nations. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and asked, What wind blew princess you here? The person who came was the very popular Princess Ingyu of the great Qin nation. Ingyu said softly, Is it because you obtained the top rank of the true dragon ranking that you dare to speak to me so rudely? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, How could I dare? One does not come here for no reason. Princess, just get straight to the point. Ingyu withdrew her smile and said sullenly, Do you still remember the agreement you made with Feng Feishue? Xiao Chen was stunned. He nodded and said, Naturally, I remember. Back then, outside Mo City, she gave me the blue dragon cloud soaring art, and I made a promise to her. Ingyu said, She is in trouble. She is currently under house arrest by her clansmen. Xiao Chen frowned and said, House arrest? Why? Most of the Feng clan's businesses were personally managed by Feng Feishue. Feng Feishue held great authority in the Feng clan. How could she be under house arrest for no reason? Ingyu organized her thoughts and said, The Feng clan is the second-ranked merchant association in the world. Do you know that the first-ranked merchant association is the Wan Clan Merchant Association? Xiao Chen indicated that he understood. Of the 5 great merchant associations, the great Jin Nation's one clan merchant association was the strongest. Xiao Chen had seen this before in Dragon's Sealing City. Aside from ignorance of tea, all the businesses in Dragon's Sealing City were managed by the Wan clan. Although Dragon's Sealing City was only open for a month, the 1 million people qualified to go were the strongest cultivators in the entire continent. The Wan clan definitely did not lack spirit stones. Just this 1 month of business would be sufficient for the Wan clan to earn a large sum. Xiao Chen obtained some information about the Wan clan merchant association from Kim Tae-ho. It was a very strong faction. The Wan clan had accumulated a lot of wealth. However, he had never heard of anyone extorting the Wan clan. It was impossible for the other party to do so without some accumulations and strength. Otherwise, such a fat sheep would have been eaten up by some strong sects and martial sages long ago. Inu continued, 4 years ago, the Wan clan's young master fell in love with Feng Feishue at first sight. He got the Wan clan's elders to propose marriage to Feng Feishue. The Wan clan is much stronger than the Feng clan. If the Wan clan offended the Feng clan, it would be very difficult for the Feng clan merchant association to do business. Furthermore, many people in the upper echelon of the Feng clan wanted to use this opportunity to build connections with the Wan clan. Thus, this marriage was set. 4 years ago. Xiao Chen recalled some past events. The first time he met Feng Feishue in Mo City seemed to have been 4 years ago. Could it be that back then, Feng Feishue came to Mo City because of this? Did she anticipate this day? Xiao Chen remained silent for a long time before saying, Princess Yu, what is the relationship between the Xiao clan and the Feng clan in Mo City? Given the relationship between Yu and Feng Feishue, as well as the intelligence network of the great Qin nation's royal court, it was impossible for Yu not to know about this. Xiao Chen could not help but ask about the doubts that he had been hiding in his heart. Yu revealed a stunned expression. She asked in surprise, Did your father not tell you? Xiao Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not. Yu muttered, Even so, I cannot tell you. I only ask you if you will fulfill your promise and bear this responsibility, preventing this marriage. Bearing this responsibility would mean becoming enemies with the strongest merchant association in the continent. Although Xiao Chen was strong now, it would be like striking a rock with an egg when facing a superpower. Xiao Chen did not think for too long. He said calmly, Since she has spoken, I will naturally do my best. Yu smiled gently, Feng Feishue did not misjudge you. Just because of these words of yours, it was worth it for her to bear it for 4 years. I need to make some preparations before I can follow you to the imperial capital. Yu nodded, In that case, I will wait for you in Saber City. Feng Feishue's father will be there as well. The main thing is that the old man of the Feng clan just passed away. Her father is not able to hold on much longer. Otherwise, he would be able to drag things out for a while longer. I understand. After Feng Feishue left, Xiao Chen went to the small tree in the courtyard and sat down. Then, he took out 2 medallions from the universe ring and fiddled with them slowly. He revealed a pensive expression. Of the 2 medallions, one was the minor Haotian medallion of the Haotian sect, and the other was the heavenly fiend medallion of the myriad fiend palace. Either medallion could help Xiao Chen ask for a favor from a martial sage at a crucial moment. The favor from 2 martial sages was also the reason why Xiao Chen did not fear the other superpowers when he traveled the world. Martial sages stood at the top of the pyramid of power in the continent. They were not people that any sect could afford to offend. However, it is probably impossible to get them to help me deal with the Wan clan. However, they should be able to keep me alive. The 2 medallions floated quietly in front of Xiao Chen. Finally, Xiao Chen made up his mind. Xiao Chen put away the Haotian medallion and grasped the heavenly fiend medallion tightly with his right hand. I should keep the minor Haotian medallion for when I go to the Kunlun realm. In the end, the Wan clan is just a merchant association. 1 martial sage is sufficient to keep me alive. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and stood on a blue dragon image. He moved up and down in the air, moving at a speed that far surpassed that of a martial monarch of the same cultivation realm, heading for the ancient desolate land. 10 days later, Shao Chen arrived at the Myriad Fiend Palace at the bottom of the Heavenly Extermination Lake. After he presented the Heavenly Fiend Medallion, he was received by Bai's father, Zishuan. After Shao Chen stated his purpose for coming, Zishuan received the Heavenly Fiend Medallion and smiled faintly. "I thought that you would never be able to use this Heavenly Fiend Medallion." Shao Chen asked somewhat uncertainly, "Senior, will you approve of my request?" Zishuan put away the medallion and said softly, "Although the Wan clan is strong, they are still businessmen in the end. I can still protect your life. However, I also have something that I need your help with." Shao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Speak your mind." This junior will do his best to do it. Chapter 626. Zishuan smiled and said, "Bai, Jiang Zimo, and Mu Xinya have already taken the Kunlun realm. If you go to the Kunlun realm, if you have the opportunity, please take care of them." Shao Chen said in surprise, "I remember that the three of them did not make it into the top 20. They did not meet the requirements of the Bushan Palace." Zishuan did not explain further. He said, "The Bushan Palace is only the Bushan Palace of you humans. It is not the Bushan Palace of our fiend race." Shao Chen understood a little. He said, "Definitely. The three of them are my friends. Even if Senior did not say so, I would have done so." After leaving the Myriad Fiend Palace, Shao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. After thinking for a while, he headed for the headquarters of the Great Tang Nation's Golden Rock Merchant Association. Shao Chen did not understand the strength of the Myriad Clan Merchant Association. He needed to find someone he could trust to understand the other party's strength. Of all the people that Shao Chen knew, only Kim Tae-ho understood the Myriad Clan Merchant Association the best. Shao Chen stood on an azure dragon in the air, flying continuously towards the Great Tang Nation's capital, traveling at his fastest speed. Shao Chen's blue dragon cloud soaring art showed signs of making a breakthrough. This was a pleasant surprise. 10 days later, Shao Chen arrived at the Great Tang Nation's capital. However, Kim Tae-ho's whereabouts were unknown. Shao Chen did not see Shao Chen immediately. He only found Shao Chen on the third day after he spread the news. Shao Chen did not like to speak nonsense. He got right to the point and told Shao Chen why he was here. After Fatso heard that, his eyes narrowed. He laughed loudly and said, "To think that this little girl would have such a day. Damn it, she usually snatched away a lot of business from this fat lord." Seeing Shao Chen's unfriendly expression, Kim Tae-ho quickly said, "I was too excited and could not control my emotions. Brother Shao Chen, don't blame me. I will tell you about the strength of the Wan Merchant Association." Kim Tae-ho took a sip of wine and said, "Now that you have advanced to Martial Monarch, the Martial King experts of the Wan clan are not worthy of your attention. I will not talk about this. I will focus on the Martial Monarch experts that the Merchant Association hired." The Wan Clan Merchant Association had a total of 18 large branches in the Tianwu continent. Each branch had 2 Martial Monarch experts. Their cultivations ranged from peak inferior grade Martial Monarch to medial grade Martial Monarch. After all, the Wan Clan's Merchant Association was rich in resources. It would be difficult to find an early stage inferior grade Martial Monarch. Just the branches already had 36 Martial Monarchs. They were several times stronger than the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Shao Chen heard Fatso's explanation, he was slightly astonished. The peak combat power of the Tianwu continent was the martial sage, but there were very few martial sages. There were hundreds of millions of people in the Sky Dome realm. The boundless sea, the ancient desolate land, and the Tianwu continent had more than 100 martial sages. Compared to the vast Sky Dome realm, there were very few martial sages. Furthermore, martial sages were busy comprehending the heavenly Tao. Very few of them would bother with mundane matters. When it came to disputes between ordinary people, martial monarchs were already the peak. To most people, martial sages were legends. Most people only heard of martial sages and rarely saw one. In their hearts, martial monarchs were already peak experts. However, although the 36 martial monarchs were strong, Shao Chen did not care too much about them. As long as they were not superior grade martial monarchs, it would be fine. Kim Tae-ho continued, these are just the strength of the branches. The truly strong ones are the Won clan's headquarters. The headquarters has what they call the 8 great guardian deities, superior grade martial monarchs. The 8 great guardian deities are the nicknames of 8 superior grade martial monarchs. They are very famous and extremely strong. Once, there was a peak martial monarch bandit who wanted to rob the Won clan's headquarters. When the 8 great guardian deities worked together, they destroyed the bandit within 100 moves. The 8 great guardian deities. Xiao Chen made a mental note of them. Then, he looked at the other party and said, they should not be so weak. Otherwise, your Jin clan would not be suppressed by the Won clan. Kim Tae-ho took a big gulp of wine and said, that's right. Rumor has it that the Won clan has a martial sage as well. That is their greatest trump card. After hearing Kim Tae-ho's explanation, Xiao Chen gained a better understanding of the Won clan's merchant association. Everyone only knew about the 8 noble clans and the 10 great sections. Unexpectedly, the great Jin nation had a merchant association that was comparable to a noble clan. In terms of overall strength, many of the noble clans could not compare to the Won clan's merchant association. 36 martial monarchs, the 8 great guardian deities, the martial sages at the top of the pyramid. The Won clan's accumulations were truly horrifying. Seeing that Xiao Chen was about to leave, Fatso hesitated for a while before telling him about Wan Feng's matter. He said, little brother Xiao Chen, the welcoming envoy this time seems to be related to the Won clan. You'd best be mentally prepared. Xiao Chen paused for a moment, but he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. One martial sage was already enough of a headache for him. Unexpectedly, there was another welcoming envoy now. However, since Xiao Chen had already made a promise, there was no longer any chance to go back on it. Even if there was a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, he had to continue forward. Kim Tae-ho watched as Xiao Chen left. He squinted slightly and revealed a contemplative expression on his chubby face. He muttered to himself, the Won clan is not that easy to deal with. Just Xiao Chen alone will not be enough. After a long time, Kim Tae-ho seemed to have made a decision. He said to the manservant beside him, gather all the martial monarchs that the Golden Rock Merchant Association can use in the shortest time possible. Also, invite the Heavenly Craft Manor's Miss Sue over. Damn it, this fat lord will make a bet as well. Roar. Roar. As the blue dragon roared, Xiao Chen soared into the air. He stood on the blue dragon image and rushed back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion without stopping. Ancient desolate land, Great Tang Nation's capital. Traveling back and forth took close to a month. Xiao Chen did not wanting you to take too long. Xiao Chen flew quickly in the air. 10,000 meters in the air, cultivators with good eyesight could see a blue dragon moving up and down in the clouds. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, scattering the clouds in front of it. The white-robed Xiao Chen stood on the dragon's head, facing the wind. No expression could be seen on his delicate face. Chi! Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt that the blue dragon cloud soaring art was about to break through from small perfection to great perfection. This feeling was very miraculous. There was no need for him to circulate the energy of the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His quintessence was like water, slowly flowing through his meridians. Some of the smaller meridians that he would not normally pass through also flowed through. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the azure dragon image under his feet roaring with all its might. Its speed increased explosively, tearing small tears in space. Roar! A resonant dragon roar resounded. The blue dragon cloud soaring art had finally reached great perfection. The quintessence, which had completed a small cycle, returned to his dantian and started to circulate according to the great perfection meridian diagram. Xiao! Xiao! Aside from the blue dragon image below Xiao Chen, 2 more blue dragon images appeared beside Xiao Chen. His speed was more than twice as fast as before, reaching Mach 8. Xiao Chen had not been able to break through his bottleneck after 2 months of closed-door cultivation. He had not expected that he would break through so naturally while flying at his limit. This astonished Shao Chen. However, without those 2 months of bitter cultivation, accumulating a large amount of experience, he would not be able to make such a breakthrough. In the end, it was just a matter of time. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Shao Chen revealed a joyful expression as he executed the Blue Dragon Tail Whip. In that instant, 3 blue dragon images moved at the same time. As the dragon tails swung, they struck Shao Chen heavily. Hu Qi. In that instant, a resplendent azure light streaked across the sky. Everywhere the azure light passed, Shao Chen moved 10 kilometers in one breath. When Shao Chen looked back, there was another Shao Chen standing in the air 10 kilometers behind him. That was an afterimage he left behind because he was moving too fast. After 3 breaths of time, the afterimage slowly faded until it disappeared. Shao Chen smiled gently and said, "In an instant, I moved 10 kilometers to face a martial sage. I finally have a chance to leave." However, the great perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art exhausts too much quintessence. Normally, I only need 1 blue dragon to assist me in battle. After Shao Chen returned to the heavenly saber pavilion, he headed straight for the courtyard where Lang Tianyun was. When he found Lang Tianyun, Shao Chen bowed respectfully and told him why he was here. "Senior, can you lend this junior the divine weapon?" If an ordinary person said this to Lang Tianyun, he would have slapped the person away. How could a divine weapon be lent so easily? However, the one who spoke was Shao Chen. Lang Tianyun could not help but enter deep thought. After a long time, he slowly said, "I can sense a holy seal in your mind. Since Lu Tianyu promised you this opportunity, I will not reject it." "Who?" Lang Tianyun casually waved his hand, and the wooden box containing the divine weapon flew out. Shao Chen stretched out his hand and caught the wooden box. He said softly, "Many thanks, senior." With the divine weapon, Shao Chen felt more confident on this trip. However, he still hoped that he did not have to use it. He just needed to deter the other party. Finally, Shao Chen took out the superior grade inner vest that the Haotian sect had given him from the universe ring. This was a defensive superior grade secret treasure. It could increase his defense by 20%. The favor from the heavenly fiend palaces in Zishuan, the information from Kim Tae-ho, the defensive superior grade secret treasure, and the divine weapon heavenly universe, everything was ready. Shao Chen covered the wooden box containing the divine weapon with a black cloth and carried it on his back. Then, he took a deep breath and headed for Saber City. In an inn in Saber City, the Feng clan's clan head, Feng Tianming, and Ningyu had already been waiting for Shao Chen for more than a month. At this moment, the two of them sat down at a tea table. There was an ancient tea set on the table. An incense burner sat in the upper right corner of the table. Smoke wafted out, refreshing the mind. Feng Tianming wore luxurious clothes and withdrew his aura. He took a sip of tea and said, "Princess Yu, we have already waited for so long. Could it be that Shao Chen is not coming?" Feng Tianming could not help but feel suspicious. Right now, Shao Chen had a great future ahead of him. He stood at the top of the younger generation and was a king-grade true dragon genius. After he entered the Kunlun realm, he would be able to advance to martial sage at the very least. If Shao Chen's luck was good, he might become a second Thunder King if he was not careful. Shao Chen did not want to offend the Strong One clan over something he said 4 years ago, seeking trouble for himself. After all, he had not truly matured yet. Yingyu put down the teacup in her hand and revealed a faint smile on her pretty face. She said, "Don't worry. I understand him. Feishu understands him as well. Otherwise, she would not have endured for 4 years for him." Chapter 627. Feng Tianming sighed and revealed a helpless expression. He muttered, "If only I could be like great-grandfather and become a martial sage, Shuai would not have to suffer like this. You don't have to look for Shao Chen at this time. Our Feng family owes him too much." From the bottom of his heart, Feng Tianming did not want to trouble Shao Chen. However, the old man had passed away. The huge Feng clan was no longer something that he could control alone. Many people who were eyeing the position of clan head started to use Feng Feishue's marriage as an excuse to attack him. If Xiao Chen wanted to get those people to shut up and not let Feng Feishue suffer, he could only get Xiao Chen to make an appearance. There was no other way. Yingyu said softly, "It's fine. Even if Xiao Chen knows why your cousin left the Xiao clan back then, he will not go back on his promise. He is a man of his word. Xiao Chen is such a person. He doesn't make promises, but once he does, he will do his best to fulfill them." Dong dong dong. As the two conversed, someone knocked on the door. Feng Tianming went to open the door and discovered the waiter. "Dear guests, there is a white-robed bladesman downstairs. He says he wants to see you." Yingyu and Feng Tianming exchanged glances and revealed expressions of joy. Xiao Chen finally arrived. It would not be difficult for Xiao Chen to find out where Yingyu and Feng Tianming were in Saber City. The city lord's residents would definitely know the whereabouts of such important people. Xiao Chen followed the waiter and carried the black, squarish wooden box on his back. Soon, he arrived at Yingyu's booth. "I'm sorry. I've prepared too much and made the two of you wait." Xiao Chen cupped his hands and apologized. When Feng Tianming felt the dense quintessence aura from Xiao Chen's body, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. There was also a complicated feeling in his heart. Yingyu stood up and said, "It's fine. Let's go now. This is the Feng clan's clan head, Feng Tianming. He is also Feng Feishue's father." Feng Tianming recovered his wits and said seriously, "Many thanks for your help. Right now, it is very urgent. We can talk about some things on the way. Let's fly back to the imperial capital first." Above the 9 heavens, a huge golden bird stretched out its huge wings, which had a wingspan of over 300 zhang. It soared through the clouds at 6 times the speed of sound, breaking through the sky. 8 people stood on the back of the bird. Aside from Xiao Chen's group of 3, there were 5 of Feng Tianming's bodyguards. These bodyguards were all peak inferior grade martial monarchs. Together, they were a strong force. Feng Tianming explained the situation to Xiao Chen. The martial sage of the Feng clan had passed away, and Feng Tianming's elder brothers had fought for the position of clan head. Using Feng Tianming's rejection of the marriage alliance with the Wan clan as an excuse, they worked together to make things difficult for him, forcing him to fulfill his original promise, allowing the Wan clan's young master to marry Feng Feishue as soon as possible. Feng Tianming respected Feng Feishue's opinion and did not agree. This caused the group of people to reach a stalemate. Furthermore, for some reason, the Wan clan's attitude had become abnormally unyielding. With the secret support of the Wan clan, those people placed Feng Feishue under house arrest, not allowing her to go out. After Xiao Chen heard everything, he entered deep thought. Then, he said, "You mean that if I go over, they will not dare to force Feng Feishue to marry Feng Feishue?" Feng Tianming remained silent for a while before replying, "That is indeed the case." For hundreds and thousands of years, the Xiao clan and the Feng clan had always been connected by marriage. This was the ancestral teachings, which only ended during your parents' generation. Because the blue dragon martial spirit disappeared and the Xiao clan declined, the Feng clan ended the ancestral teachings. Now, you possess the blue dragon martial spirit and are the top ranker of the true dragon ranking. If you say that you want to marry Feng Feishue, that group of people will not dare to say anything. After saying this, Feng Tianming carefully observed Xiao Chen's expression. After all, his cousin, Xiao Chen's birth mother, had been Feng Feishue's cousin. Because she had looked down on Xiao Chen's father's cultivation and the marriage was arranged by the elders, she had no feelings for him. After giving birth to Xiao Chen, she had left the Xiao clan. To Xiao Chen's father, this was a great humiliation. He was afraid that this matter would upset Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. However, great waves surged in his mind. No wonder when Feng Feishue came to the Xiao clan, his father did not even want to see her. No wonder his father was unwilling to seek help from the Feng clan during the Xiao clan's most critical moment. It turned out that he had suffered such humiliation in the past. For the sake of getting rid of him, a woman had even abandoned the son she had just given birth to. This was a huge blow to a man's pride. Xiao Chen calmed himself and said, "Let's talk when we get there. The matters of my father's generation have nothing to do with me. It will not affect my decision." When Feng Tianming heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief and did not say anything more. 5 days later, after passing through countless cities, the group finally arrived at the bustling imperial capital. Then, they landed in front of the huge Feng clan residence. "Greetings, clan head." "Greetings, clan head." The 2 rows of guards in front of the residence bowed respectfully and greeted Feng Tianming. The doors to the residence opened, and a person who looked like a housekeeper came out. Feng Tianming quickly led the group into the residence. The Feng clan residence occupied a large area. As the group passed through several gardens and corridors, they met countless servants along the way. Several people paid attention to Xiao Chen, whispering to each other. They wondered if he was the genius king grade white-robed bladesman on the true dragon ranking. "Uncle Fu, call my big brother and the others to the Great Hall. I have something to say to him," Feng Tianming said to the old man who looked like a housekeeper. "There is no need to look for him. I am already here." Just at this moment, a middle-aged man with an overbearing aura led a large group of people around a bend in the road in front of Feng Tianming and the others. This was Feng Tianming's big brother, Feng Tianhua. He had a sinister smile on his face and a sword hung at his waist. His gaze was cold, like a venomous snake in the dark night. Feng Tianming ignored the other party's attitude. He raised his hand and said, "You came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you." Feng Tianhua chuckled and said, "I happen to have something to discuss with you as well." "Tianming, you came at the right time." Feng Tianming frowned slightly. He did not know what the other party was planning. He said, "Come with me to the Great Hall first. Later, I will gather all the elders of the clan. You can speak then." "Ha ha. There is no need for you to gather the elders." Feng Tianhua smiled sinisterly. 3 days ago, niece Feishue and her aunt were brought to the Great Jin Nation by the Wan clan. 7 days later, the Wan clan will hold a wedding ceremony. At that time, all the famous people of the continent will attend the wedding. The moment Feng Tianhua said this, Xiao Chen and the others were stunned. Feng Tianming shouted angrily, "Feng Tianhua, who is the clan head? Do you want me to beat you up and send you to the clan's disciplinary hall? Beat me up and send me to the disciplinary hall?" Feng Tianhua smiled coldly and retorted, "What qualifications do you have to beat me up and send me to the disciplinary hall? Do you know the relationship between the welcoming envoy of the upper realm and the Wan clan? How foolish. The Feng clan nearly died because of you. Do you know that? The welcoming envoy is the grandson of that major character of the Wan clan. 3 days ago, it was that welcoming envoy who personally brought niece Feishue away." Feng Tianhua spat out these 3 sentences at an extremely fast speed, causing the atmosphere in the air to freeze. Feng Tianming's expression could not help but change. He had not expected things to become so troublesome. He muttered, "There were rumors long ago that the Wan clan's martial sage spent a lot of effort to send his grandson to the upper realm through Dragon Sealing City 10 years ago. Unexpectedly, the other party managed to make a name for himself. For Wan Feng to be able to become the welcoming envoy of the Bushan Palace, his strength in the Kunlun realm was definitely not to be underestimated. His connections were also very extensive. With this trip, the Wan clan had probably established a connection with the upper realm. In the next 1,000 years, the Wan clan's position in the Tianwu continent would be even more unshakable." Feng Tianhua smiled coldly as he shouted, "Now, do you know who the true sinner of the Feng clan is? A marriage alliance with the Wan clan will only bring benefits to our Feng clan. Unexpectedly, you keep making excuses. You are simply trying to push the Feng clan into a dead end. You only care about your own personal interests. What qualifications do you have to be the Feng clan's clan head? The Feng clan's vast business concerns the interests of tens of thousands of people. What face do you have to cling to the position of clan head? With the support of the Wan clan, Feng Tianhua did not care about Feng Tianming at all. Using the resources that the Wan clan provided, he managed to bribe several of the upper echelon of the clan. Right now, Feng Tianhua wanted to take advantage of the situation to remove Feng Tianming from the position of clan head and become the clan head himself, fulfilling his dream of several decades. Feng Tianhua took another heavy step forward and pointed at Feng Tianming's nose. He said, 30 years ago, when the old man chose you to be the clan head, I was already unconvinced. Look at the current Feng clan. It is nearly suppressed by the great Tang nation's Jin clan. What capabilities do you have to be the clan head? Chapter 628. There were many people behind Feng Tianhua, all of whom were his supporters. They also stepped forward and pointed out Feng Tianming's faults. The other party's aura surged, suppressing the enraged Feng Tianming in an instant. Then, the other party pressed on. Feng Tianming's heart burned with rage. Not only had Feng Tianhua sold his daughter, but he had also turned around and accused him of all sorts of wrongdoings, wanting to remove him from the position of clan head. It was simply unreasonable. However, his brothers of the same generation were all standing on the other party's side at this moment, making it impossible for him to defend himself. He couldn't even come up with an argument. Feng Tianming, I'll give you some face. Step down from the clan head position now. Otherwise, we will hold a general assembly of elders to publicly accuse you of your crimes. Not only will you lose the clan head position, but you will also be sent back to the disciplinary hall. Feng Tianhua revealed a sinister smile. He appeared very confident. The clan head position was already in his bag, no one could change that. Elder brother Tianming, since ancient times, the clan head position has always belonged to the capable. Since you are incapable, you should step down. In any case, even if we hold a general assembly of elders, we will still vote for big brother Tianming. Whether you step down or not, the result will be the same. Step down as soon as possible. If you are incapable, then stop clinging on to the position. The people behind Feng Tianhua all spoke up, putting a lot of pressure on Feng Tianming. Feng Tianhua's lips curled up in a cold smile as he looked at Feng Tianming, quietly waiting for his answer. How boring. Xiao Chen was no longer interested in listening to such an argument. He did not know what Feng Tianming was hesitating about. The other party clearly wanted him dead, so what was the point of being so wishy-washy? Feng Feishua had already been taken away. Right now, the most important thing was to rush to the great Jin nation and bring her back. Xiao Chen did not have time to waste on this bunch of unscrupulous people. He was a man, he should be decisive. Roar. A dragon roar came from his body. Xiao Chen remained expressionless. He could not be bothered to waste his breath on Feng Tianming. Suddenly, he executed Berserk Dragon and charged at Feng Tianming. The dragon roared, and the image of a blue dragon appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. As it moved up and down, it carried an intense wind with it. The tyrannical dragon head surged forward. This punch was incredibly powerful, and it came without any warning at all. Feng Tianhua, who was still waiting for an answer, was given a fright. He had never expected that someone would attack him in public at this time, and in such a ruthless manner. Caught off guard, he didn't even have the chance to draw his sword. Taking a step back, Zhang Xian punched out with his right fist. Jin Yuan surged in his body, intending to block the punch. Bang! The two fists collided, and a berserk chi exploded, forming a terrifying shockwave that forced some of the people in the surroundings to retreat. Cracks appeared on the sturdy stone pillars on both sides of the corridor, as if they would collapse at any moment. Feng Tianhua felt a sweet taste in his throat and blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His opponent's chi had actually directly shattered his true essence and injured his internal organs. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in the Feng clan? Are you tired of living? Feng Tianhua shouted angrily. Xiao Chen did not bother speaking nonsense with Feng Tianhua. The other party was a medial-grade martial monarch. Xiao Chen needed to take advantage of the momentum of this punch to take him down. Otherwise, if Feng Tianhua recovered his wits and stabilized himself, he would be in big trouble. The blue dragon image under Xiao Chen's feet roared ferociously. As it moved up and down, Xiao Chen arrived before Feng Tianming in the blink of an eye. Then, he circulated all his vital qi. Even without infusing his quintessence, Xiao Chen's punch and claw contained 500 tons of force. His attacks were incredibly fast, and the circulation of his vital qi was faster than his quintessence. Bang! 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 Feng Tianhua only had time to circulate half of his quintessence to deal with Xiao Chen's attacks. Then, Xiao Chen forced him to retreat. A strong wind blew, and wounds of various sizes covered his body. Damn it! Scram! Forced into such a sorry state by a junior before everyone, Feng Tianhua finally flared up. His quintessence burned on the surface of his body. Tianhua was forced to burn his quintessence. The people who had retreated from the winding corridor were astonished as well. Feng Tianhua had been a medial-grade martial monarch for a long time already. Unexpectedly, he was forced to burn his quintessence so quickly. What was even more shocking was that when Feng Tianhua, who had burned his quintessence, punched at Xiao Chen, he did not manage to knock Xiao Chen back. Facing Feng Tianhua, who had burned his quintessence, Xiao Chen was not surprised. He had expected this. He merged his vital qi and quintessence, and his attacks did not stop. The surging shockwaves exploded with a loud rumble, causing the air to reflect blurry traces. Feng Tianhua took 10 steps back, but Xiao Chen only took 8 steps back. Boom! The winding corridor could no longer endure the shockwaves of the two's attacks. With a loud bang, it collapsed, turning into rubble. Bang! 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 The two exerted their strength at the same time, blasting the falling rocks into powder and scattering them with the wind. When Feng Tianhua saw that he could not gain the upper hand even after burning his quintessence, his expression turned terrifyingly sullen. Then, he placed his right hand on the sword at his waist. Elder brother Tianhua is going to draw his sword. That brat is finished for sure. That's right. Elder brother Tianhua's sword intent has reached 40% comprehension long ago. When he draws his sword, he will be able to defeat this person in 10 moves. This brat has to die. Even with Feng Tianming protecting him, it will not work. Feng Tianhua's cousins spoke in a few words. Clearly, they were frustrated with the sudden appearance of Xiao Chen. Xiao! Xiao Chen drew his sword, and a surging sword intent spread out. The entire sword trembled continuously. In that instant, all the swordsmen felt their swords tremble uncontrollably. Feng Tianhua leaped up, and his gaze turned sinister. He focused his quintessence on his sword, combining it with his 60% comprehended sword intent to form a sharp sword light. The group of people all revealed joyful expressions. After defeating this brat, Feng Tianming would have another crime to bear. Chang! Chang! However, before these people could withdraw their smiles, the lunar shadow saber at Xiao Chen's waist had already been drawn. The 60% comprehended saber intent, combined with the quintessence in his body, formed a dazzling purple saber light. Ka-sie. When the saber light and the sword light clashed, there was no chance at all. The sword light was like a piece of wood, breaking in half. When the light faded, only half of Feng Tianhua's sword remained. The other half shattered in the air, turning into a rain of swords that shot out in all directions, creating tiny cracks in space. When Xiao Chen swung his saber, he chopped the other party's sword in half, defeating his opponent miserably. Such strength not only rendered Feng Tianhua's group speechless, but it also shocked Feng Tianming to the point of gaping. This sword had followed Feng Tianhua for several decades. His mind was already connected to it. After the sword broke, he immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood. Feng Tianhua revealed an expression of disbelief on his pale face. He asked sullenly, "Who exactly are you? You are already about to die. Why ask so many questions?" Xiao Chen stomped on the ground and sent out a barrage of saber lights. Feng Tianhua, who did not have a weapon in hand, was reduced to a sorry state. Xiao Chen's saber intent enveloped Feng Tianhua's body. Based on his stance, he intended to kill Feng Tianhua, not even giving him a chance to flee. The expressions of Feng Tianhua's group immediately changed. They all soared into the air and charged at Xiao Chen, trying to save Feng Tianhua. However, these people were only half-step martial monarchs. After all, martial monarchs were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. The essence attacks could not break Xiao Chen's quintessence shield. There was no need to worry about them. All he needed to do was dodge some of the killing moves. After severely injuring Feng Tianhua with one saber strike, Xiao Chen turned his attention to the other minor characters. He executed the Thunder Shadow Chop, and after images flickered. Xiao Chen instantly sent out 7 saber strikes, knocking down the people who had been harassing him. All of them had pained expressions on their faces. Feng Tianhua and his group of people, who had come with surging auras, had all been defeated at Xiao Chen's hands. At this moment, they no longer had their earlier grandeur. No one dared to say anything. Yingyu watched as Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. A look of admiration flashed in her beautiful eyes. She said softly, "Mr. Feng, are you still unable to make up your mind? They have the Wan clan as their backer. You have the great Qin nation's royal court as well. The royal court will not sit idly by and watch as the Wan clan swallows up the Feng clan's businesses." Feng Tianming's heart turned cold. He knew that there was no room for negotiation. He instructed the 5 people behind him, "These people colluded with outsiders and are up to no good. Leave none alive. Kill them all." Xiao Chen ignored the 5 people who killed Feng Tianming. He walked straight to Feng Tianming and said, "Prepare the best warship. We should be able to rush back in 7 days." Feng Tianming shook his head and said, "A regular warship will not be able to reach the great Jin nation in 7 days. That Wan Feng will definitely be using the Bushan Palace's warship." Yingyu said, "Use our Imperial Dragon Legion's flagship, the Imperial Dragon. Although it cannot compare to the Bushan Palace's warship, if we plan the route well, we should be able to rush back in 5 days." Feng Tianming's eyes lit up. He quickly said, "Many thanks, Princess Yu." Yingyu smiled gently and said, "I cannot leave the great Qin nation. I will not be able to accompany you this time. I will lead people to support you at the border." On the surface, the great Qin nation's royal court could not afford to offend the Wan clan. Xiao Chen and Feng Tianming both understood this. Yingyu being able to send the Imperial Dragon Legion's flagship was already a great help. After Feng Tianming used his lightning-fast methods, the chaotic situation finally stabilized. As for the Elders' Assembly, Feng Tianming was no longer in the mood to convene it. Inside the Great Hall, Feng Tianming held a map as he discussed the route of travel with his 5 bodyguards. There was no way to travel in a straight line in the sky. For example, there would be many horrifying high-ranked flying spirit beasts blocking the way. In some places, there would be spatial storms. Anything that entered would be shredded to pieces. There were also places controlled by ancient clans. Without permission, one could not pass. Going by a regular trade route, even with the Imperial Dragon, it would take 7 days to travel from the imperial capital to the great Jin nation's Wan clan's headquarters. Hence, Xiao Chen had to choose a place that he normally avoided and forcefully break through to save time. Xiao Chen placed the wooden box wrapped in black cloth on his back on the table. Then, he sat at the side and closed his eyes to rest. "After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiao Chen, we have already chosen the route. We intend to directly break through the Black Smoke Mountain range. That way, we can save 2 days." Chapter 629. Feng Tianming walked over and said to Xiao Chen. After seeing Xiao Chen's strength, Feng Tianming could no longer ignore his strength. So he came over to seek his opinion. Xiao Chen knew a little about the Black Smoke Mountain range. A rank 7 flying spirit beast, the Black Smoke Condor, rested at the highest peak of the mountain range. They were not high in rank, but there were many of them. Each time they moved, there would be at least 10,000 of them. Regular merchant groups would circle around the vast Black Smoke mountain range, taking a long journey. Although it was time-consuming, it was safe. There are 3 places we can break in. We feel that the Black Smoke Condor is the easiest. The other 2 places are much more troublesome. Then, Feng Tianming explained the situation of the other 2 places to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt that there was nothing wrong, so he agreed to make his breakthrough in the Black Smoke mountain range. Feng Tianming glanced at the wooden box wrapped in black cloth. He felt somewhat curious, but he did not ask anything. An hour later, the enormous golden warship, Imperial Dragon, flew over. The few of them didn't waste any time and directly walked up to the bow. When the Imperial Dragon flew at full speed, it could reach Mach 7, much faster than a regular martial monarch. Furthermore, it did not need to stop to rest. It was perfect for traveling. Around the hull of the ship, there was a faint layer of protective shield, blocking the air outside. Feng Tianming stood on the warship's bow with an extremely grave expression. The Wan clan had a martial sage. If the other party was not willing to hand over Feng Feishue, they would be at their wits' end. Feng Feishue had not gone willingly. Without Feng Tianming and the others' help, Wan Feng would not have been able to bring her away. If Feng Tianming had killed this person earlier, things would not have been as difficult as they were now. Feng Tianming blamed himself. Xiao Chen, what cultivation realm has your combat prowess reached? Now that things had reached this point, there was no point in overthinking it. Feng Tianming collected his thoughts and started chatting with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was only an inferior grade martial monarch. However, he had beaten the medial grade martial monarch, Feng Tianhua, to the point where he could not retaliate. Feng Tianming wanted to know Xiao Chen's true strength. Based on the standards of the Sky Dome realm, a regular superior grade martial monarch would not be a match for me. As for the Kunlun realm's martial monarchs, I cannot say much about them, Xiao Chen said directly, not hiding anything. Feng Tianming felt startled in his heart. Despite such shocking strength, Xiao Chen spoke of it so casually. However, the other party no longer used the standards of the Sky Dome realm to measure him. Such a mentality was understandable. The spiritual energy in the Kunlun realm was several times denser than in the lower realms. Although they were both inferior grade martial monarchs, the Kunlun realm's martial monarchs had much more essence than the lower realm martial monarchs. There was even a rumor that the bottlenecks of cultivators in the Kunlun realm were even harder to break through than in the lower realms. However, once one succeeded in breaking through, the benefits of the body were not something that the lower realms could compare to. There were many more high-ranked cultivation techniques in the Kunlun realm than in the Sky Dome realm. The quality of martial monarchs was not something the lower realms could compare to. Along the way, the two did not run into any trouble. Soon, the Black Smoke mountain range appeared before their eyes. A long stretch of pitch-black clouds lingered in the sky above the many peaks. After the Imperial Dragon appeared, the dark clouds quickly drifted over. One would only notice them when they got close. The so-called dark clouds were actually formed from numerous black smoke eagles, and they covered the sky and blotted out the sun. Merely this impetus caused one's heart to palpitate without end. Feng Tianming said somewhat anxiously, the energy barrier will not be able to block all the black smoke condors. The beaks of those black smoke condors are extremely sharp, they can easily pierce through any metal. You and I need to kill all the black smoke condors that barge in quickly. Otherwise, the ship will be pecked through, and we will be forced to land. The situation was dire. Xiao Chen understood that the other party was not lying. He placed his right hand on his saber hilt and waited quietly for the black smoke condors to attack. There were no royal clan members on the Imperial Dragon. Feng Tianming's 5 personal guards controlled the warship. They could only rely on Xiao Chen and Feng Tianming to defend it. Bang! 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 Black shadows covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked. Everywhere they looked, they were all sturdy black smoke condors, their bodies emitting thick black gas. The black smoke condors' beaks were like iron hooks and their claws were even harder than frost iron. They continuously struck the Imperial Dragon's energy barrier. At this moment, the huge warship seemed as small as an ant. It swayed left and right, rocking continuously. Xiao Chen stood on the deck and closed his eyes, not moving at all. He only used his spiritual sense to scan every corner of the warship, not missing a single spot. Feng Tianming's expression turned even graver. If not for the fact that he was in a rush for 2 days, he would not have taken this risk. Caw! There was a crisp sound, and a small crack appeared in the energy barrier. Soon, a hole appeared, and a black smoke condor let out a shrill cry as it entered. Xiao! However, before the black smoke condor could move, a saber light flashed, and the huge black smoke condor was chopped in half. When Feng Tianming saw Xiao Chen kill a black smoke condor at lightning speed, he calmed down. He leaped up and arrived before the hole. Then, he placed his hands on the energy barrier. Xiao Chen's quintessence flowed out from his hands and quickly mended the hole. The warship's defensive formation provided the energy barrier. As long as the formation did not break, it could be mended in an instant. This was why Feng Tianming dared to choose this place as his breakthrough point. Caw! 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 A few more holes appeared, and 10 odd black smoke condors flew over from all directions. Their ferocious auras spread out. These black smoke condors were crafty. They did not clash head-on with Xiao Chen. Instead, they flew to the sides of the warship and the deck, trying to destroy it. Thunder Shadow Chop. Xiao Chen soared into the air, and a blue dragon image moved under his feet. He took 7 steps in the air and killed a black smoke condor with 1 saber strike. Then, the 7 afterimages merged. Xiao Chen swung his saber and instantly killed the remaining 3 black smoke condors, not giving them any chance to retaliate. Xiao Chen, do you need help? Feng Tianming asked as he mended the hole. Xiao Chen replied sullenly, there's no need. Just focus on mending the hole. The two split up the work. Xiao Chen was responsible for killing the black smoke condors while Feng Tianming focused on mending the hole. Under the intense fluctuations, the warship moved forward, wobbling. At the most dangerous moment, more than 100 holes appeared. Xiao Chen executed the Thunder Shadow Chop 5 times in a row. However, he still could not clear out all the black smoke condors in a short time. When a black smoke condor landed on the deck, it pecked ferociously with its long beak. A deep crack immediately appeared in the tough deck. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen used the purple thunder arrow and veritable flame to kill the black smoke condor, avoiding a calamity. After flying like this for 4 hours, the Imperial Dragon was 500 kilometers away from the Black Smoke mountain range. Only then did the black smoke condors slowly leave. When the dark clouds scattered and they saw the sky again, the two heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Feng Tianming said somewhat joyfully, fortunately, we managed to pass. The warship's spirit stones are almost depleted. If we had held on for another 15 minutes, the energy barrier would have failed. The energy barrier around the warship had already dimmed significantly. Its defensive capabilities were at least 10 times weaker than before. Feng Tianming was not lying. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly frowned. He quickly said, there is danger. Quintessence, protect yourself. Feng Tianming's face sank. Although he was astonished, he still did as Xiao Chen said. Quintessence spread out from his entire body, forming a nearly solid light barrier. Bang! 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 10 dazzling beams of light shot out from 10 kilometers in front. In an instant, they struck the dimmed energy barrier, not giving the Imperial Dragon any chance to turn around. Boom! An intense explosion resounded, and the Imperial Dragon exploded in the air, turning into a clump of light. Countless fragments flew everywhere. Xiao Chen and the others quickly fell to the ground. 10 warships stood in the distant sky. A person stood on the bow of the leading warship. As he looked at the Imperial Dragon, which had turned into a clump of light, he smiled faintly and said, "You can't even withstand a single blow. Let's go." The 10 ancient demonic energy cannons had exhausted a total of 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Even if the Imperial Dragon's energy barrier was intact, it would still be somewhat lacking. Now that the energy barrier was practically useless, it would be even worse. Xiao Chen and Feng Tianming had used their quintessence to protect themselves in advance. Furthermore, the warship had blocked some of the shockwaves from the ancient demonic energy cannons. Hence, they did not suffer any serious injuries. Although the other 5 had not received any warning, they had been inside the warship. Hence, the shockwaves were much weaker, and their injuries were not that serious. However, now that the warship was destroyed, it would be impossible for them to rush back before Feng Feishue's wedding. After the group landed, Feng Tianming said hatefully, "The Wan clan's people are too ruthless. Unexpectedly, they ambushed us here in advance." With the warship destroyed, there was no way for them to rush back in advance. By the time the wedding was over, everything would be settled. What was done was done. No one would be able to salvage the situation. Xiao Chen remained calm and collected as he glanced at Feng Tianming's bodyguard. Then, he pulled off the strip of cloth covering his forehead and said, "Take my throne and rush over." Although it is slower than the Imperial Dragon's warship, it is still faster than a cultivator over a long distance. The explosive speed of a cultivator was faster than a regular warship. However, it was troublesome for a cultivator to replenish their quintessence. Traveling for a long time would not be as efficient as using a secret treasure. A light flickered, and a mysterious scarlet throne floated quietly on a clump of red clouds in front. Xiao Chen took the lead and landed on the throne. He said calmly, "Come up quickly. If I use my full power, we should still be able to make it." Feng Tianming's group of 6 stood on the clump of red clouds in shock. Clearly, they found this secret treasure very miraculous. Xiao! A scarlet light flickered as Xiao Chen operated the scarlet throne. It turned into a scarlet arrow high in the sky and quickly headed for the great Jin nation. Feng Tianming smiled happily and said, "Xiao Chen, it is fortunate that you have this move. Otherwise, we would have to return empty-handed." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not deny it. Instead, he used his spiritual sense to observe the expressions of Feng Tianming's 5 bodyguards. After a while, Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense. He had a rough idea of what was going on. The headquarters of the Wan Clan's Merchant Association was an independent city in the Great Jin Nation called Wan Clan City. This city was several times larger than Mo City. 3 days later, the group arrived outside Wan Clan City. The city walls were filled with red lanterns. There was a festive atmosphere at the city gates. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. Ha ha! The wedding of the Wan Clan's young master is really grand. I heard that the disciples of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans are all rushing over to offer their congratulations. Chapter 630. That is natural. The Wan Clan is as wealthy as a nation. The 10 great sects and 8 noble clans all have business dealings with them. Now that the Wan Clan's young master is getting married, we have to give them some face. I heard that the bride is also a top-notch beauty. She is the female head of the Flying Snow Merchant Association. With this strong alliance, the Wan Clan will become even stronger in the future. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go in quickly. Tomorrow is the official wedding. No matter what, we have to go and join in the fun. As Xiao Chen, Feng Tianming, and the others stood not far from the city, they heard the discussions of the passers-by. Feng Tianming sighed and said, "At least we are not late. If we were 1 day late, we would not have been able to do anything." Xiao Chen said calmly, "Let's enter the city and find a place to sit down first. During the wedding tomorrow, we just need to clarify things with the Wan Clan's people." Xiao Chen's group concealed themselves a little. After they handed over the wedding gifts, they successfully snuck in. Although it was deep into the night, the Wan Clan city was brightly lit and bustling with activity. There were lanterns and colored banners everywhere, looking very festive. Xiao Chen was in his room, cultivating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and his lips curled up. He smiled faintly and said, you finally revealed your tale. Using his spiritual sense, one of Feng Tianming's bodyguards sneakily opened the door and looked around to make sure no one was around. Unfolding his body, he quickly slipped out of the inn and flew out of the city. Xiao Chen opened the window and left behind a strand of spiritual sense to follow. Then, he followed from a distance. His gaze was cold and emotionless, and a faint killing intent spread out. Aside from Xiao Chen and Feng Tianming, only the 5 bodyguards knew the route Xiao Chen's group took to break through the Black Smoke Mountain range. Feng Tianming would not doubt this. Xiao Chen, the trusted aide who had followed him for many years, would. There could not be such a coincidence in the world. Coincidentally, the Imperial Dragon warship's energy barrier was weakened to its limit, and it received 10 shots from the peak demonic energy cannons. There was definitely a traitor. After releasing the Scarlet Throne, Xiao Chen had been observing the expressions of the 5 guards. The fluctuations in the expression of the guard called Heng did not escape his notice. As expected, Zhang Heng could no longer hold himself back the moment the group arrived at the Wan clan city. This person was extremely cautious. He seemed to have sensed that someone was following him, and he released his perception force several times to search the surroundings. He even set up a misleading formation to draw out Xiao Chen. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's divine sense could track him from 5 kilometers away. With his perception, he couldn't detect Xiao Chen at all. After a few fruitless attempts, Zhang Heng felt that he was being a little paranoid, so he began to rush at full speed. After a while, he arrived at a remote pavilion. In front of the pavilion, there were cultivators dressed in the attire of the Wan clan's standing guard. Zhang Heng stepped forward and handed over a token, and the guards in front of the pavilion immediately let him in. The pavilion was heavily guarded, and it was obvious that it was an important place of the Wan clan. However, Xiao Chen had his spiritual sense and did not need to barge in. He gently landed on a roof and followed Zhang Heng's line of sight to see the situation inside clearly. Zhang Heng arrived at a wing of the pavilion. 2 people had been waiting there for a long time. Xiao Chen recognized one of them. This person was the welcoming envoy of the Bushan Palace, Wan Feng. The person beside Wan Feng was a handsome youth dressed in magnificent clothes with a decorative hat on his head. Compared to Wan Feng, this person was also a rare and elegant youth. However, he had a worldly air to him. In comparison, this person's aura was much weaker. From the conversation between the two, Xiao Chen found out this person's identity. This person was called Wan Shan, and he was the one who married Feng Feishue. Wan Shan looked at Zhang Heng with some surprise. He said, "I received news that you were shot down near the Black Smoke Mountain range. How did you arrive at my Wan clan city so quickly?" Zhang Heng did not hide anything as he said, "Xiao Chen has a strange throne's secret treasure. It does not consume spiritual energy to fly, and it is extremely fast. Without that throne, Feng Tianming would not have been able to rush over." Wan Shan frowned slightly and asked, "The king-grade true dragon genius, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen?" Zhang Heng nodded and said, "That's right, that's him. The Xiao clan seems to have a marriage agreement with the Feng clan's ancestor, so Feng Tianming invited him over. Here are 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones and a void-breaking pill. Tell me where they are staying, and you may leave." Wan Shan had not expected this matter to involve Xiao Chen. He felt a headache coming on. He took out a spatial ring and tossed it to Zhang Heng before waving his hand. Zhang Heng had obtained the benefits that he wanted. He revealed an excited expression and withdrew in satisfaction. "Cousin, this Xiao Chen is not easy to deal with. The last time Sima Lingxian advanced to martial monarch, he did not even last one move against him. I have no idea what his limits are." Wan Shan looked at Wan Feng and said, "Furthermore, it is probably not convenient for my great-grandfather to make a move. Xiao Chen possesses the luck of the Sky Dome realm. If a martial sage makes a move against him, there will be dire consequences." Wan Feng smiled faintly and said, "How strong can a lower realm martial monarch be? You can rest assured and go hug your beauty. Leave this Xiao Chen to me." Seeing that Wan Shan still seemed worried, Wan Feng said softly, "According to the Sky Dome realm, that Zhang Heng is a peak inferior grade martial monarch. I am also only an inferior grade martial monarch. However, I will not even use 10% of my strength to deal with him. Not even using 10% of my strength to deal with a peak inferior grade martial monarch. Wan Shan exclaimed, really? Wan Feng withdrew his smile and said with a grave expression, the Kunlun realm is a great realm that you cannot imagine. What does a martial monarch count for there? Don't worry. If Xiao Qin comes to cause trouble, I will be the first to stop him. Remember to act quickly and swallow up the Feng clan as soon as possible. This time, I need to bring back 1 million superior grade spirit stones. There are too many people to bribe. Wan Shan nodded and said, no problem. Given the wealth that the Feng clan has accumulated over 1,000 years, they will definitely be able to take out 1 million superior grade spirit stones. Up on the roof, Xiao Qin withdrew his spiritual sense and revealed an expression of contemplation. It turned out that the Wan clan had already made up their mind to swallow up the Feng clan. The Wan clan probably had a special channel to send some of the resources they plundered to the upper realms Wan Feng. Otherwise, the Wan clan would not have risen so quickly. Xiao Qin casually glanced around and found Zhang Heng. Then, he smiled faintly and collected his thoughts. Xiao. Under the full moon, Xiao Qin gently moved. His white robes were like a specter in the night as he silently landed in front of Zhang Heng. Young Master Xiao, why are you here? Zhang Heng had obtained more than 10,000 superior grade spirit stones out of nowhere and the void-breaking pill for breaking through his bottleneck. When Xiao Qin saw Xiao Qin suddenly appear, he was startled and exclaimed loudly. Xiao Qin stared at the other party and did not say anything. He withdrew his killing intent and silently placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Zhang Heng felt guilty. When Xiao Qin looked at him, he felt goosebumps. Under the huge mental pressure, he could not help but tremble. A deathly silence spread out in the surroundings. Xiao Qin said calmly, break your meridians yourself. Don't force me to make a move. At this moment, Zhang Heng could already guess that his whereabouts had probably been exposed. At first, he wasn't just being paranoid. A ruthless look flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes as he suddenly attacked. His quintessence surged, and a fist wind tore through space, punching at Xiao Qin. However, when Zhang Heng was about to attack, he suddenly changed his move and retreated. It turned out that this was just a feint to confuse Xiao Qin and create an opportunity for him to escape back to the pavilion. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. However, reality was cruel and merciless. The fist wind only shattered the afterimage that Xiao Qin left behind. As for Xiao Qin, he moved in an arc and instantly attacked. Ka Xie. A resplendent purple saber light lit up the night. Zhang Heng cried out in pain as his right arm was chopped off. The explosive speed of the blue dragon tail whip was not something that Zhang Heng could dodge. When Zhang Heng attacked, he did not even have an opportunity to defend. Bang! Bang! Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and punched with his right hand, shattering this person's dantian. Then, he struck the back of this person's neck, knocking him out. Everything happened in an instant, as fast as a spark. Zhang Heng did not even feel the pain before he fainted. Casually carrying this person on his back, Xiao Qin returned to the inn and tossed him into Feng Tianming's room. When Feng Tianming saw Zhang Heng's body, shock appeared on his face. He asked, "What's going on? Did you get ambushed?" Xiao Qin told Feng Tianming everything he saw and heard. Then, he took out 10,000 superior grade spirit stones and void-breaking pills from Zhang Heng's spatial ring. Ungrateful dog. With a witness and material evidence, Feng Tianming had no choice but to believe the facts before him. He immediately felt enraged and sent a palm strike at Zhang Heng. Xiao Qin stopped him and said, "Keeping him alive is still useful. This place is no longer safe. We have to change places." Feng Tianming thought for a while and understood. He instructed the remaining 4 to carry Zhang Heng and quickly leave this place. 10 minutes after the group left, the Wan clan elders immediately led a large group of people to this place, surging with killing qi. However, they did not discover anyone, so they could not help but feel disappointed. We are too late. Continue searching. We absolutely cannot let them appear during the day, the elder leading the group said sullenly. If no one knew about it at night, they could still kill these people. However, killing the bride's father in front of the guests during the day would not work. Early the next morning, before the sky had even brightened, the entire One Clan city was already bustling with activity. There was an endless stream of people walking the streets. The drifting snow sword sex people are here as well. The top 10 of the true dragon ranking, Lu Xiaoyun, is here as well. The 8 noble clans by Qi is here as well. The scions of the Qian clan and Wang clan are here as well. Sima Lingxian is here as well. The Haotian sex Yu Chensi is here as well. Nearly all the 10 great sects and 8 great sects are here. The Wan clan's reputation is indeed great. On the second floor of an inn in the city, many cultivators gathered by the window. They looked at the people passing by below. When they saw these famous people, they would occasionally exclaim in surprise. Xiao Chen, who was in the inn, wore a conical bamboo hat as he looked at the crowd below. He felt it was strange as well. He had not expected the Wan clan to have such influence. Nearly all the famous sects and noble clans in the entire Great Jin nation had rushed over. Many of their scions were here as well. Feng Tianming, who was also wearing a conical bamboo hat, sighed softly. Originally, with the Wan clan's reputation, it would not be necessary for the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans to come personally. However, the welcoming envoy this time is actually related to the Wan clan. Chapter 631. For Wan Feng to be the welcoming envoy, he definitely had a significant background in the Kunlun realm. He was definitely not some random nobody. Everyone understood this point. By relying on Wan Feng's hard work in the Kunlun realm, the Wan clan would definitely prosper in the future. There would be no harm in establishing a good relationship with them. On the other hand, if they offended the Wan clan and their geniuses went to the Kunlun realm, they would definitely be suppressed by the faction behind Wan Feng. There would be no benefits at all. Under the conical bamboo hat, Xiao Chen's expression appeared extremely calm. After receiving a favor, he made a promise. Since he had already agreed, there was no turning back. If he did not agree to a promise, then he would do his best. The two slowly left the crowd and went to a private room of the inn. Then, they quietly waited for news, not saying anything. After a while, one of Feng Tianming's personal guards carefully pushed open the door and entered. Feng Tianming, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately stood up and asked, "How is it? Did you find out anything? The wedding will be held in the Wan clan's castle. It will start at noon," that person answered respectfully. Feng Tianming pushed open the window and looked up at the sky. Then, he said, "There is still an hour before it starts. Let's go. We have to explain everything to everyone before the wedding." The Wan clan's residence was heavily guarded, with countless experts. If they tried to barge in, not only would they have to pay a high price, but they might even endanger Feng Feishua's life. Last night, they discussed all night and decided to explain everything clearly in front of all the guests in the world. Given Feng Tianming's status and the bride's father, his words were the most persuasive. No matter how shameless the Wan clan's people were, they would not go to the extent of making a move in front of everyone. The Wan clan's castle was vast and majestic. With one glance, it looked like a small city. It occupied a large area and was heavily guarded. This was the core of the Wan clan's headquarters. When the group arrived before the castle, they removed their conical bamboo hats and followed the invited guests to the castle's entrance. "Halt! Who are you? Do you have an invitation? Without an invitation, you are not allowed to enter," the guard said coldly as he blocked Feng Tianming's group without any expression on his face. Feng Tianming took out his identity medallion to prove his identity. He said angrily, "What do you mean? I am the bride's father. Why do I need an invitation to enter?" The guards in front of them had obviously received instructions from their superiors and had no intention of letting them pass. A group of guards quietly surrounded them, using the human wall to cover their figures, so that the other guests did not know what was happening here. On top of the wall, the Wan clan's family head, Wan Baolu, Wan Feng, and Wan Shan, looked coldly at Feng Tianming and the others below. Behind them stood 8 martial monarchs with high cultivations. They were expressionless and had withdrawn their murderous intent. These 8 people were the Wan clan's famous 8 great guardian deities. When they worked together, they could easily kill a peak martial monarch. Wan Feng smiled gently and said, "Uncle, go and greet the guests. Cousin, go and receive the bride. Leave this place to me. With me here, I guarantee that they won't be able to enter." Wan Baolu tactfully rejected the other party's request and said with a smile, "You worry too much, honorable nephew. There's no need for honorable nephew to do anything about guarding the door. 8 great guardian deities, all of you guard this place. If they want to barge in, just show them what you're made of." Wan Feng glanced at the 8 great guardian deities behind him and did not say anything more. These 8 great guardian deities knew a combination technique. Even if they fought head-on, it would be difficult to deal with them. With these 8 people here, they would be able to keep Shao Chen and the others at the door. At the very least, they would be able to last until the wedding was over. At that time, it would not matter whether the other party entered or not. The 3 chatted and laughed as they left, leaving only the 8 great guardian deities coldly staring at Shao Chen and the others below. Shao Chen raised his head and glanced at the castle, at Wan Feng and the others leaving. Then, he projected his voice to Feng Tianming and said, "We can't get through here. Don't waste your time here." Feng Tianming felt very sullen. His daughter was getting married, and he, the father-in-law, was blocked outside, not even able to enter. Scram. Is the Wan clan a place where you can behave atrociously? I don't care what your status is. Without an invitation, you cannot enter. The leader of the guards did not even bother to look at Feng Tianming, directly chasing him away. This was the headquarters of the great Jin nation's Wan clan. In this place, the Wan clan was the king. With the orders of the clan head, these guards did not care about the 6 martial monarchs before them. Even if Shao Chen barged in, he did not fear the other party. It was just 6 martial monarchs. All 36 martial monarchs of the Wan clan's branches had arrived long ago. Furthermore, there were also the 8 great guardian deities who did not leave the headquarters for long periods of time. Unless a martial sage came, it would be impossible to knock on the door. After receiving Shao Chen's instructions, Feng Tianming was infuriated. However, he endured it and did not flare up on the spot. Instead, he led the group away. The leader of the 8 great guardian deities, Tuo Yun, smiled coldly and said, "At least you are tactful. I have not truly stretched my limbs for many years." Someone at the side smiled and said, "The person in the middle seems to be the white-robed bladesman Shao Chen, the king true dragon ranked first on this true dragon ranking." Tuo Yun said in disdain, "A king-grade true dragon? Wait until he matures. Now? Ha. If he dares to behave atrociously here, I do not mind teaching this little fellow a lesson." After Feng Tianming led the group far away, he could not help asking, "Shao Chen, why did you call us out? The wedding is about to begin." After a moment of silence, Shao Chen said, "The Wan clan's 8 great guardian deities are watching us from the top of the wall. They can't wait for us to make a move so that they can delay us here." When the group heard the name of the 8 great guardian deities, their expressions changed involuntarily. The 8 great guardian deities were very famous, and their methods were very sinister. The Wan clan's headquarters had been in closed-door cultivation for so many years, and the martial sages had not dared to do anything to them, all because of the ferocious reputation of the 8 great guardian deities. Even in the great Jin nation, where experts were as common as the clouds, the 8 great guardian deities were peak characters. When the 8 of them executed their joint martial techniques, they could even kill a peak martial monarch. What should we do? Could it be that we can only watch as they snatch Fei Xue away? Feng Tianming asked, feeling depressed. Shao Chen said, "I have a 50% chance of dealing with the 8 great guardian deities. The more difficult one to deal with is that person called Wan Feng. However, that is not the main point for now. I'll go and see where else we can enter. The Wan clan's fortress occupied a vast area. Xiao Chen did not believe that any other place could maintain the same level of defense as the main gate. Xiao Chen circled around the airtight fortress from a distance. He meticulously observed the defensive strength of the fortress's outer perimeter. He discovered that although the walls were vast, there were guards at every certain distance. The guards were made up of 10 martial saints and 1 martial king. They were all very strong. As long as there was any movement anywhere, they would be able to respond with a single call. The entire group of guards would quickly assemble, not giving the enemy any opportunity to attack. I can only kill them by force. I can kill 7 of them in an instant. Leave the other 3 to Feng Tianming and the others. It should not be a problem. After a while, Xiao Chen had an idea. He called Feng Tianming and the others over to a wall at the back of the fortress. There are 11 guards. I will deal with 7 of them. As for the remaining 4, can each of you deal with 1? Xiao Chen pointed to a pair of guards patrolling the wall and said, furthermore, you have to do it within 1 breath of time. We cannot startle the people in other places or give them a chance to activate the alarms in their hands. Feng Tianming and the others were all martial monarchs. If they attacked suddenly, it would not be difficult to kill 4 people in an instant. On the other hand, Xiao Chen wanted to kill 7 people in 1 move. This worried Feng Tianming. He asked, Xiao Chen, will you be fine? I'm fine. I am very confident. Feng Tianming did not say anything more. He said, if you are all fine, then let's make our move on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Xiao. 5 figures soared into the sky, each of them pouncing on their opponents. They gathered quintessence in their hands, and with a bang, the opponents of Feng Tianming and the others fell silently. The horrifying nature of quintessence was not something the essence of these martial saints and martial kings could withstand. Feng Tianming turned his head to look, wanting to understand Xiao Chen's situation. He wanted to see if he had made any mistakes so that he could salvage the situation. With Xiao Chen's strength, there was no need to doubt that he could deal with 7 martial saints. However, Feng Tianming was still worried about silently dealing with his opponents in an instant. However, the instant Feng Tianming turned his head, he did not manage to catch Xiao Chen's attack. He only saw 7 afterimages quickly merging together in the air. The many afterimages merged together. When Xiao Chen sheathed the lunar shadow saber in his hand, it gave off a dreamlike feeling. The 7 Wan clan guards behind him all had a faint scar on their necks, and they slowly fell to the ground without a sound. Put on their clothes. It should be easier to sneak in later, Feng Tianming said after thinking for a while. The group changed into the clothes of the guards. Xiao Chen used the purple flames to burn the corpses. After he destroyed the corpses, they jumped down together and officially entered this heavily guarded fortress. The moment they landed, they heard cheerful music. It sounded very festive. The place where the music came from must be where the wedding was taking place. Feng Tianming's face sank. Without saying anything, he quickly rushed over. Along the way, there were many bright red flower pots on both sides. With one glance, it looked very beautiful. There were many people coming and going in the fortress. It was clearly very busy. It looked like the Wan clan had put in a lot of effort for this wedding. Relying on the Wan clan guards' clothes, the group arrived safely at the place where the music came from. It was a huge plaza. The plaza was filled with neatly arranged wine tables. A rough count would give at least 1,000 tables. Those who could sit at these tables were all famous people of the great Jin nation. This was especially so for the ones at the front. All of them were honored guests of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans. The entire place was filled with laughter. Amid the music, it was peaceful. The Wan clan's clan head, Wan Baolu, sat in the middle of the tall platform with a smile on his face. Occasionally, he toasted the people who came to congratulate him. Wan Feng sat beside Wan Baolu. He had a faint smile on his face. As Wan Feng looked at the people who came to congratulate him, there was a trace of mockery in his eyes. It seemed like he looked down on the people of the Sky Dome realm from the bottom of his heart. Old brother Juan, for your wedding this time, my evil moon pavilion offers a 5,000-year-old heavenly mountain snow ginseng as a token of our sincerity. The evil moon pavilion's vice pavilion master stood up and offered a brocade box. Juan Baolu smiled widely and said, "You are too polite. Anything will do." Chapter 632. This pair of moonlight treasured lotuses will be my Wang clan's congratulatory gift, the Wang clan elder of the 8 noble clans said as he stood up. Following that, the 10 major sects and 8 major clans stood up one by one and presented their gifts, although they were not particularly valuable. The 8 noble clans and 10 great sects were willing to give face to his Wang clan. This was something no other faction could do. Wan Baolu felt very pleased. He knew that this was all thanks to Wan Feng. If Wan Feng had not been the welcoming envoy, he would have made a name for himself in the Kunlun realm. He estimated that even half of the people from the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans would have come. When the Haotian Sexu Chensi saw all this, her lips twitched. This one clan is really impressive. Isn't it just a welcoming envoy? Is there a need to praise him like this? The Haotian sect elder at the side quickly said, "Chensi, speak softly. That Wan Feng is not as simple as you think. He broke through to martial monarch in the Kunlun realm. He is even stronger than us old fellows. His talent is also stronger than that of a regular genius with luck. However, these are not important. The main thing is that his master, the extreme old man, is one of the martial sages with the highest chance of becoming Emperor Wu in the past 100 years. The extreme Yin sect behind him is even stronger than our Haotian sect. Don't offend him now. Otherwise, when he returns to the Kunlun realm, you will gain a terrifying enemy for no reason." When Yu Chensi heard this, she did not say anything more. Just at this moment, Wan Feng looked over with a strange expression as if he had heard the conversation between the two. Immediately, Yu Chensi felt a huge pressure. She had just broken through to martial monarch 7 days ago. Her cultivation now rivaled that of several of the elders in her sect. However, under the pressure of Wan Feng's gaze, her aura could not resist much. Even the circulation of her quintessence became very difficult. When the elder at the side saw this, he quickly released his aura to bear this pressure. Wan Feng smiled disdainfully and withdrew his aura. He picked up his wine cup and slowly took a sip. He muttered to himself, "Someone who is not even in the top 3 of the lower realms dares to gossip about me?" However, she did look pretty good. Xiao Chen wondered if she was still a virgin. If she was, when he went to the Kunlun realm, he could use her as a cultivation cauldron for his senior brothers. Yu Chensi felt a lingering fear in his heart. The other party's gaze contained an extremely cold aura. Coupled with the pressure of his aura, his entire body was bone-chilling, and he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Are the geniuses of the Kunlun realm all this strong? A random inferior grade martial monarch actually makes me feel like I have no chance of victory. The Haotian sect elder at the side consoled, "Don't underestimate yourself. He is only so strong because he went to the Kunlun realm a few years earlier than you. His accumulations are deeper than yours, and his talent is not much stronger than yours. As long as you work hard, you will catch up to him sooner or later." Yu Chensi nodded and said, "I wonder what kind of great realm the Kunlun realm is." Although the clash of auras between Wan Feng and Yu Chensi was short and did not cause a large commotion, Bai Qi, Lu Xiaoyun, Gong Yangyu, Nangong Ziyue, and the others, who were seated in front, saw it clearly. The shock in their hearts was no less than Yu Chensi's. From the end of the 5-nation youth competition until now, these people had used their luck to break through to martial monarch. When they saw that the older generation experts of their sects were not as strong as them, they all felt proud and satisfied with their own strength. However, when they saw Wan Feng's strength, it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Bai Qi muttered, "This fellow is already so terrifying even before he makes a move. If he makes a move, how horrifying will his strength be?" Gong Yangyu, who was not far away, thought even further. Wan Feng's talent was not the most outstanding in the Kunlun realm, yet he could easily suppress everyone. If that was the case, when they went to the Kunlun realm, the glory of the past geniuses would immediately vanish, like an unremarkable drop of rain falling into the vast ocean. Gong Yangyu clenched his fist tightly and said to himself, however, even so, I still have to go to the Kunlun realm. I would rather be the tail of a phoenix than the head of a chicken. I will do my best to catch up in this great age. Old brother Wan, isn't it time to invite the newcomers up? It has been so long already, someone at the table said to Wan Baolu with a smile. Wan Baolu raised his head and looked at the time. Then, he smiled faintly and said, the auspicious hour is almost here. It is time to come out. Men. Invite the two newcomers up. A group of pretty maids immediately appeared behind them. Amidst the ceremonial music, they brought in Wan Feng, who was dressed in long red robes, and Feng Feishue, who was wearing a red veil. Feng Feishue's footsteps were very unnatural, like she was under some kind of restriction. However, with the support of the maidservants, she still walked forward step by step. With the appearance of the two newcomers, the atmosphere of the place immediately reached a climax. All sorts of praises for them, like they were a perfect match made in heaven and earth. Wan Baolo's face flushed red, feeling very carefree in his heart. Marrying Feng Feishue would be equivalent to obtaining half of the Feng clan's assets. As long as Feng Tianming died, Wan Shan would be able to become the Feng clan's son-in-law and take over the entire Feng clan's business. Wan Baolu raised his head and looked at the sky. Then, he stood up and smiled. The auspicious hour is here. After bowing to heaven and earth, the Feng clan's young miss will officially enter my Wan clan. The noise at the scene gradually quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two newlyweds. After 3 bows, they would be officially married. Suddenly, an extremely abrupt voice rang out in the quiet place, "You still cannot bow to heaven and earth." The plaza immediately turned even quieter. Tens of thousands of people turned their heads to look at the same time. Unexpectedly, someone dared to interrupt the Wan clan's wedding at this moment. This person was truly reckless. Xiao Chen and the others removed their Wan clan guard uniforms and walked through the empty space between the tables. They looked at Wan Baolu and the others without any fear. It's him, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. Why is he here? Is this fellow seeking death? The Wan clan has many experts. Even if he is a king-grade true dragon genius, he has not truly matured yet. He cannot possibly deal with the Wan clan. That's not right. The person beside him seems to be the Feng clan's clan head, Feng Tianming. What are these people doing here? Strange. Father-in-law's face looks frighteningly pale. What's going on? When the 6 saw Feng Tianming's figure, they all felt that the situation was strange. Something might have happened to this wedding. This group of fellows still managed to rush over, Wan Shan said with a sullen expression as he clenched his right fist. Are the 8 great guardian deities trash? The crafty Wan Baolu was much calmer. He waved his hand and said softly, "Don't get anxious. They might have come from somewhere else. However, it does not matter whether they came or not. The result cannot be changed." After saying that, Wan Feng waved his hand again, signaling one of his subordinates to call the 8 great guardian deities back. Wan Feng's expression did not change. He stared at Xiao Chen and revealed a faint smile on his handsome face. Wan Feng muttered to himself, "A king-grade true dragon genius. This is an opportunity." Among the same generation, a king-grade true dragon genius absolutely could not be defeated. Once defeated, he would immediately become an ordinary true dragon genius, as the path of a king did not permit failure. If I can defeat him here, when his luck in the Sky Dome realm is at its most horrifying, I might be able to steal some of his luck. Thinking of this, Wan Feng's eyes lit up. An intense intent to plunder appeared in his sullen eyes. "The one with the surname Wan, are you not even letting me in for my daughter's wedding?" Feng Tianming stepped forward and immediately shouted angrily at Wan Baolu. He had been suppressing the rage in his heart for too long. Now that it erupted, he did not show any courtesy to Wan Baolu. The moment Feng Tianming said that, the guests burst into an uproar. What was going on with this wedding? Even the father-in-law was not allowed to enter. Wan Baolu smiled calmly and said, "How can that be? There must be some misunderstanding. Someone, prepare a seat of honor for the in-laws." Feng Tianming shouted coldly, "Wan Baolu, don't play this game with me. My daughter never agreed to marry your son. 4 years ago, the two clans only discussed the matter. You took advantage of me leaving the Feng clan to kidnap my daughter. I do not blame you today. However, don't stop me from taking Fei Xue away. That can't be. The Wan clan is actually forcefully snatching someone else's daughter. That is too despicable. No wonder this wedding felt strange from the start. I did not see a single member of the bride's family." The expressions of the crowd as they looked at Wan Baolu immediately changed. They had not expected such a thing to happen. Wan Baolu's expression did not change. He smiled gently and said, "Why do you say that? My Wan clan has already given you the betrothal gifts. Your big brother has also signed for them on your behalf. There is proof here." With a flip of his hand, Wan Baolu took out a stack of betrothal gifts. Feng Tianhua's signature and handprint were on them. They were genuine. After Wan Baolu showed the betrothal gifts to the guests, he suddenly stood up. Unperturbed, he enunciated every word clearly, "Brother Feng, if you want to be friendly, sit down and drink the wedding wine. In the future, our clans will be in-laws. If you want to break off the engagement and slap my Wan clan's face in front of everyone, you can forget about leaving this Wan clan today. Don't even think of leaving the Wan clan castle today. My Wan clan isn't a place that anyone can fool." Right after Wan Baolu spoke, the 36 martial monarchs of the Wan clan's branches suddenly stood up. A strong killing intent surged towards Feng Tianming's group of 3. The combined killing chi of the 36 peak inferior grade martial monarchs was incredibly horrifying. Combined with Wan Baolu's sinister words, their auras immediately suppressed Feng Tianming. Feng Tianming immediately felt the pressure on him increase. He could not say many things he wanted to say. The sudden change in the situation confused the surrounding guests. They did not know what was going on. Wan Baolu looked coldly at Feng Tianming, revealing deep disdain in his eyes. "You want to play with me? Why don't you look at where you are?" After waking Zhang Heng, who was on his shoulder, up, Shao Chen casually tossed him aside and placed the scabbard on his back. Then, he said calmly, "Tell me everything you know in detail." Zhang Heng had seen Shao Chen's methods before, so he did not dare to disobey. He said in a trembling voice, "The Wan clan bribed Feng Tianhua long ago. The Wan clan promised to help him obtain the position of clan head, which is why he signed." Chapter 633. Pooh. Just as Zhang Heng spoke, Wan Baolu suddenly made his move. A dim light shot out and pierced through Zhang Heng's head. Where did this dog come from? To think that he dares to slander my Wan clan. How reckless. Shao Chen could have stopped this earlier attack. However, he did not do so, as there was no need to do so. After all, everything before him was just a situation. Shao Chen had never been so naive as to rely on evidence to resolve a problem in someone else's territory. Wan Baolu stood upright with his hands behind his back. After killing Zhang Heng, he looked coldly at Shao Chen and said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. White-robed bladesman Shao Chen, there are some muddy waters in this world that you cannot meddle in. The marriage of my Wan clan and Feng clan is not for you to interfere." Just as Feng Tianming was about to say something, Shao Chen stopped him. He said calmly to Wan Baolu, "Whether it is for me to interfere or not is not up to you. As for the truth, you just have to get the bride to speak, and the truth will be revealed." Everyone reacted. That's right. What exactly is going on? Just get the person involved to speak, and everything will be clear. The red-robed Wan Shan said sternly, "Fei Xue is not feeling well. It is not convenient for her to speak. What does it have to do with you whether she speaks or not?" As Shao Chen spoke, the killing intent of the 36 martial monarchs focused on him. They wanted to use their killing intent to force Xiao Chen back. Before a strong aura, people would unconsciously lose some of their confidence, messing up their plans. This was what happened to Feng Tianming earlier. Now, this group of people had the chance to use the same trick again. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. Unexpectedly, they dare to play with killing intent with me. Interesting. A faint red light flickered in the depths of Xiao Chen's eyes. The peak state of massacre instantly surged out. A vast, ocean-like killing intent surged out like a flood. In that instant, it drowned out the killing intent of the 36 martial monarchs. Then, it continued forward without stopping. The strong killing intent stunned the 36 martial monarchs. They could not help but take a step back. Xiao Chen single-handedly forced back the killing intent of 36 martial monarchs. Such a shocking scene caused many people to take a deep breath. Xiao Chen's strength was becoming more and more unfathomable. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "I'm feeling unwell. I'm afraid you guys have cast a restriction on me, so I can't open my mouth or circulate my energy. If I can make her open her mouth, I'll immediately turn around and leave. 10,000 Treasure Tower, do you dare?" Xiao Chen's voice was calm and indifferent, neither servile nor overbearing. He looked at Wan Baolu, who was like a king in Wan Clan City, and directly asked. Now that things have come to this, everyone present felt that there was definitely something fishy about this matter. Also, the Wan clan shouldn't be in the wrong. If not for his guilty conscience, he would not have killed Zhang Heng, nor would he have kept the bride in silence. However, this was the headquarters of the Wan clan. There were many experts here. Even if he was in the wrong, it would be very difficult for this Xiao Chen to bring the bride away, almost impossible. Wan Baolu felt frustrated. He shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? This is the territory of my Wan clan. We do not welcome you here. Scram immediately. You don't dare? In that case, I'll come and ask her personally." Xiao Chen carried the black wooden box on his back and held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand. He wore white robes and gently pushed off the ground. A resonant dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's body. He stood on a blue dragon image and quickly flew towards Feng Feishue. Wan Baolu was startled. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so bold, daring to make a move in the Wan clan's territory in front of everyone. You overestimate yourself. Block him. Don't let him get close to Feng Feishue. Wan Baolu shouted angrily as he smacked the table heavily. Xiao! 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 Instantly, the 36 martial monarchs leaped up and unleashed their strong auras. As their quintessence surged, heaven and earth trembled. They all executed their best moves, giving off a resplendent light as they charged at Xiao Chen. Even though there were no superior-grade martial monarchs among the 36 martial monarchs, their aura was still very horrifying. Quintessence gathered and tore pitch-black tears in space. Everyone outside sucked in a deep breath. The Wan clan was too ruthless. They immediately mobilized 36 martial monarchs. It seemed like they wanted to suppress Xiao Chen. First martial uncle, please make a move and stop them. Xiao Chen will die, Yu Chenxi said to the Haotian sect elder beside him. That old man muttered, if I make a move, it will be useless. You should not make a move, either. No martial monarch would be able to withstand the attacks of 36 martial monarchs. Yu Chenxi said anxiously, then what should we do? Are we just going to watch Xiao Chen die? He agreed to join my Haotian sect. It's fine. I already sent a message to old Feng. As long as a martial sage does not make a move, he will not be able to do anything to the Wan clan. The old man said indifferently, as for now, let's just play it by ear. If Xiao Chen dies like this, he will not be worth the Haotian sect nurturing. As the old man spoke, the situation in the air changed. A Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Yin-yang, the 4 divisions, and the 8 trigrams appeared on the surface. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram lit up, and all the attacks were reflected at an even faster speed. Pooh! Pooh! Waves of air surged and light overflowed in all directions. Blurry traces were refracted in space, and miserable shrieks resounded in succession. When the light scattered and the shock waves calmed, Xiao Chen, dressed in white and carrying a wooden box on his back, remained unharmed. The 36 martial monarchs who soared into the air were all caught off guard by their own killing moves. All of them were caught off guard by their own killer moves, groaning in pain as they fell down. Such a scene shocked everyone. In merely one breath of time, the 36 martial monarchs with surging auras were beaten into such a sorry state. That Haotian sect elder gaped and exclaimed in shock, "How can this be?" He really blocked the attacks of 36 martial monarchs. Wan Baolu said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "Bunch of trash. Get up and kill him." Xiao. When the 36 martial monarchs on the ground heard Wan Baolu's angry shout, they did not have time to adjust their chaotic auras. They got up and charged at Xiao Chen again. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram had suffered such a huge attack. Xiao Chen had exhausted too much of his mental energy, and he could not continue using it. Xiao Chen flicked his sleeves, and the two clumps of yin and yang flames on the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram turned into two beams of light and returned to his eyes. After doing all this, the three martial monarchs at the front charged over again. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and smiled coldly to himself. These people are too arrogant. They are severely injured, yet they do not adjust their energy properly. Instead, they dare to continue attacking. Do they really think that they can take me down in 2 or 3 moves? Clouds move in all directions, wind and lightning gather. As the winds blew and clouds churned, thunder roared. Xiao Chen drew his saber and gathered his dense quintessence on his saber. He executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Ka Xie. Ka Xie. The combined momentum of the three martial monarchs was instantly destroyed. The clash of states, auras, and saber intents could not withstand a single strike. They all vomited a mouthful of blood and fell back. The injuries in their bodies had not completely stabilized in the first place. Now that they were even more injured, they could not get up and temporarily lost their combat prowess. Taking advantage of the time the three martial monarchs delayed, the remaining 30-odd martial monarchs formed a new encirclement and launched an unending barrage of attacks. Roar! Roar! The dragon roar in Xiao Chen's body resounded endlessly. He stood on a blue dragon image and flashed through the crowd. Using his advantage in speed, he dodged the combined attacks of these people. Bang! 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 The Wan clan's advantage in numbers was nothing before Xiao Chen's speed. The encirclement was full of openings. Light danced around, and surging shock waves swept through the place. Occasionally, Xiao Chen knocked someone back with his saber. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The shock waves of a battle between martial monarchs were extremely horrifying. Saber chi, sword chi, and fist winds immediately riddled the peaceful plaza with holes, leaving the place in tatters. The honored guests from all over the great Jin nation had already gathered and watched from afar. They were afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Most of them were not even martial monarchs. When the other geniuses on the True Dragon ranking saw this scene, they were all stunned. In less than half a year, the white-robed bladesman in the air fought 36 martial monarchs without being at a disadvantage. Instead, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. His aura flourished. As wind and thunder roared, Xiao Chen used the lightning tribulation saber technique to beat up these Wan clan martial monarchs, who were normally insufferably arrogant, until they could only passively defend. Bai Qi's right hand, which held his saber, could not help but tremble slightly. As a bladesman himself, he could feel more clearly than anyone else how horrifying Xiao Chen's current strength was. Fight! 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 Xiao Chen felt extremely delighted. Dressed in white, he stood on a blue dragon image and soared up and down. Electricity leaped around the saber and flickered endlessly. The lightning tribulation saber technique was executed to its heart's content. Many figures shot out and landed at Juan Baulo's feet, crying out in pain. Juan Baulo's complexion turned ashen as he watched all this. How many years had it been since his Juan clan suffered such a huge blow? Furthermore, this happened in the Juan clan's fortress. Earthly lightning chop. The might of wind and thunder finally reached its peak. Shao Chen turned into the heavenly Tao and sent down the first lightning tribulation in the boundless dark clouds. Boom! The malevolent lightning turned into electric light and surged out. 7 or 8 martial monarchs in the air were immediately blasted away. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Another even more horrifying lightning tribulation descended. After the light scattered, there were less than 10 martial monarchs still standing in the air. Divine lightning tribulation. The sky changed color. It seemed like thunder roared in the sky 3 kilometers high. The rage of a deity and the vast heavenly might spread out. Run! The remaining martial monarchs were so frightened that they paled. They completely lost their will to fight. When they faced the final strike of the lightning tribulation saber technique, they fled in all directions. Xiao! The electric light split into 7, looking like 7 flood dragons bearing fangs and claws. They immediately caught up to the 7 fleeing martial monarchs, and 7 loud sounds rang out. The 7 fleeing martial monarchs were even more severely injured. Their clothes were tattered, and their skin was charred black. The saber chi invaded their bodies and damaged their internal organs. It was a tragic sight. When all the light vanished, the world regained its calm. Only Shao Chen remained in the air. The entire plaza fell silent. Shao Chen dealt with 36 peak inferior grade martial monarchs with just 1 lightning tribulation saber technique. These martial monarchs could not retaliate at all. They were in a passive position, unable to even launch a decent counterattack. If not for the spatial tears in the sky that had not mended yet, this would have been the result of a battle between martial monarchs. No one believed that Shao Chen really defeated 36 inferior grade martial monarchs. Chapter 634. Martial monarchs were monarchs among martial cultivators. Even an inferior grade martial monarch would be considered a peak expert anywhere in the Tianwu continent. However, to Shao Chen had defeated him like he was chopping vegetables. The rumors are indeed true. A king-grade true dragon genius is unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. To them, challenging those of higher cultivation is as easy as eating and drinking. Shao Chen cannot use the standards of ordinary people to judge these people. This insignificant sky dome realm will not be able to hide this true dragon. The people below discussed as they looked at Shao Chen, their gazes filled with astonishment. Favored by luck, king-grade true dragon, all sorts of glory. Regardless of whether one was willing or not, the current Shao Chen had already risen in the sky dome realm. He had left the people of the same generation far behind. In this sky dome realm, Shao Chen stood out like a crane among chickens. Only the Kunlun realm was Shao Chen's true stage. Only there could he meet geniuses equal to him, even geniuses that surpassed him. Xiao! Shao Chen slowly landed on the ground. He carried the black wooden box on his back and continued walking towards Feng Feishue without stopping. Where did this little bastard come from? How dare he cause trouble in the Wan clan's palace? Have you asked for our 8 great guardian deities' permission? A shout came from behind. 8 beams of light quickly flew towards the center of the plaza. A strong aura spread out, kicking up 8 strong tornadoes. Juan Baulo's face lit up in joy. He shouted coldly, with the 8 great guardian deities working together, you can even defeat a peak martial monarch. Let's see what other capabilities you have. The 8 great guardian deities are here. Startled cries came from the crowd in the plaza. The 8 great guardian deities were famous. Each of them was a superior grade martial monarch. Although they were not peak martial monarchs, the 8 of them knew a set of joint attacks. With their combined strength, they could severely injure a peak martial monarch. In the past few years, they had been guarding the Wan clan's palace. Their name struck fear in the hearts of all the thieves and bandits, preventing them from being impudent in the Wan clan. The vast wealth that the Wan clan had accumulated was not something that anyone dared to touch unless a martial sage appeared. This was all thanks to the 8 great guardian deities. Xiao. The 8 beams of light were as fast as lightning. They spread out and formed a simple encirclement around Xiaochen. Their ferocious auras merged together and pressed down on Xiaochen. Tuoba Yun, help me teach this brat a lesson. Let him know the consequences of causing trouble in the Wan clan, Wan Baolu said rudely with a sullen expression. Tuoba Yun revealed a ferocious smile. He said in a deep voice, I will listen to clan head's orders. In that case, I will give this little bastard an unforgettable lesson today. 8 great guardian deities, attack. Chi. The 8 flipped their palms at the same time, and an incredibly sharp weapon appeared in each of their hands. Then, they charged at Xiaochen at lightning speed. Xiaochen Emperor's S's Dao. Spirit Chen's SS, Emperor's Spirit. Xiaochen's expression remained calm. He did not dare to be careless. He grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly, and saber lights danced around, blocking the 4 attacks in front of him. The 8 martial emperors worked very well together. Just as Xiaochen blocked the attacks of the 3 in front, a sword light flew at him from his left and right. The sword light was bone-chilling, heading for a fatal acupoint on the side of Xiaochen's head. At the same time, a thunderous roar came from behind him. Without needing to turn his head, Xiaochen could see it with his spiritual sense. It was a martial monarch using a thick saber. As he hacked down, purple electricity leaped around his saber. The state he comprehended was the same as Xiaochen's, a peak lightning-attributed state. Xiaochen's path of retreat was sealed, and the 3 martial monarchs in front had regrouped and were waiting for him to charge over. There was also the elusive Tuoba Yun, who was hiding somewhere. He watched Xiaochen coldly like a venomous snake. When the 8 great guardian deities attacked, they forced Xiaochen into a dead end. If he was not careful, he would fall immediately. The other cultivators in the plaza all felt their hearts leap to their throats. There had long been rumors that the 8 great guardian deities could defeat a peak martial monarch, a half-sage powerhouse, when they worked together. In the past, some people did not believe it. However, now that they saw the 8 of them attacking, no one dared to doubt it. These 8 people worked together perfectly. Furthermore, they were all pretty strong. Their cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and combat experience were not lacking. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Xiaochen shouted, and his figure split into 9. 3 of them flew forward, and 2 of them attacked from the left and right, holding the lunar shadow saber. One of the figures turned around and clashed with the storm-like saber strike behind him. The remaining 4 figures soared into the air, standing on azure dragons. Dragon roars resounded. The 4 clones made it hard to tell which one was the real one. In the time it took for a spark to fly, 9 figures suddenly appeared and attacked from all directions. In an instant, that terrifying crisis was resolved. Insignificant tricks, and you dare to embarrass yourself? A cold shout resounded in the air. Tuoba Yun, who had been waiting patiently, suddenly made his move. It was unknown where he came from, but he held a short sword with a flowing light in his hand. He stabbed at Xiaochen's true body. Unexpectedly, he found Xiaochen's true body in an instant. Boom! 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 The other 8 great guardian deities also used their various means to destroy the 5 afterimages below them in the blink of an eye. The 7 stout men trusted Tuoba Yun very much. When they saw him attack one of the clones, the weapons in their hands gleamed with sharp lights. They soared into the air and did not hesitate to charge over decisively. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he did not panic at all. He merged the 4 clones together and turned into an ancient blue dragon. As the dragon tail swayed, it kicked up a strong wind. Xiaochen's body arced through the air at lightning speed. He was so fast that a spatial tear appeared in space, allowing him to dodge Tuoba Yun's attack. Xiaochen arrived before the last person of the 8 great guardian deities. He instantly unleashed the peak state of massacre hidden in his eyes and merged it with the immortal state of thunder. Purple and red lights flickered strangely on the saber's edge. The sudden appearance of the state of massacre caused the last stout man's heart to tremble for some reason. This person had experienced hundreds of battles and was also a ruthless person. The number of people he had killed was no less than Xiao Chen's. After being distracted for a moment, he recovered his wits. However, in a fight between experts, a single mistake in one breath could instantly determine the victor. Four-season saber technique, spring saber, thunder shaking the world. Xiao Chen used his quintessence to drive the four-season saber technique. Using the power of the cycle of seasons, heaven and earth trembled as Xiao Chen hacked down with his saber. The aura on the saber was boundlessly majestic. The four seasons cycled, and spring thunder boomed. Everything in the world came to life. All sorts of birds, beasts, and bugs chirped continuously. Eighth brother, be careful. Tuo Baiyun cried out when he saw this scene. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so crafty. With one glance, Xiao Chen saw the weakest person among them. When he found an opportunity, he decisively executed a killing move. The face of the eighth stout man sank. At this critical moment, he did not panic. He sheathed his weapon at his waist and pushed his hands toward the sky. A dazzling golden lotus platform formed above his head. He infused his quintessence into it, trying to block Xiao Chen's saber strike. Clang! When the saber struck the golden lotus platform, it gave off an intense metallic clang. Boundless shock waves surged out, forming ripples that layered over each other, turning everything blurry. The saber's hum suddenly rang out. Xiao Chen infused his 60% comprehended saber intent into the saber, instantly increasing the might of this saber strike by 30%. Ka-Xie. Ka-Xie. Cracks appeared on the golden lotus platform. It looked like it would shatter at any moment. Tuo Baiyun said sullenly, 8 great guardian deities, execute your combined attack. Shield. Xiao. Xiao. Figures flashed, and the remaining 7 lined up behind the 8th stout man. They sheathed their weapons at their waists and pressed their palms together in that instant. Rings of 5-colored light spread out from the 8 people. The 8 great guardian deities used a mysterious method to perfectly link everyone's aura together. Bang! The lotus platform shattered, and the four-season saber technique spring saber descended on the 8th stout man. When the surging energy struck the rings of light, it immediately scattered. At this moment, the energy contained in the spring thunder chop was evenly distributed among the 8 people. Its might immediately decreased significantly. Blood leaked out of the corner of the 8th stout man's lips. However, he did not show much pain on his face. Instead, he revealed an extremely ferocious expression. Retreat. Originally, Xiao Chen had intended to use lightning-quick means to severely injure the weakest person first. Who knew, the other party's combined attack could be used defensively, splitting the might of the spring thunder chop. Xiao Chen's surprise attack failed, and he lost the initiative. The blue dragon under him roared ferociously, and Xiao Chen quickly flew backward. As the blue dragon moved, he retreated 500 meters in the blink of an eye. You think you can retreat? The 8 overlapping figures quickly switched positions, rearranging their positions according to their strength. Tuo Baiyun appeared at the very front, and the other 7 lined up behind him. Tuo Baiyun shouted, and a tiny flame spear appeared in front of him, flickering with a faint light. Pa! 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 The 8 great guardian deities placed their right palms on the back of the person in front, sending out their quintessence. Tuo Baiyun, who was at the very front, received the power of 7 people. His aura soared, and the flame spear crackled as it burned. The fierce flames lit up the surroundings, and the temperature of the entire place soared. Combined attack, blazing flame spear. Attack. The flame spear pierced through space with a xiao sound. In an instant, it appeared before Xiao Chen, sending out surging heat waves. A vast expanse of pitch-black emptiness formed in the air. It was as if the void itself was being burned away. When the people below saw this scene, they were frightened pale. If it were an ordinary person before this flame, they would have melted under the high temperature. They would not be able to resist it at all. Xiao Chen's face sank. The energy that the flame spear carried made his heart palpitate. The combined attack of these 8 people seemed to be quite extraordinary. Xiao! 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 In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen took 7 steps back in the air. With each step, he left behind an afterimage. Soon, he left behind 7 identical afterimages, maintaining the same posture as when he drew his saber. This was the Thunder Shadow Chop, the martial technique that Xiaochen comprehended himself. He did not dare to underestimate this flame spear. He circulated all 99 drops of quintessence in his dantian. Bang! The 7 afterimages merged in that instant, separating and merging. This happened in less than a breath of time. The people below could not react in time. Chapter 635. Xiao Chen's saber chopped down on the blazing spear. There was a loud bang, and a surging heat wave spread out. A huge force exploded out, and Xiao Chen moved back 100 meters. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The peak attacks of the 7 afterimages overlapped. Unexpectedly, the force that erupted out was slightly weaker. Tuoba Yun laughed loudly and said, "Ignorant. You dare to clash head-on with our 8-division Heaven Dragon combination technique? White-robed bladesman, today is the day you die." Tuoba Yun laughed loudly and waved his right hand. The horrifying blazing spear's might did not diminish as it continued flying at Xiao Chen. Four-season saber technique, Great Summer, burning to desolation. The blazing spear pierced through space, moving even faster than lightning. With no way to retreat, Xiao Chen decisively made his move, executing the most tyrannical move of the four-season saber technique. The blazing sun hung high in the sky on a hot summer day. When Xiao Chen swung his saber, it was like the sun was descending from the 9 heavens, wanting to burn everything to desolation. Bang! Before everyone's astonished gazes, Xiao Chen did not choose to just defend. Instead, he continued to use force to break through. An even louder sound came from the sky as boundless flames spread out like fairies, turning into tiny arrows that shot out in all directions. Countless black dots appeared in the paper-like sky from the clash between burning to desolation and the blazing spear. Every black dot was a tiny spatial tear. However, due to the vastness of the sky, they looked as insignificant as black dots. When the fire wave scattered, blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's lips again. However, there were no wounds on his body at all. Xiao Chen's limbs and bones were intact. As he stood in the air, his aura did not diminish. Doubt appeared in Tuoba Yun's eyes. He muttered, "That should not be the case. I know how strong his physical body is. However, the shock wave of this blazing spear should be able to tear a peak martial monarch into pieces." "Big brother, that brat seems to have a high-ranked defensive artifact on him," a person behind him said quickly. Tuoba Yun looked carefully and discovered a faint blue light slowly fading from Xiao Chen's clear wind robes. Greed flashed in his eyes as he smiled maniacally. "It is indeed a superior-grade defensive secret treasure. This is a good item. Even the Wan clan only has a few superior-grade secret treasures. Brothers, disperse first. Later, we'll launch a few more joint attacks and kill him directly through the artifact. This high-rank inner vest will be ours." Hoo-hoo. The 8 figures quickly separated and turned into 8 beams of light. With a wave of their hands, the weapons at their waists appeared in their hands once more. Then, they charged at Xiao Chen. Clang clang clang. A thrilling and intense battle once again unfolded in midair. The 8 of them cooperated with tacit understanding, suppressing Xiao Chen on the battlefield. The barrage of attacks continued without end. Xiao Chen's expression was calm, and his mind was not in a mess. He did not intend to use his full strength. The 8 great guardian deities were not Xiao Chen's true enemies. Wan Feng, who was watching him from below, was the true opponent. Although the killing intent in Wan Feng's eyes was very well hidden, it did not escape Xiao Chen's notice. There is no such thing as perfect cooperation in the world. There will definitely be openings. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen hid some of his trump cards. Under the barrage of attacks, he brandished his saber lights and dealt with them calmly. Xiao! The elusive Tuoba Yun suddenly appeared. Taking advantage of the moment Xiao Chen retreated, he thrust his short sword towards his heart. Xiao Chen had expected this long ago. He lowered his saber, and his saber intent, combined with the state of massacre and state of thunder, chopped down. Boom! Tuoba Yun was knocked back. In this one-on-one clash, he was knocked back by Xiao Chen's saber. Xiao Chen easily repelled Tuoba Yun's several sneak attacks. Shock flashed in Tuoba Yun's eyes as he said, "Form the formation." 8 Division Heaven Dragon combined technique. Xiao! The 7 gave up on attacking and returned to Tuoba Yun's back. Then, they sent out rings of 5-colored light and merged their auras. Combined technique. Blazing spear. Kill. Bang. Bang. Xiao Chen first used the Thunder Shadow Chop to dissipate half of the spear's energy. Then, he executed Burning to Desolation, shattering the spear. The shock wave pierced through Xiao Chen's protective quintessence, penetrated his superior-grade inner vest, and struck his internal organs. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's mouth again. He blocked it again. Xiao Chen blocked the combined technique that can severely injure a peak martial monarch to the point of death again. The tens of thousands of guests in the plaza were all shocked. The 8 great guardian deities had used this combined technique to kill many peak martial monarchs. However, Xiao Chen blocked it twice today. Not only did he not get torn to shreds, but he did not even show any signs of severe injuries. Wan Baolu was somewhat shocked as well. However, he did not panic. He smiled faintly and said, "The 8 great guardian deities have never failed before. This time, they will not." What white-robed bladesman? To think that he dares to behave atrociously in my one clan. Tuoba Yun's expression turned sullen. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Chen to be so difficult to deal with. He said angrily, "Scatter. Let's do it a few more times. I don't believe that this brat can continue." Seeing the 8 scatter again, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he entered deep thought. The body was a vessel, and the quintessence was the liquid in the vessel. When the vessel suddenly had to endure several times the usual amount of liquid, it would definitely be under immense pressure. After enduring such immense pressure, the physical body would definitely suffer some damage and need to recuperate. Tuoba Yun was such a vessel. Suddenly enduring 8 times the usual amount of quintessence, his physical body would definitely be injured. Otherwise, Tuoba Yun would not have immediately stopped after executing the combined technique. It would have been better to continue attacking. Xiao Chen thought back to earlier. When the 8 surrounded him, Tuoba Yun always hid at the back and attacked. He was probably making use of this time to recover his physical body. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. He smiled and said, "So, that's how it is. In that case, you will not have a third chance." Right now, Tuoba Yun was at his weakest. This was the best time to make a move. Earlier, Xiao Chen thought that Tuoba Yun was the strongest. Hence, he looked for the others to break through and destroy them one by one. This was fundamentally the wrong direction. Understanding this, Xiao Chen pushed off the air and charged at Tuoba Yun, who was hiding at the back. Seeing Xiao Chen dodge the others' attacks and charge at him, fear flashed in Tuoba Yun's eyes. He said, "Stop him. Later, we will burn our quintessence and execute the combined technique. He will definitely die." Clearly, the other 7 knew Tuoba Yun's current state. They all stepped forward, releasing lights of various colors as they executed their best moves. Xiao Chen dodged all the attacks. If he could not dodge, he used his superior-grade inner vest to block them. What's wrong with this fellow? Such a scene confused the onlookers. Xiao Chen did not chase after the weaker people. Instead, he fought with the strongest. This did not make sense. Standing on a blue dragon, Xiao Chen blocked the 3 attacks. Then, he took 7 steps forward and finally encased Tuoba Yun in his saber technique. He said coldly, "Where can you run to?" The wind rustled, the rain fell, and the autumn waters rippled. A beautiful woman smiled faintly. "I'll give you a gentle saber strike. Do you dare to receive it?" Xiao Chen executed the autumn saber of the 4-season saber technique. A gentle saber light, like a pretty woman smiling faintly, appeared magnificent. Tuoba Yun was forced into a corner. He roared ferociously and burned his quintessence. He sent out a light barrier with his short sword, trying to receive this saber strike. Bang! The gentle saber light contained a boundless force. The light barrier in front of Tuoba Yun shattered, and he went flying back, vomiting a large mouthful of blood. Before Tuoba Yun could recover from the aftereffects of executing a joint martial technique, he was severely injured. His complexion immediately paled, and he temporarily lost his combat prowess. "Big brother," the other 7 exclaimed. They all burned their quintessence and charged at Xiao Chen in rage. Bang! Xiao Chen stomped heavily on the blue dragon image below, and the entire place trembled. When he saw the 7 charging at him, he smiled coldly and said, "Without a joint martial technique, what 8 great guardian deities are they?" With one of the 8 great guardian deities removed, a hole immediately appeared in their originally perfect encirclement and tacit cooperation. No matter what they did, it would be useless. Even if the other party burned their quintessence, it would be wishful thinking for them to defeat Xiao Chen quickly. The difference between Xiao Chen and them had never been in quintessence. Xiao Chen stomped heavily on the blue dragon image and infused his quintessence into his entire body. The purple thunder true fire in his right eye slowly circulated. Bang! A ring of purple flames soared up from Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, Xiao Chen's surging quintessence burned as well. Furthermore, he burned it with the extreme yang purple thunder true fire. Xiao! In just an instant, Xiao Chen felt that he had exhausted 1% of his quintessence. The benefit was that the hidden energy in his body was more than 4 times stronger than before. Xiao Chen's aura soared, becoming exceptionally horrifying. The many cultivators below only took one look and felt a deep fear. They could not help but take a few steps back. Before Xiao Chen, the ferocious aura of the remaining 7 of the 8 great guardian deities vanished without a trace. In comparison, even though the remaining 7 of the 8 great guardian deities burned their quintessence, they were like children before Xiao Chen, who burned his quintessence. The difference in foundation multiplied by the same amount. The person with the higher foundation would instantly widen the gap. Clearly, Xiao Chen belonged to the category of people with the higher foundation. Burning his quintessence exhausted a lot of energy. Xiao Chen no longer had any reason to continue wasting time. He shouted ferociously and took the initiative to charge over. Xiao Chen took 7 steps in the air, each step leaving behind an afterimage. Each afterimage sent out a saber strike, and each saber strike contained a different state. If they did not have the same appearance, others would not be able to tell that these were the clones formed by Xiao Chen's afterimages. It was hard to imagine that a clone could reach such a level. Even its expression was different. When Gong Yangyu, who was below, saw this scene, the usually calm Gong Yangyu could not help but stand up excitedly. He pointed at Xiao Chen in the air and muttered, "It really is my everlasting universe. How can it surpass me by so much?" Earlier, when Xiao Chen used the Thunder Shadow Chop twice, Gong Yangyu only felt that it looked familiar. However, he could not be sure. Now that Xiao Chen executed the Thunder Shadow Chop after burning his quintessence, he was finally sure. When Gong Yangyu looked at Xiao Chen, he felt that Xiao Chen was very scary. What kind of talent does one have to have such a strong learning ability? Bang! 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 7 muffled groans resounded. The saber strikes from the afterimages knocked the remaining 7 of the 8 great guardian deities back. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Merge. The 7 afterimages merged. Xiao Chen's saber strike contained a 7-fold attack power. When it swept out, the person in front of him blocked for a moment before his weapon shattered. Chapter 636. He turned into a beam of light and moved a kilometer. Then, he landed on a tall building in the Wan clan's palace. There was a startling explosion, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The remaining 6 were startled. As they looked at Xiao Chen, who was like a killing god, they could not help but reveal expressions of horror. Xiao Chen smiled gently and pushed off the air. Then, he charged at the remaining 6 at lightning speed. When he attacked, saber lights flew everywhere, showing no mercy. When Wan Baolu saw the 8 great guardian deities on the verge of defeat, his previously calm expression finally showed some panic. The 8 great guardian deities had been famous for decades. They had helped the Wan clan defeat many enemies. Unexpectedly, they were about to be defeated by a brat today. Wan Shan quickly ordered people to bring Feng Feishue to the back. Then, he said to Wan Baolu in shock, "Father, what should we do? We have to ask the old ancestor to come out. This Xiao Chen is too strong." Wan Baolu's expression turned grave. He said sullenly, "He is now the bearer of luck. The martial sages of the Sky Dome realm cannot make a move against him. Sima Hong is an example. There will be dire consequences. Pass down my orders. Gather all the martial king and martial saint experts in the city. Even an elephant can die if there are enough ants. Today, I will wear him down." As Wan Feng watched Wan Shan leave in a hurry, rage flashed in his eyes. He gently knocked on the table twice and said calmly, "Uncle, are you looking down on my strength? You still want to call a large group of trash over?" Wan Baolu had not expected Wan Feng to really make a move. He rejoiced in his heart and quickly said, "That's not it. How could I know that with honorable nephew status, you would really make a move to deal with a king-grade true dragon genius?" Wan Feng shouted coldly, "A king-grade true dragon genius? Haha. If he loses to me, then he is not. No matter who it is, they will not be able to stop the Wan clan from swallowing up the Feng clan and cutting off my source of income. How can I just sit back and watch?" While Wan Baolu spoke, Xiao Chen, who had already burned his quintessence, took advantage of the situation to defeat the remaining 8 great guardian deities. Then, he sheathed his saber and quickly extinguished his burning quintessence. In merely 10 breaths, half of Xiao Chen's 99 drops of quintessence were gone. The rate of consumption was horrifying. "Xiao." Wan Feng smiled sinisterly. While Xiao Chen extinguished the quintessence flames, he suddenly stood up and attacked at lightning speed. With a cold whistle, a long line of ice floated in the air and arrived in front of Xiao Chen at an incredible speed. With a wave of his palm, a wave of yin qi spread out from the center of his palm, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. It was a chill that penetrated deep into their hearts. Taking advantage of the moment when Xiao Chen finished his battle and retreated to launch a sneak attack, such actions were extremely despicable. Many of the guests could not help but speak in disdain. Even if Xiao Chen had some expectations in his heart, he didn't expect this person to be so despicable. The dignified seal envoy of Bushan Palace shamelessly launched a sneak attack without declaring war. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen did not have time to draw his saber. He clenched his right fist and merged his vital qi and veritable essence energy, circulating the dragon claw fist's berserk dragon stance. Bang! The fist and palm collided and gave off a loud sound. Surging shockwaves spread out in layers. Countless snowflakes could be seen drifting out from the shockwaves. A white figure flew back from the shockwaves. It was Xiao Chen. Caught off guard, he suffered a huge disadvantage in the clash of strength. However, the unmoving Wan Feng was not unscathed. There were 3 faint claw marks on the right side of his face, the work of Xiao Chen. Before Xiao Chen retreated, he suddenly changed his move, turning his fist into a claw and catching his opponent off guard. Clearly, Wan Feng had not expected Xiao Chen to have an opportunity to counterattack in such a situation. Pu Ci. After landing, Xiao Chen did not forcefully suppress his injuries. He immediately vomited a mouthful of blood and felt much more comfortable. He had a superior-grade inner vest. Although this palm strike was uncomfortable, it was not as severe as it looked. Only his right arm was covered in frost. Xiao Chen's arm turned stiff, unable to move for some time. His opponent's quintessence was extremely strange. As the welcoming envoy, you actually sneak attacked me? You are too much. When Yu Chenxi saw that Xiao Chen was injured, she ignored the old man beside her and flew up, sending a punch at Wan Feng. Yu Chenxi had never been a good-tempered person. She had long since felt uncomfortable with Wan Feng's gaze. Now that she saw him sneak attacking again, she did not hesitate to make a move. A rising sun flickered behind Yu Chenxi, and the light on her fist burst forth, turning into a boundless fist wind as she attacked Wan Feng. Wan Feng's lips curled up as he smiled disapprovingly. What does this lass know? All is fair in war. The victor does not need to care about what others think. Scram! Wan Feng's figure flickered, and before anyone could see him move, the boundless light froze, turning into ice shards that fell from the sky. It looked extremely strange. Unexpectedly, the light froze. This was the first time Yu Chenxi had seen such a situation, so she was stunned. Only when Wan Feng rushed over did she react. You are making a fuss over nothing. We are in the middle of a battle, yet you are letting your imagination run wild. Go back, lowly ant. Wan Feng smacked Yu Chenxi's fist with his palm. He laughed loudly, and a cold energy erupted. Yu Chenxi vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, sliding far away. The old man from the Haotian sect was enraged. He stood up and said, Wan Feng, you are too heavy-handed. Wan Feng looked at the old man, and an unhappy expression flashed in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, You are asking for it. What does it have to do with me? Also, don't act like a senior in front of me. If you were an elder of the Haotian sect, I would give you some face. Unfortunately, you are not. Don't go overboard. The old man shouted angrily as he pointed at Wan Feng. Wan Feng's expression changed. He charged over and demanded in a cold voice, You still dare to put on airs? Bang! 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 Wan Feng sent out 3 palm strikes at lightning speed, sending the old man flying. The old man vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. A ferocious aura spread out. Wan Feng appeared incredibly tyrannical. With just one glance, he could make anyone tremble in fear. You overestimate yourself. Wan Feng smiled coldly as he looked around. He did not care about these lower realm people at all. Then, it shot towards Xiao Chen, whose arm was still numb, like an arrow. Feng Tianming reacted and said, We can't stop him. Don't let him take advantage of the situation to defeat Xiao Chen. Whoosh! Feng Tianming and the other 4 personal guards instantly ignited their quintessence. They did not hold back at all as they charged at Wan Feng. They did not hope to defeat him. They only hoped to buy some time for Xiao Chen to recover and buy some time. Wan Feng laughed loudly. He did not slow down at all. Motes of white light appeared on his palm, making it look smooth and transparent. There was no bright light or horrifying quintessence fluctuation. When Wan Feng threw a palm strike, the quintessence fluctuation of the guard in front of him froze. As Wan Feng advanced, the ice shattered, turning into ice shards. The scene of what happened to Yu Chenxi earlier replayed. Bang! This guard vomited a mouthful of blood. Before he could disperse the cold qi in his body, he turned into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! The ice sculpture shattered, and the guard's body, which was originally made of flesh and blood, shattered into pieces. It was a tragic sight to behold. A bona fide peak inferior grade martial monarch was reduced to nothing in one move by Wan Feng. The surrounding guests were all heroes of their regions, the powerhouses of their sects, young talents, and the top rankers of the true dragon ranking. When they saw this horrifying scene, they all paled. Their hearts trembled in fear. Bang! 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 Wan Feng's figure flashed as he sent out 3 palm strikes. Snowflakes drifted down, and another 3 ice sculptures fell, shattering into pieces. His methods were extremely cruel. When Feng Tianming saw the 3 people who had followed him for decades die just like that, his eyes turned bloodshot. He burned all the essence in his body. A fiery red lotus flower bloomed under Feng Tianming's feet, and his aura soared to peak martial monarch. Then, he sent out a palm strike, carrying a heat wave. Wan Feng revealed disdain on his face. He smiled coldly and said, "If your quintessence is not dense enough, it is useless no matter how many you have." Scram! Compared to Feng Tianming, Wan Feng's aura was very reserved. Only his right palm gave off a cold light. He did not leak any essence anywhere else. Bang! Wan Feng clashed head-on with Feng Tianming's full-powered strike, but he only took 3 steps back in the air. Feng Tianming flew back like a meteor and fell to the ground, severely injured, unable to get up again. Wan Feng waved his sleeves and laughed softly, "You are really powerful. You did not die from my palm strike. However, in the end, an ant will just be an ant. A lower realm martial monarch is not even worth a fart to me." Originally, Wan Baolu had been watching Wan Feng display his might and defeat the group of people. When Wan Baolu, who was already beaming with joy, heard this sentence, his face involuntarily twitched. Wan Feng said that lower realm martial monarchs were not worth shit. Since Wan Feng himself was a martial monarch, did that not mean he was scolding Wan Feng as well? The geniuses in the top 10 of the True Dragon ranking all showed unconvinced expressions, glaring at Wan Feng. Wan Feng's words were too hurtful. Seeing their expressions, Wan Feng laughed loudly and said, "Are you not convinced? When you go to the Kunlun realm, you will know what you are. You will know why I look down on you. Don't think that I am boasting. Your so-called True Dragon ranking is just a joke in my eyes. If 2 or 3 of you can rise up in this great era, then you will be lucky. Damn it, have a taste of your skills." Bai Qi was slightly angered in his heart. He was also a prideful person. Being looked down upon by Wan Feng, coupled with the fact that Wan Feng was young and impetuous, he was naturally furious. 4-season saber technique, cycle of seasons. Shao Chen soared up, and a saber light flickered as he executed the strongest move of the 4-season saber technique. Gong Yangyu, would also like to experience the might of the guide envoy. Lu Xiaoyun, would like to give it a try as well. Nangong Ziyue, would like to experience your skills as well. Xiao. 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 7 figures soared into the air. The top few of the True Dragon ranking all flew up at the same time, charging at Wan Feng. Wan Feng revealed disdain on his face. He smiled coldly and said, "No matter how many ants there are, it is useless. Before going to the Kunlun realm, I will first suppress your pride, which is not even worth shit." Suddenly, Wan Feng released his aura, which he had been holding back. A strong icy aura spread out. That icy chi was bone-chilling, heartless and heartless. Whoosh! 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 The surrounding energy, sword wind, and fist lights turned into ice shards under the assault of this cold chi. They fell and blasted deep pits in the ground. Chapter 637. Gong Yangyu's group of 7 had unsightly expressions. They had not expected such a situation. Their quintessence could not get close to Wan Feng at all. They could not even execute their moves. After you go to the Kunlun realm, remember to tuck your tail between your legs. Not everyone is as benevolent as me. Scram now, you ants. Bang! 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 Wan Feng's figure flashed as he sent a palm strike at each of the 7, knocking them back and causing them to vomit blood. Their internal organs were all in a mess. What strong quintessence! It is at least 10 times denser than mine. Is he really an inferior grade martial monarch? Bai Qi exclaimed in disbelief as he fell to the ground. Gong Yangyu said hatefully, "Furthermore, the density of his quintessence is not something we can compare to. He either cultivated some heaven-ranked cultivation technique or ate some natural treasure. His state of ice is also very strange. Even when we combine our states, we cannot compare to it. The seven were shocked as they looked at Wan Feng, who stood proudly in the air with a disdainful expression. They felt a strong sense of helplessness. At the same time, all the experts above Marshal Saint gathered in the vast Wan Clan city and rushed to the Wan Clan's palace from 8 directions. There were at least 500 people in each direction. When the 8 gathered, there was a total of 4,000 people. With so many experts, even if a peak martial monarch was surrounded, they would be able to kill him with a single attack. Quick! 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 The clan head has ordered that the Wan Clan's palace is in danger. The group rushed down the street. The somber atmosphere made the people on both sides of the street feel uncertain. Isn't today the Wan Clan's young master's wedding? Could it be that someone dares to cause trouble? Who knows? The quintessence fluctuations at the Wan Clan's palace were very intense. There might really be a huge battle. In an inn by the street, a fatso watched the Wan Clan's guards pass by. He chuckled and said, "This fat lord loves to take care of small fries." In the plaza of the Wan Clan's palace, Xiao Chen looked at his stiff right hand with a grave expression. The upper half of his right arm had already lost all feeling, he could not move it at all. A cold chi rushed down from his arm like a raging river. Xiao Chen revolved his quintessence and formed a dam to block this cold chi. As the cold chi burned, Xiao Chen's quintessence drained continuously. If not for the purple thunder divine incantation, which was much stronger than ordinary people, he would have died. The density of his true essence was quite high. Right now, he was like an ice sculpture that would shatter at the slightest touch. His opponent's state of ice has probably reached the might of a will. The will of ice has already touched upon the door. When combined with his strong quintessence, it will reach a horrifying lethality. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. However, it was still a beginner's skill, he could not use it as he pleased. The pure young purple thunder true fire could dispel it. Sizzle! Wisps of purple flames appeared on Xiao Chen's arm and spread out. The cold chi was burned by the purple flames and turned into wisps of hot air that rose into the air. When the cold chi scattered, Xiao Chen's arm immediately moved. He clenched his fists tightly, and the blocked meridians opened up again. Xiao Chen glanced at Feng Feishue, who was being pulled behind Wan Baolu. Then, he walked over, step by step. No one could change the things he had decided on and the path he had chosen. No one could stop him. Wan Feng's eyelids sank, and his gaze turned cold. He looked at Xiao Chen and said in a cold voice, "Instead of taking the opportunity to escape, you still dare to come forward. Do you really think that you are not an ant?" A cold wind howled, and snowflakes drifted down. Wan Feng turned into a white beam, charging at Xiao Chen with a boundless baleful aura. Xiao! Just as the cold wind was about to strike, Xiao Chen drew his saber. A purple flame burned on the pitch-black lunar shadow saber. When the saber light shot out, it burned the cold chi into a puff of white smoke. Wan Feng's invincible state of ice slowly receded before Xiao Chen. Then, the saber light chopped down at him. Bang! The palm wind and the saber light clashed, giving off a loud sound. Xiao Chen, who was on the ground, took 7 steps back. Wan Feng, who was in the air, spun around 7 times before he slowly stabilized. Wan Feng revealed a horrified expression as he muttered, "This is a lightning-attributed flame of extreme yang. However, even if it counters my state of ice, my quintessence and speed are sufficient to suppress it." Wan Feng's figure flickered, and snowflakes filled the air. He pushed off the ground and charged at Xiao Chen again. This time, Wan Feng raised his speed to his limits. Everywhere he passed, only white beams could be seen, no one could see his figure clearly. Bang! 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 Snowflakes drifted down in the air. In that instant, Wan Feng sent out 50 or 60 palm strikes. The palm winds were like an avalanche. Rumbling sounds resounded in the air without end. The sky shook and the ground trembled. The entire plaza trembled due to the continuous palm winds. Instantly, the plaza was filled with flowers and countless tables. Crunching sounds came from it. The originally auspicious and auspicious wedding turned into a mess, a scene of chaos. There were also some palm winds that flew out uncontrollably. When they struck the unlucky guests, they immediately froze them into icicles. They shattered upon contact, dying without a complete corpse. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not dare to be careless. The density of Wan Feng's quintessence were no weaker than Xiao Chen's, who cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. A blue dragon appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. As the dragon roared, it carried Xiao Chen up and down, flickering in all directions. Boom! 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 The saber light was like lightning. Xiao Chen swung his saber repeatedly, relying on his instincts. A purple flame burned on his saber, destroying the incoming palm winds. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the two fought an intense battle. Soon, they had exchanged 100 moves. Xiao Chen did not know what movement technique Wan Feng cultivated. His figure could not be seen at all. As his figure moved, he turned into white lines that wrapped around Xiao Chen. From a distance, one could see countless lines forming an oval-shaped ball of light encasing Xiao Chen. From time to time, shocking explosions could be heard from the ball of light. That ball of light was not stable. Sometimes, it was in the sky, and sometimes, it was on the ground. This frightened the many guests into standing far away, afraid that the shock waves would affect them. Bang! The ball of light shattered, and a white figure flew out. He vomited a mouthful of blood. When he landed, the ground cracked, revealing a long crack. Yu Chenxi exclaimed in shock, "It's Xiao Chen." The one that got knocked out was indeed Xiao Chen. Wan Feng moved increasingly faster in the ball of light. In the end, the entire sky was filled with palm winds. Ha ha ha. Is a king-grade true dragon genius that slow? You can't even withstand a single blow. Take another move from me. Extreme Een tyrannical heavenly palm. Wan Feng laughed loudly as he stood in the air. The boundless cold wind in the surroundings suddenly surged into his body. The surrounding temperature suddenly soared. It was not because Wan Feng raised the temperature but because he sucked in all the Een energy in the place. When Yin and Yang were out of balance, only the chaotic pure Yang energy remained. That was why the temperature increased explosively. Defeat. Wan Feng shouted ferociously and threw a palm strike without moving from his original position. A palm of flesh descended from the sky. That palm was only several times the size of an adult's palm. However, it gave the illusion that it covered the sky and earth, leaving no place to hide. As that palm landed, the chaotic pure Yang energy on the ground was pushed out and turned into clumps of Yang flames. Then, they shot out in all directions like 10,000 arrows. Bang! 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 The flames crashed into the buildings of the Wan clan's palace and exploded with horrifying energy. They blasted the buildings into smithereens, filling the air with dust. Such a strange martial technique driving Yin and Yang Qi to form a method to attack the enemy was an eye-opener for the surrounding cultivators of the older generation, leaving them flabbergasted. Xiao Chen's face sank. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness quickly surged as he drained it without holding back. A purple light lit up in the depths of Xiao Chen's right eye, and a white light flickered in his left eye. The two lights were as resplendent as stars. As they shone, they looked very magnificent. Taiji Yin Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pointed. His mental energy was completely drained. Two beams of light shot out and quickly formed a Taiji diagram. The 8 trigrams, the 4 divisions, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. The Taiji Yin Yang Flame Diagram welcomed the attack with its strongest stance. Bang! The Taiji diagram gave off a golden light and clashed with the palm. An intense explosion came from it, and a bottomless pit appeared in the ground. The palm made of yin qi and the taiji diagram exploded at the same time. Wan Feng was knocked back 100 meters, but Xiao Qin did not move at all. Wan Feng's expression changed. He muttered, "How can this be? This extreme yin tyrannical heavenly palm has no frost. Even several famous experts of the upper realm do not dare to receive it head-on. You are just an ant from the lower realm, yet you managed to receive it." Xiao Qin remained expressionless as he said calmly, "You are looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. There are many things in this world that you cannot imagine. Didn't you want to compete with me in speed? Now, let's compete in speed and see who's the weakest." Roar. Xiao Qin executed the great perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art. A boundless dragon roar came from his chest. Suddenly, 3 blue dragon images appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. Xiao Qin turned into an invisible azure light and shot towards Wan Feng. His speed was more than 4 times faster than before. Bang! 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 Sharp saber lights rained down like a torrential storm. Thunder roared in the sky as they chopped at Wan Feng. Unknowingly, an immortal attribute appeared in the lightning. The lightning was eternal, immortal and inextinguishable. This completely suppressed Wan Feng's basic will of ice. Xiao Qin did not beat around the bush with Wan Feng. He pressed forward bravely, pressing forward step by step. Relying on the great perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art, he forced Wan Feng back again and again. Bang! 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 Wan Feng's speed could not compare to Xiao Chen's. The immortal state of thunder and purple thunder true fire suppressed his will of ice. Wan Feng paled as he retreated again and again. His earlier arrogance was ruthlessly suppressed. He roared a few times, wanting to turn the situation around. However, Xiao Qin mercilessly suppressed him. Scram! Extreme yin annihilation palm. After failing to turn the situation around several times, Wan Feng became thoroughly enraged. He burned all the quintessence in his body as he sent out a palm flickering with a cold light. Everywhere it passed, the void was directly destroyed, like a piece of white paper being torn into numerous cracks, causing one to feel fear just by looking at it. Xiao Qin smiled coldly and said, "Is this your trump card, Wan Feng? In that case, I'll return what you said earlier to you. Put away that bullshit pride of yours. In the future, when you come to the Sky Dome realm, behave yourself with your tail between your legs."